Chapter 65. A 5,000-year soft bones rabbit. First spirit ability. Open black lens bracket Kingming sword intent close black lens bracket. First spirit ability. Open black lens bracket white rainbow sword intent close black lens bracket. Swish, swish. Two glows of spirit abilities suddenly lit up as Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight simultaneously activated their first spirit abilities. A black and a white sword light intertwined, slashing toward that arrogant soft bones rabbit. This soft bones rabbit had average combat power, but it was a typical bully that feared the strong and preyed on the weak. Just a moment ago, it had been hopping arrogantly in front of everyone, but seeing the two sword lights approaching with a chilling aura, it was immediately scared into a state of soul flying away and spirit scattering. It didn't dare linger for a second longer, turning and darting into the dense forest to escape. Unfortunately, it overestimated its own speed and underestimated the power of their spirit abilities. In the blink of an eye, the black and white sword lights caught up. After a few crisp sounds, the soft bones rabbit let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground, a pale purple 100-year spirit ring slowly floating out from its body. Seeing this, Wang Long immediately stepped forward, took out a storage spirit tool, and stored the soft bones rabbit's corpse inside. Although the soft bones rabbit had low combat power, its meat was top-tier tender, and the young lord had always been fond of it. Since they happened to encounter this 700-year-old one, they could make a delicious pot of rabbit meat soup when they returned. "I've clearly explained all the hunting targets," Feng Baiyu said in a deep voice as his gaze swept over everyone. "Mr. Douluo, Grandma, I'll trouble the three of you to search for the spirit beasts I mentioned. We will wait nearby. With Grandpa overseeing things here, even if a 100,000-year spirit beast appears, it won't be able to harm us in the slightest." Zan Ying let out a low cry, her massive wings flapping violently to create a gust of wind before she took flight toward the depths of the distant forest. Douluo Bo and Douluo Shin nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They glanced at each other and dashed out like Gui Mei, disappearing into the dense jungle in an instant, leaving only two blurred silhouettes behind. As a rank 89 spirit Douluo, as long as Douluo Bo encountered the spirit beasts the four needed, he could easily capture them no matter how deep they hid. And although Douluo Shin was only a quasi-spirit emperor, dealing with ordinary 1,000-year spirit beasts was a piece of cake for him. Right now, Chengguang, Yixu, and Wang Long only needed 100-year or 1,000-year level spirit beasts, which posed no difficulty at all for Douluo Shin. As for Grandma's Zan Ying, she was even more formidable. Even if it were a 10,000-year spirit beast that Douluo Shin needed, she could steadily capture it alive without any mistakes. Only after the three figures completely disappeared into the depths of the jungle did Xiao Haitzi trot out from the nearby woods. Feng Baiyu caught a glimpse of it carrying something black in its beak. From its wriggling appearance, it looked like a fat worm. "Xiao Haitzi." Feng Baiyu barked immediately, his tone carrying an unquestionable sternness. "No eating worms." Startled by Feng Baiyu's shout, Xiao Haitzi immediately opened its beak, its round eyes full of grievance. It was a bird, after all, eating worms was only natural. Besides, this green-veined mulberry silkworm tasted sweet and was full of wood attribute vitality. Why shouldn't it be allowed to eat it? Seeing Xiao Haitzi with its head drooping, looking like it was about to burst into tears, Feng Baiyu ultimately couldn't help himself. He shook his head helplessly, pulled out the smallest purple fire flower from his storage spirit tool, and handed it over. "I knew you were greedy. Here, take this, and stop munching on random worms." Xiao Haitzi's eyes lit up. It immediately snatched the purple fire flower and flapped its wings to rub against the back of Feng Baiyu's hand, its previous grievance vanishing in an instant. These purple fire flowers were herbs Feng Baiyu had brought out from the ice and fire yin-yang well. They were quite beneficial for those with fire attribute spirits. Just one such purple fire flower was enough to help a fire attribute spirit grandmaster increase their rank by 1. With a bit of luck, it might even purify their fire attribute. Of course, it only had a tiny bit of effect and was worlds apart from an immortal herb. Although immortal herbs were scarce there, it produced all kinds of rare and exotic plants, and he had specifically prepared some for Xiao Haitzi back then. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Haitzi saw the purple fire flower, it immediately spat the green-veined mulberry silkworm onto the ground. It flapped its wings and rushed over, showing none of its previous grievance. As for the green-veined mulberry silkworm cast aside, Xiao Haitzi didn't even give it a second glance. In the face of the purple fire flower, the silkworm it had found delicious moments ago instantly became an unfamiliar bystander. You little rascal, all you think about is eating. Even the best things are wasted on you. Feng Baiyu grumbled as he ruffled Xiao Haitzi's fluffy feathers, poking its little head in frustration. Why don't you convert the medicinal power into skills? What's the point of just gaining weight? He had tried before. For top-tier supplements like whale glue, the effect on Xiao Haitzi after consumption was minimal, not even reaching 1/20th of what it was when he took it himself. As for those ordinary herbs, its absorption efficiency was even worse than whale glue, a complete waste of precious resources. Feng Baiyu could clearly sense that all the medicinal power Xiao Haitzi consumed was stockpiled in its body like a stone sinking into the ocean, difficult to convert into its own strength. He had once thought about letting Xiao Haitzi focus on cultivating so he could take a break. Now it seemed that this idea was still a long way off. Feng Baiyu secretly guessed that it wasn't that Xiao Haitzi couldn't learn to cultivate, but rather that its intelligence hadn't reached that level yet. It simply couldn't understand the act of actively converting medicinal power, which required deliberate guidance. While Feng Baiyu was feeding Xiao Haitzi, the gazes of Dugu Yan and the other three were also drawn over. The young lord's spirit, it's a marvel every time I see it. Dugu Yan couldn't help but remark. They all knew that Xiao Haitzi was Feng Baiyu's spirit, but a spirit that needed to eat like an ordinary spirit beast was truly unheard of. But what impressed them even more was Xiao Haitzi's strength. Don't be fooled by Xiao Haitzi's small size of less than half a meter. Those 2,000-year spirit rings on its body weren't just for show. Xiao Haitzi's physical fitness had already surpassed many 10,000-year spirit beasts. With just a pure Kunshan bash, it could knock the four of them head over heels, leaving them with no power to fight back. After finishing the purple fire flower, Xiao Haitzi very obediently rubbed against Feng Baiyu's calf. Feng Baiyu stroked Xiao Haitzi's feathers, considering it a friendly interaction. You rascal, do you really think you're a cat? Hearing Feng Baiyu mention a cat, Xiao Haitzi let out two dissatisfied, "Whoa whoa," cries. It was as if it were saying, "You have me, so why would you need a cat?" Just as Feng Baiyu was interacting with Xiao Haitzi, Zan Ying dove down from the sky clutching a spirit beast and landed steadily in front of everyone. She casually tossed the spirit beast onto the ground. The plump soft bones rabbit twitched twice and then went completely still. Its white fur was stained with a few messy grass leaves, likely from its struggle when captured. Zan Ying looked at Feng Baiyu and said with a smile, "A 5,300-year soft bones rabbit. Both the attribute and the age match. It should be usable, right?" As one of the earliest beneficiaries of whale glue and having absorbed a dragon-head spiral fruit that was close to the level of an immortal herb, Wang Long could now fully withstand a spirit ring of just over 5,000 years. It's enough. Feng Baiyu nodded slightly, then turned to Wang Long and urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank the mistress." Wang Long wasn't very excited when he saw the soft bones rabbit. After all, it was the worst among the spirit beasts the young lord had suggested for him. However, since the mistress had personally gone to catch it for him, he couldn't show any dissatisfaction even if he felt it. Wang Long quickly turned and gave a deep bow to Zan Ying, his voice filled with excitement as he said, "Thank you, mistress." Hee, it's a small matter. Zan Ying was very pleased with the title, mistress, and left again, feeling delighted. There are other spirit beasts to hunt. Let's not waste time here. Chapter 66. Yellow-Skinned Rat. Feng Qingluan took in the expression on Wang Long's face, his brow instantly furrowing into a knot as his expression darkened. My grandson painstakingly nurtured you, and my wife personally acted to hunt a spirit beast for you. Yet here you are, actually daring to show such a reluctant look. Even though both were descendants of elders, Feng Baiyu's status was worlds apart. Because he was the only son of the Feng family's direct lineage, his status among all the juniors of the Elder Hall's 7 Grand Elders was second only to Qian Runshui. Even the most favored child of the second elder's family could only barely be compared to him in terms of status. And that was merely being qualified. For comparison, in terms of talent or future achievements, they were far inferior to Feng Baiyu. The other elders all had many wives and concubines, with houses full of children and grandchildren. They followed a path of procreation by casting a wide net, relying entirely on luck in hopes of producing a descendant with extraordinary natural talent. Wang Long was just one of the many children of Elder Qianjun, and he belonged to the category of less favored peripheral characters. If it weren't for the promotion and care of young Lord Feng Baiyu, reaching the threshold of spirit Douluo in this lifetime would have required his ancestors' accumulated virtue and some serious luck. And just now, Feng Qingluan had actually been disdainful of that soft bones rabbit. Feng Baiyu saw his grandfather's expression. He took 2 steps forward to stand before Wang Long, a gentle smile still on his face. What is it? You don't think much of this spirit beast. I also think its quality is average. Let's keep it as an alternative for now and swap it when we encounter something more suitable later. Thank you, young lord. Wang Long hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. The disappointment on his face instantly turned into guilt, his voice carrying a hint of self-reproach. It is this subordinate who was being immature and made things difficult for the young lord. It's no trouble, it's only human nature. Feng Baiyu smiled and patted Wang Long's shoulder, his tone relaxed. If it were me and someone asked me to absorb a 5,000-year soft bones rabbit spirit ring, I'd be cursing them out. Feng Baiyu shook his head and said honestly, I only have a 30% certainty that it would produce a combo type spirit ability. If there were a better choice, I wouldn't be fixated on it either. Open black lens bracket soft bones rabbit close black lens bracket. Gender: female. Cultivation: 5,317 years. Spirit ability: open black lens bracket collision close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skyward kick close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket interference close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket teleportation close black lens bracket. The moment that soft bones rabbit hit the ground, Feng Baiyu had already figured out its attributes. The skills of a spirit bone dropped by a spirit beast are randomly inherited from its abilities while alive. However, when a spirit master absorbs a dropped spirit ring, the skill will combine the characteristics of the spirit beast with their own spirit to undergo fusion, giving birth to a new ability. This soft bones rabbit's foundation was truly too poor. It neither had the prerequisite spirit ability to evolve into the open black lens bracket instant kill 8-stage drop close black lens bracket like Xiao Wu's, nor did it possess the defensive talent of the open black lens bracket paragon golden body close black lens bracket. The only thing it had worth mentioning was open black lens bracket teleportation close black lens bracket. For such a spirit beast, Feng Baiyu was truly unwilling to let Wang Long risk gambling on that ethereal fusion probability. If Wang Long absorbed this soft bones rabbit's spirit ring, there was a high probability it would only produce mediocre spirit abilities like open black lens bracket coiling dragon heavy strike close black lens bracket or open black lens bracket coiling dragon upward thrust close black lens bracket, failing to fully unleash the potential of his spirit. Feng Baiyu had been worrying earlier that if they couldn't find a more suitable spirit beast, he would have to find an excuse to persuade Wang Long to give up on this rabbit to avoid delaying his cultivate. He hadn't expected that upon turning around, he'd find Wang Long himself looking at the soft bones rabbit with a face full of disdain, which saved him quite a bit of trouble. Wang Long hurriedly nodded in agreement and obediently retreated to the side to wait. Feng Baiyu turned to meet his grandfather's gaze and immediately read the dissatisfaction in the old man's eyes. But he knew in his heart that Wang Long's reaction was just human nature. This kid had a straightforward personality without many twists and turns. Usually, he was obedient, but he wasn't a brainless block of wood without his own opinions. That soft bones rabbit's spirit ring indeed did more harm than good for him. It was actually a good thing that he could bring it up proactively. If there was a problem, change it; if not, keep going. That was how it should be. Young lord, what do you think of this light attribute yellow-skinned rat? Half an hour later, Douluo Xin returned quickly carrying an Azure Thunder yellow spirit mouse that had been stunned by the power of lightning. His rough palm gripped the mouse's neck, fearing the little fellow might wake up and break free midway. Douluo Xin gently placed the unconscious spirit beast on the ground and patted the dust off his hands, his tone carrying a bit of a desire for credit. A light attribute spirit beast, and its age is extremely suitable. Feng Baiyu leaned over to examine the spirit beast on the ground. Its fur looked like it was plated with a layer of gold leaf, and the tips of its ears and tail shimmered with pale purple lightning. It twitched occasionally even while unconscious, its appearance actually sharing a 70% resemblance to the legendary Pikachu. Feng Baiyu's fingertip lightly touched the mouse's back, sensing that pure and gentle light attributes spirit power. His open black lens bracket Fire Phoenix True Eye close black lens bracket also finished investigating the spirit beast's condition. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it's even a bit better than I imagined. As he spoke, Feng Baiyu turned to look at the girl beside him, his voice softening a bit. Yixu, your spirit ring is here. Feng Yixu had been staring at the Azure Thunder Yellow Spirit Mouse ever since Douluo Xin arrived, her clear eyes full of anticipation. Hearing Feng Baiyu's words, she immediately walked closer. She first performed a salute to Feng Baiyu, then turned to Douluo Xin with a slight bow, her voice sweet and well-behaved. Thank you, ninth great uncle, for taking the trouble to select it for me, and thank you, Uncle Douluo, for working hard to catch it. Douluo Xin was a bit embarrassed by her calling him uncle. He hurriedly waved his hands. It's no trouble at all. It is this subordinate's honor to be able to do something for the young miss. In truth, he was still a bit awkward. He was several decades older than Feng Baiyu, yet now he was effectively a generation younger. Feng Baiyu watched this scene, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He smiled at Feng Yixu and said, Go on, find a quiet place to absorb it. You have so many people here as your protectors. Feng Yixu gave a soft, obedient reply. With a light lift of her delicate hand, her spirit, the open black lens bracket white rainbow sword close black lens bracket, appeared in her palm. Feng Yixu pierced the forehead of the Azure Thunder Yellow Spirit Mouse with her sword. Without any extra struggling, the spirit beast died at her hand. Soon, a purple 1,000-year spirit ring floated before her. Feng Yixu took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the spirit ring. When the purple spirit ring slowly settled onto her spirit, she could clearly feel the majestic spirit power contained within, surging into her limbs and bones like a rushing stream. To challenge the 1,000-year level for her second spirit ring was something she wouldn't have dared to even think about before. But this time, by following Brother Chengguang to pay respects to the young lord, she had actually obtained such an opportunity. While absorbing the spirit ring, her heart held both the anxiety of failure and the excitement of obtaining a powerful spirit ability. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, but they didn't shake her will in the slightest. She focused solely on guiding the spirit power to wash through and merge with her meridians again and again. And just after resolving the matter of Feng Yixu's spirit ring, Douluo returned with 2 spirit beasts. When Feng Baiyu saw the state of those 2 spirit beasts, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. One was a 4,800-year open black lens bracket Gale Magic Leopard close black lens bracket, which met Wang Long's requirements. But the other one was unexpectedly a 1,400-year open black lens bracket Rouge Dragon close black lens bracket. Chapter 67. Rouge Dragon. It's actually a Rouge Dragon. Feng Baiyu's gaze fixed on the shimmering pink little dragon for a moment before he suddenly turned to Feng Chengguang, his voice full of amazement. You kid, your luck is simply heaven-defying. The Rouge Dragon is an extremely mysterious and rare branch of the Dragon clan bloodline. They abandon the mountain-like, heavy bodies of traditional giant dragons, possessing slender and agile forms like sharp swords tempered in pink clouds. They have both the innate majestic aura of the Dragon clan and a bizarre, alluring beauty. Don't be fooled by this seemingly cute appearance. This is a genuine pure-blooded true dragon demonic beast, with strength far exceeding that of ordinary spirit beasts. Feng Baiyu had mobilized countless people and offered a spirit bone as a reward, and his own grandfather had personally gone out searching just to find a blue Luan as a second spirit ring. But Feng Chengguang was lucky. He just went out for a stroll and happened upon the Rouge Dragon that fits him best. The racial attributes are a perfect match. The spirit ability capabilities are precisely what he needs, and even the age seems to have been calculated in advance. It's practically tailor-made for him. It must be said, this Feng Chengguang really seems like a child of destiny. Ever since Feng Chengguang learned from Feng Baiyu that his open black lens bracket Kingming sword close black lens bracket contained the annihilation attribute, he had been hoping to encounter a rouge dragon. But he never dreamed that this wish would come true in just a few short hours. "Thank you, young lord." Feng Chengguang gave a deep bow to Feng Baiyu, then turned to Dugu Bo on the side and bowed to the ground. "And even more thanks to Senior Dugu for making this possible." "Haha, no need for such formalities." Dugu Bo laughed while stroking his beard, his eyes full of approval. He knew that shining look in the little guy's eyes when he looked at the rouge dragon all too well. It was the fervent glow that only appears when a spirit master encounters their fated spirit beast. "Go and absorb it." Feng Baiyu patted Feng Chengguang's shoulder, his tone full of certainty. "Even if we turned the entire sunset forest upside down, we wouldn't find a spirit ring more suited to you than this one." "Yes." Feng Chengguang nodded heavily, his eyes swirling with uncontrollable excitement. He raised his hand and summoned the open black lens bracket Kingming sword close black lens bracket, which emitted a faint blue cold light. As the blade trembled slightly, a sharp sword chi fell precisely, instantly ending the rouge dragon's life. A purple spirit ring slowly rose from the little dragon's body, its halo shimmering with a gentle luster. Feng Chengguang didn't dare delay for a moment. He immediately sat cross-legged, his hands forming the concentration seal. Holding his breath, he quietly guided the spirit ring to slowly merge into himself, every movement as cautious as if he were tending to a rare treasure. "Wang Long," Feng Baiyu called out. When his gaze swept over, he saw Wang Long staring fixedly at the open black lens bracket Gale Magic Leopard close black lens bracket, his eyes full of uncontrollable heat. He couldn't help but smile. This spirit beast is much more suitable than that soft bones rabbit from before. "Go and absorb it." "Your subordinate obeys," Wang Long answered in a deep voice and also bowed to Dugu Bo. "Thank you, Mr. Dugu." As the words fell, he had already summoned the open black lens bracket coiling dragon rod close black lens bracket in his hands. With both arms exerting force, the rod's body smashed down with the sound of whistling wind. The Gale Magic Leopard didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before it died. After handling it properly, Wang Long immediately sat cross-legged and began to guide the spirit ring into his body. However, this Gale Magic Leopard had nearly 5,000 years of cultivation. Looking at the entire Spirit Master's world, many people's fourth spirit rings might not even reach this age. Even though Wang Long had been daily using whale glue for body tempering recently, making his physical body strength far exceed that of spirit masters of the same rank, he still had fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead as he faced the heavy pressure emitted by this spirit ring. He was clearly under significant pressure. But compared to Wang Long's side, Feng Chengguang's situation was even more difficult. Dragon-type spirit beasts are already known for their powerful physical bodies and pure spirit power, let alone a pure-blooded rouge dragon. It appeared gentle, but inside, it surged with true dragon spirit power like crashing waves. Feng Chengguang gritted his teeth and persevered, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Every time he guided the spirit power to merge with the spirit ring, it was like wrestling with an invisible giant dragon. Everyone understood that this was a challenge unique to Feng Chengguang. Once he endured it, he would surely obtain an excellent second spirit ability. Dugu Bo did not continue to stand guard here, he was going to find the third spirit ring for the young lord next. Feng Baiyu only wanted a phoenix, even if the age wasn't important. But even so, it was an extremely difficult challenge. Dugu Bo had lived for most of his life and had only seen one from a distance once. And back then, he had almost been killed by the opponent. Meanwhile, in another development, while Feng Baiyu and the others were searching for spirit rings in the Sunset Forest, Feng Xiaotian had already tucked away that open black lens bracket Tongshin fruit close black lens bracket and rushed back to Element City without stopping. He didn't even enter his own home, turning around and heading straight for Blazing Academy. Feng Xiaotian's feelings for Huowu were no secret in Element City. Now that he had this legendary Tongshin fruit that could tie emotions together, his first thought was to share it with Huowu. Sure enough, when he walked to the gates of Blazing Academy, the guards only looked up and gave him a look, then tacitly turned a blind eye and let him in. They couldn't stop him anyway. This young master of Godwind Academy ran here every few days. This time he had actually held back for 3 days without showing up. They had even been whispering privately, wondering if he had gone to hunt for his third spirit ring. He must have just returned to the city and was in a hurry to see young Miss Huo Wu. Huo Wu, I'm here. As soon as Feng Xiaodian stepped into the gates of Blazing Academy, he couldn't wait to shout out, his volume so loud it almost lifted the roof, clearly wanting the whole academy to know he had arrived. But at this moment, Huo Wu was practicing in the center of the training field with Huo Wushuang and Yan. The three figures intersected, the light of their spirits clashing in midair and creating tiny sparks of fire, their attention fully locked on each other's moves. Feng Xiaodian's shout was like a small pebble thrown into a lake, not even creating a ripple. No one paid him any mind. Feng Xiaodian pulled a few familiar students along the way to ask around, and in no time, he precisely found Huo Wu's location. But when he hurried to the training field, his face instantly darkened, and a surge of jealousy rose in his chest. Huo Wushuang was Huo Wu's biological brother and his future brother-in-law, so it made sense for him to accompany his sister in her cultivation. But what was that guy named Yan? Why did he get to be near Huo Wu and trade close quarters blows with her? Watching the three figures intersect, Feng Xiaodian was so angry his back teeth were almost crushed from grinding. He knew Yan's strength wasn't weak, but so what? In a one-on-one fight, Yan was never his opponent. Moreover, in a short while, he would unlock a martial soul fusion technique with Huo Wu. At that time, how could the bond between him and Huo Wu be compared to by outsiders? Thinking this way, the anger in his heart subsided slightly, but he still stiffened his neck and stared fixedly at Yan in the field, his gaze looking as if he wanted to burn two holes in the other man's body. Xiao Wu, I brought you something good. When the three finally stopped their practice to take a breath, Feng Xiaodian immediately clutched the tongxin fruit and walked excitedly toward Huo Wu. Huo Wu looked up and saw it was him, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, but in the end, she didn't say anything harsh. She had always disliked how clingy Feng Xiaodian was, like a piece of chewing gum she couldn't shake off, but she also had to admit that this kid's talent truly matched his pride. Look at this. Feng Xiaodian pulled out the tongxin fruit like he was presenting a treasure, his eyes shining remarkably bright. If the two of us eat this together, our strength will definitely go up another level. As he spoke, he carefully picked one and handed it to Huo Wu, while he himself couldn't wait to toss the other one into his mouth. What kind of nonsense is this? Huo Wu glanced at the unremarkable little fruit, showing not the slightest bit of interest, and casually stuffed it to Huo Wushuang beside her. Brother, you eat it. All right. Huo Wushuang looked down on Feng Xiaodian for being a simp, but he was still somewhat reassured by his character. Without thinking much at all, he took it and swallowed it directly. Don't. Seeing this, Feng Xiaodian's soul almost flew out of his body. He lunged forward to stop him, but he was one step too late. That fruit, which carried all his expectations, had already slid down Huo Wushuang's throat. No. Watching Huo Wushuang nonchalantly pat his chest, Feng Xiaodian felt like he had been struck by lightning. He fell straight to his knees, his hands clutching his head, his heart-wrenching cry full of despair. My tongxin fruit. Chapter 68. Running Pheasant. Young lord, your subordinate has discovered a running pheasant with nearly 20,000 years of cultivation. Lightweight Weight had just finished absorbing her spirit ring and was sharing the spirit ability she had just obtained with the group. Just at this moment, Douluo Xin rushed over, his voice filled with undisguised urgency. Seeing Feng Baiyu look over, Douluo Xin felt a flash of shame on his face. He lowered his head and cupped his hands, saying, Your subordinate feels he is no match for that running pheasant and dared not act rashly, so I have come specifically to ask for orders from the young lord. Running pheasant. Feng Baiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, repeating the name in a low voice, a flash of surprise flitting across his eyes. This running pheasant was one of the 9 phoenix chicks. In terms of bloodline grade, it was of the same class as the phoenix, and it could be considered a genuine divine descendant. If the phoenix was a spirit of the wind soaring through the 9 heavens, then the running pheasant was an auspicious beast of the earth guarding the thick soil, worthy of being called an earth attribute phoenix. A spirit beast with nearly 20,000 years of cultivation was already a sign of a 6th spirit ring for others. But for Feng Baiyu, it was still within the tolerance range of a 3rd spirit ring. He had previously taken open black lens bracket whale blue close black lens bracket and then open black lens bracket gold of life close black lens bracket in turn, and his physique had long been polished to far exceed his peers. Later, he had consumed 3 immortal herbs. Open black lens bracket wondrous velvet sky chrysanthemum close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket narcissus jade bone close black lens bracket, and open black lens bracket looking through autumn water dew close black lens bracket. The medicinal power cleansed his marrow and cut through his veins. Not only did his realm advance by leaps and bounds, but his mental force was also condensed into something substantial. Nowadays, both his physical body strength and his spirit power foundation far exceeded those of spirit masters at the same level. Absorbing this 20,000-year spirit ring was not too tricky. But there were still 2 people currently absorbing spirit rings, and he couldn't leave them without a protector. Grandfather. Feng Baiyu turned to his grandfather and said in a deep voice, "You and Mr. Douluo go together to capture that running pheasant, and I will stay here to guard everyone. If you happen to run into grandmother and senior Douluo Bo on the way, please ask them to return and rendezvous as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingluan's brows furrowed imperceptibly, clearly having some concerns about his grandson's arrangement. In Feng Qingluan's heart, his grandson was a treasure more important than the sky. If he were left alone to act as a protector and something went wrong, what would happen? Feng Qingluan turned to Douluo Shen and said, "Tell me clearly about the location of the running pheasant and the characteristics along the way, and I will take Baiyu with me." Grandfather, the terrain in the Sunset Forest is complex, and relying solely on directions might not be accurate. Feng Baiyu shook his head, his tone firm. "You take Senior Douluo Shen with you, I will be fine staying here. Don't you know my strength? Even a 10,000-year spirit beast may not be my match." He paused, then added with a smile, "Besides, I can fly. If I really encounter danger, can't I just get away? Then you must protect yourself well." Feng Qingluan also knew it would be a pity to miss this running pheasant spirit ring, and seeing his grandson speak to this point, he said no more. He took Douluo Shen and immediately sped off in the direction where the running pheasant had appeared. Watching the 2 figures disappear into the depths of the dense forest, Feng Baiyu restrained his smile and called out softly to a spot in the forest, "Xiao Haitzi, stop hiding and playing." At the same time, he quietly circulated his spirit power, ready to deal with any sudden situation at any time. Under the blessing of the medicinal power of the 3 immortal herbs, Feng Baiyu's spirit power had long broken through the level 30 bottleneck. If he could successfully secure this 3rd spirit ring, not to mention stabilizing his realm, even immediately achieving a breakthrough to the 4th spirit ring would not be a fantasy. Not to mention that he was carrying 2 external spirit bone on his body. With such a foundation, even if he were regarded as a 4-ring spirit ancestor with a strong physique and spirit ability far exceeding his peers, it would not be an exaggeration. Ordinary 10,000-year spirit beasts could not last a single move under his hand before being instantly killed. Xiao Haitzi saw Feng Baiyu's tone darken, immediately put away its playful thoughts, nimbly snuggled into his arms, and obediently nudged its head against his palm. It was fine to be silly and cute or jump around on ordinary days, but when it came to important matters like being a protector, it knew the score. It knew when to be crazy and when to be quiet. As a qualified spirit, it had that much sense of propriety. Seeing the young lord so cautious, Douluo Yan and Yixu naturally dared not be the least bit lax. The 2 stood back to back, their eyes scanning every shadow in the surrounding dense forest like hawks. Their spirit power was quietly running to its peak, and faint elemental halos were already condensing at their fingertips, ready to deal with sudden situations at any time. Feng Baiyu glanced at the discarded soft bones rabbit not far away. The spirit beast had long lost its value, and keeping it was a hidden danger. He was too lazy to waste more words, raised his hand to shoot out a condensed burst of spirit power, precisely piercing the head of the soft bones rabbit, ending its life cleanly. Golden flames surged in Feng Baiyu's eyes, and his open black lens bracket fire phoenix eye close black lens bracket condensed into a scorching beam of light, instantly shattering the head of the soft bones rabbit. He flipped his wrist and collected the carcass into his spirit tool, his movements clean and efficient. Immediately after, He took out a jade bottle and flicked his fingertips, and pale green medicinal powder scattered like a thin mist, landing on the bloodstains on the ground. The powder melted upon contact with blood, emitting a faint, bitter herbal scent, completely masking and dissipating the heavy smell of blood. When the adults were not around, Feng Baiyu had a sense of responsibility as an older brother. These people were all taken in and brought out by him, so naturally, he had to protect them well and could not let any mistakes happen. Time ticked away, but neither Feng Qingluan, Zan Ying, nor Douluo Bo were anywhere to be seen. Feng Baiyu's brows gradually knitted together, and he felt a faint unease in his heart. Things seemed to have deviated from the expected track. This isn't right. Even if grandfather hasn't found that running pheasant, Zan Ying and Douluo Bo should have returned by now. How could Feng Baiyu know that Feng Qingluan hadn't met Zan Ying and the others at all, and at this moment, those two were also stuck deep in the sunset forest, searching for a spirit beast suitable for him. Swish tilde, just as Feng Baiyu was waiting patiently, the tranquility of the sunset forest was suddenly broken by a discordant movement. A low beast roar faintly came from the depths of the dense forest, accompanied by the rustling sound of branches and leaves shaking violently. Judging by the movement, it sounded like a large beast passing through the forest, and looking at the direction of its advance, it seemed to be inadvertently rushing towards their location. _ roar tilde, accompanied by a roar that shook the leaves off the trees in the forest, a mutant two-headed dragon, 7 or 8 meters tall, suddenly burst through the bushes and appeared before everyone. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over the two dragon heads, which were spitting cold mist and flames respectively, and a flash of surprise flitted across his eyes. This is an ice-fire dual attribute mutant dragon. Feng Baiyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to Douluo Yan and smiled. Yan, your third spirit ring has been found. The two-headed dragon was a rather special type of mutant dragon spirit beast. At the critical node of breaking through thousand-year cultivation, they would evolve completely different dual-attribute combinations according to their own habits and living environment, either ice and fire blending, wind and thunder coexisting, or even the extreme characteristics of light and darkness balancing. And the one in front of him happened to be a rare ice-fire dual mutation, and what was even rarer was that its cultivation was a full 7,800 years. If he took it down now, when Douluo Yan's spirit power broke through level 30, the age and attributes of this spirit ring would be simply tailor-made for her third spirit ring. Chapter 69. 1 against 2. Feng Baiyu was just about to move and subdue the ice-fire two-headed dragon when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a massive beast charging frantically from the distance out of the corner of his eye. Wherever it passed, trees as thick as a bowl were easily snapped like straw, and its heavy paws stamped deep pits into the ground. Amidst the flying dust, its ferocious aura could be clearly sensed from hundreds of meters away. The path it was taking led directly toward the location of Feng Baiyu and the ice-fire two-headed dragon. Dark golden terror claw bear. Feng Baiyu's pupils shrank abruptly. The moment he saw the giant beast's true form, his heart sank. As a Dragon Clan spirit beast, the ice-fire two-headed dragon already possessed combat power far exceeding those of the same level, enough to challenge higher-level opponents. And this dark golden terror claw bear was an even more famous, level-skipping demon, in the spirit beast world. Generally speaking, an ice-fire two-headed dragon or a dark golden terror claw bear with 100 years of cultivation could frontally defeat an ordinary 1,000-year spirit beast. Once they reached 1,000 years of cultivation, they even possessed the strength to contend with 10,000-year spirit beasts, and could even suppress many ordinary 10,000-year spirit beasts by relying on their fearless ferocity and special talents. And the two vicious beasts before him were far stronger than ordinary ones of the same level. The ice-fire two-headed dragon had already reached 7,800 years of cultivation, while the dark golden terror claw bear had 6,500 years of Dao. Once these two top-tier vicious beasts collided, they would surely whip up a world-destroying storm of blood. How did these two calamities end up together? And they just had to block my path here. Feng Baiyu felt his temples throbbing, secretly cursing his terrible luck for running into these two ruthless characters who could skip levels to wreak havoc at the same time. If he were alone, it would be fine. Even if he couldn't win 1 against 2, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem. But right now, Feng Chengguang and Wang Long were at a critical stage of absorbing spirit rings, and he could never leave them behind to escape alone. Feng Baiyu did not know that the ice-fire two-headed dragon had been drawn here by the phoenix aura radiating from Xiaohaitzi. The dragon clan was naturally sensitive to the phoenix bloodline. That aura was both a temptation and a provocation to it. Meanwhile, that dark golden terror claw bear was merely out foraging and happened to stumble upon the commotion. But the reason no longer mattered. Seeing the two vicious beasts drawing closer and closer, Feng Baiyu knew that a fierce battle was, in the end, unavoidable. Just as well, I'll take this chance to test my strength. A flash of battle intent crossed Feng Baiyu's eyes. He wanted to see if he, a prospective spirit elder who appeared to be level 30 but actually had unfathomable foundations, could take down these ferocious giant beasts. Young Lord. Du Guyan's face turned pale the moment she sensed the terrifying aura of the two vicious beasts. Her voice carried an imperceptible tremble as she urgently advised, "Please leave this place quickly. Don't worry about us." Feng Yixu also nodded heavily, her spirit, the white rainbow sword, already appearing in her hand. Her gaze was resolute. "Ninth great uncle, we will stay behind to distract them. You must escape safely." "Nonsense." Feng Baiyu gave a low chuckle and said nonchalantly, "Since when have I, Feng Baiyu, been someone who retreats in the face of battle?" As he spoke, instead of retreating, he took a step forward. His spirit power surged like a tide, shielding Du Guyan and the other girl behind him. "Yan Yan, Yixu." Feng Baiyu turned his head to look at the two girls behind him, his tone as steady as a stabilizing pillar. "Stay here and guard Chengguang and Wang Long. I'm going to take care of these two troubles." Before his voice had even faded, he raised his hand and gave a look to Xiaohaitzi on his shoulder. Xiaohaitzi gave a sharp cry and transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into Feng Baiyu's body. In the next second, the spirit power around Feng Baiyu exploded, and a cyan gold halo swept out like a tide. Second spirit ability, Azure Phoenix True Body. Phoenix Domain. With his low shout, brilliant light feathers burst from his pores, and a pair of massive azure phoenix phantoms slowly unfurled behind him. His sharp golden pupils grew increasingly dazzling within the light and shadow, and a majesty that towered over the vicious beasts suddenly spread out. The surrounding area was also directly enveloped by his domain. Azure Phoenix True Body. Increases attack, defense, speed, wind attribute attack, and all attribute resistance by 300%. Grants immunity to an absorption of wind attribute attacks. Phoenix Domain. Buffs self by 20%, restricts enemies by 15%. Feng Baiyu's Azure Phoenix True Body originated from a 6,600-year-old Azure Phoenix Spirit Ring. Combined with the 500-year cultivation increase from the God's Trial reward, it possessed the terrifying power equivalent to a 7,000-year Spirit Ring. At this moment, as his Phoenix Domain unfolded, cyan gold flames swept in all directions like a tide, and the heaven and earth spiritual chi within the domain gathered toward him frantically. In terms of attribute intensity alone, he was already no inferior to a top-tier 10,000-year spirit beast. More importantly, the flight ability granted to him by the Azure Phoenix allowed him to firmly maintain air superiority. Against the dark golden terror claw bear, which was not good at aerial combat, and the clumsily built ice-fire two-headed dragon, Feng Baiyu could completely rely on his flexible positioning and diving attacks to play with the two vicious beasts in the palm of his hand. In a one-on-one duel, he could even rely on his continuous spirit power and precise strikes to exhaust these two top-tier vicious beasts of the same level to death. But the moment Feng Baiyu unleashed his Azure Phoenix True Body, the originally aggressive ice-fire two-headed dragon suddenly slammed on the brakes. Its two pairs of vertical pupils stared fixedly at Feng Baiyu, and a low whimper came from its throat, faintly revealing a hint of wariness. The dark golden terror claw bear following behind also stopped its charge. Its fan-sized bear paw pressed onto the ground, its thick neck slowly turned, and its copper bell-like eyes locked onto Feng Baiyu. The ferocious gaze that had been aimed at the ice-fire two-headed dragon completely shifted to him. Looking at the dark golden terror claw bear's reaction, Feng Baiyu's heart suddenly stirred. This vicious beast's target wasn't him at all. However, the arrow was already on the string. The pressure of the Azure Phoenix True Body had already spread out, and the attention of both vicious beasts was focused on him. No matter who the original target was, this fierce battle was already unavoidable. Scree! A sharp phoenix cry pierced the clouds. Feng Baiyu beat his wings and swept to the side and rear of the ice-fire two-headed dragon. With a sudden flap of his wings, the cyan flames around him abruptly condensed in his eyes. Fire Phoenix Eye, two crimson gold rays, refined to the extreme, shot down like falling stars, accurately blasting the two heads of the ice-fire two-headed dragon. Boom! The crimson gold flames blasted against the heads of the ice-fire two-headed dragon without warning, and the violent collision instantly exploded into a blinding ball of light. Two columns of blood suddenly sprayed from the wounds on the dragon heads, blooming into two tragic flowers of blood in the air. But the scales of the ice-fire two-headed dragon were truly powerful. This strike, at most, only grazed its flesh and didn't even count as a light injury. In its pain, its ice and fire pupils simultaneously burst with a ferocious light, and it tilted its heads back to let out a deafening roar at Feng Baiyu. Roar! The ice-fire two-headed dragon was completely enraged by the pain, and the blood at its wounds instead stimulated its ferocity. Its massive body suddenly tensed, and its left and right heads lowered at the same time, beginning to frantically swallow and spit the elemental power of heaven and earth. Chapter 70. Overpowering Suppression. However, Feng Baiyu didn't give the ice-fire two-headed dragon another chance to prepare its ultimate move. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a streak of azure gold light and instantly swept over the head of the dark golden terror claw bear. Seeing Feng Baiyu move out of its attack range, the ice-fire two-headed dragon could only watch as the ice and fire power it had condensed to the extreme unwillingly dissipated. Its thick dragon tail swept violently toward a giant tree nearby, snapping the thick trunk in half. Then, with heavy steps, it charged toward Feng Baiyu and the dark golden terror claw bear. Feng Baiyu was in no hurry to launch an attack. Instead, he hovered in midair and began to gather power. The azure feathers surrounding him suddenly lit up with a brilliant golden light. Every single feather seemed to be burning, and surging spirit power churned and condensed within him like a tide. He was clearly preparing an ultimate move capable of heavily wounding his opponent. Open black lens bracket Phoenix Feather Close black lens bracket. This move could be released instantly to defeat enemies, but it could also be used to unleash world-destroying power by accumulating spirit power. At this moment, Feng Baiyu held absolute air superiority and stood in an invincible position, so he naturally wasn't in a rush to strike. Azure gold spirit power surged around him like a tide. With every second he spent condensing it, the pressure became heavier. The dark golden terror claw bear below felt as if a mountain were hanging over its head, and even its breathing became sluggish. Sensing the pressure overhead growing stronger, the dark golden terror claw bear below roared repeatedly in panic. Its thick bare paws slammed into the ground again and again, but it could only watch as the terrifying power continued to climb, unable to touch it even in the slightest. The dark golden terror claw bear was also completely enraged. Its thick paws slammed into the ground, causing the surrounding trees to shake. It suddenly raised its massive head, its bell-like eyes staring fixedly at Feng Baiyu in the air. A low, violent roar rumbled from its throat, clearly shouting, "Come down here." The dark golden terror claw bear possessed immense brute strength but had neither the ability to fly nor any anti-air methods. Its proud open black lens bracket dark golden dreadclaw close black lens bracket was incredibly powerful, but its maximum attack range couldn't even touch the corner of Feng Baiyu's clothes. It could only watch as its enemy circled and provoked it from above. This frustration of having power but being unable to use it made it slam the ground repeatedly, yet it was completely helpless. Feng Baiyu glimpsed the ice-fire two-headed dragon charging over. Sensing the saturated spirit power within his body, he no longer hesitated and poured his power downward. Open black lens bracket Phoenix Feather Close black lens bracket. With a soft shout, dense azure gold feathers suddenly appeared in the sky. Each one shimmered with a sharp luster, sweeping toward the large area below like a rainstorm. These feathers contained pure wind attribute power and possessed an indestructible piercing quality. Those attacks landed squarely on the dark golden terror claw bear. Sensing the world-destroying pressure overhead, the dark golden terror claw bear's fur immediately stood on end, and it let out a roar that shook the forest. It didn't dare to hesitate for a second and instantly activated its strongest defensive spirit ability, Open black lens bracket, dark golden body protection, close black lens bracket. Its pitch black fur suddenly exploded outward, standing tall and grim like steel needles. Immediately after, a layer of rich, dark golden light surged out from beneath its skin. This layer of light didn't just float on the surface, it merged with its flesh, blood, and bones, forming high tenacity armor that possessed both incredible physical resistance and spirit power defense. At the same time, Feng Baiyu's offensive had already descended. The dense azure gold feathers crashed down like a rainstorm, colliding violently with the dark golden armor on the dark golden terror claw bear's body. In an instant, a continuous series of crisp clangs erupted. Amidst the flying sparks, it sounded as piercing as metal clashing against metal. Every single feather contained sharp wind attribute power. Although they were blocked one by the dark golden armor, they still shook the dark golden terror claw bear's massive body repeatedly. It let out a muffled groan and dug its thick limbs deep into the soil to barely stabilize its form. When Feng Baiyu's open black lens bracket Phoenix Feather close black lens bracket offensive completely finished, the dark golden terror claw bear, which had been so fearsome just moments ago, collapsed like a ruined mountain. Its massive body twitched, unable to move even an inch. The dark golden protective light around its body had long since dimmed and dispersed. Its pitch black fur was soaked in blood, and blood gushed from its wounds, staining a large area of soil red. Clearly, it had completely lost the ability to fight. It had to be said that this 6,500-year-old dark golden terror claw bear was indeed powerful, and the defense of its open black lens bracket dark golden body protection close black lens bracket was top tier among those of the same rank. But the Azure Phoenix clan was the natural nemesis of such land-dwelling brutes. The absolute advantage of air superiority allowed Feng Baiyu to launch attacks as he pleased, while the dark golden terror claw bear couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. In the collision of full-strength blows just now, Feng Baiyu was ultimately superior. Just as Feng Baiyu was fully suppressing the dark golden terror claw bear, the ice fire two-headed dragon had quietly finished gathering its power. Boom tilde. The air around the left dragon head suddenly dropped to freezing point. Visible ice blue cold air surged frantically like a living thing, swirling into a massive vortex in front of the dragon head. The right dragon head spat out crimson flames. That fire was no ordinary flame. Its color was as deep and vivid as molten iron. The high temperature distorted the surrounding air, and the nearby plants instantly lost their vitality. When this ultimate move capable of tearing heaven and earth apart was fully formed, the ice fire two-headed dragon's two pairs of vertical pupils simultaneously locked onto Feng Baiyu in the sky. With a roar, it unleashed the ice storm and the fire torrent at the same time. The two distinct and terrifying powers intertwined, sweeping toward Feng Baiyu like a world-ending wave. The wind-up is too long. Feng Baiyu had long seen through the fatal flaw of this ice fire two-headed dragon, so he had watched coldly the entire time, letting it laboriously gather power below. At the moment the ice and fire torrents were about to touch him, Feng Baiyu's figure suddenly turned into an azure gold afterimage, moving several yards horizontally like a ghost, perfectly dodging this terrifying attack that could have torn the forest apart. After missing, the two powers collided with a bang, sending ice shards and sparks flying everywhere. Meanwhile, he was already hovering in the air on the other side, looking down with a cold smile at the ice fire two-headed dragon, whose aura was slightly sluggish from the full-strength strike. Reality isn't a card game. If I can dodge, why should I take it head-on? Feng Baiyu always disdained such head-on foolishness. What he was best at was using the flight ability granted by the Azure Phoenix to occupy absolute air superiority, toy with his opponent like a cat with a mouse, and gradually wear them down with long-range attacks, just like now. During the brief opening in the ice fire two-headed dragon's aura after its full-strength blow, Feng Baiyu seized the fleeting opportunity. The crimson gold light in his eyes surged, and two condensed open black lens bracket fire phoenix eye close black lens bracket beams shot accurately toward the sides of its torso. This was the target spirit beast chosen by Dugu Yan, so he naturally couldn't kill it directly. What Feng Baiyu needed to do was heavily wound and capture it alive. After nursing it for a while, he would hand it over to Dugu Yan to personally complete the final harvest. But as Feng Baiyu's attacks landed precisely time and again, the ice-fire two-headed dragon finally realized the reality. It was no match for this phoenix before it. A sense of grievance and despair welled up in its heart. It knew that if it continued to hold out, it would end up just like the dark golden terror claw bear. Without further hesitation, it suddenly turned around and tried to flee into the depths of the dense forest. Feng Baiyu saw the direction it was leaving but did not give chase. Rumble. At the moment it turned, a violent sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Zan Ying descended from the sky with her spirit possession active. With just a simple attack, she heavily wounded the ice-fire two-headed dragon. Still trying to escape. Chapter 71. The Third Spirit Ring. Seeing Zan Ying's arrival, Feng Baiyu abruptly withdrew the azure phoenix aura flowing around his body. The brilliant open black lens bracket azure phoenix true body close black lens bracket receded like a tide, transforming him back into the handsome youth. Xiao Haitzi stood in place, glaring malevolently at the distant ice-fire two-headed dragon. He had already begun gathering power, preparing to deliver a fatal strike to the opponent. The open black lens bracket Kunshan bash close black lens bracket. Looking at the person not far away, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but curl his lips. Grandmother, you've been here for a long time, haven't you? You were just going to keep watching. Wasn't I just coming to see what you're capable of? A hearty smile rippled across Zan Ying's face, her tone full of praise. Looking at it now, your strength is truly beyond expectations, it's completely eye-opening. His attack power far exceeded that of a top-tier spirit king, and his speed could even rival a spirit emperor's. With a setup like Feng Baiyu's, winning against spirit emperors who lacked long-range attack methods would be no problem at all. One had to remember, Feng Baiyu was still only a two-ring prospective spirit elder. What shook Zan Ying's heart the most were the two purple spirit rings on Feng Baiyu's body. The first spirit ring was only about 1,000 years old, but the second spirit ring had actually reached 6,000 or 7,000 years. Such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration was something that, even with Zan Ying's vast experience and broad horizons, she found inconceivable, almost unable to believe her own eyes. Could the body-tempering effect of that whale glue be terrifying to such an extent? Zan Ying had only personally tested a 10,000-year grade whale glue yesterday. Although it was effective, it could never be this heaven-defying. Could it be that what Feng Baiyu consumed was 100,000-year whale glue? As soon as this thought surfaced, Zan Ying forcibly suppressed it. Strictly speaking, she was now Feng Baiyu's direct subordinate. One thought of his could determine her life or death. She must never ask about things she shouldn't. Just as Zan Ying finished speaking, the figures of Feng Qingluan, Dugu Bo, and Dugu Xin came into view one after another. Looking at the three of them appearing almost simultaneously, the slight doubt in Feng Baiyu's heart vanished instantly, and he became certain. They had likely arrived long ago and were just hiding in the shadows, wanting to witness his true strength with their own eyes. His grandfather's assessment of his strength was, for one, to know exactly how deep his current cultivation was, and for another, to truly be able to set his mind at ease regarding his future. As for deliberately letting the Dugu father and son see it, the intention was more than obvious. It was to display his power and sever any thoughts of betrayal they might have. Baiyu, here is the running pheasant I caught for you. Feng Qingluan tossed a massive spirit beast onto the ground and said nonchalantly, it's not quite 20,000 years, probably around 17 or 18,000. That'll do. Looking at the age before him, a look of satisfaction appeared on Feng Baiyu's face. For him, the sooner he secured the spirit ring, the better. As for cultivating it to an age that better suited his absorption, that really wasn't a problem. Feng Baiyu had countless herbs in his storage spirit tool, and he could raise it in a matter of moments. Mr. Dugu. Feng Baiyu's gaze fell upon Dugu Bo and Dugu Xin as he said solemnly, I'll trouble you two to take these two spirit beasts to the ice and fire yin-yang well and ensure they are strictly guarded. That ice-fire two-headed dragon can be left for Yan Yan, as for this dark golden terror claw bear. He paused slightly, a hint of deliberation flashing in his eyes. I still need to consider it carefully. The terrifying combat power of a dark golden terror claw bear was something everyone present knew well. Without a doubt, it would surely provide an extremely powerful spirit ability. Now that this vicious beast had been easily captured alive by Feng Baiyu, no matter who this opportunity eventually went to, it would result in a leap in strength. Dugu Bo and Dugu Shin quickly responded, solemnly giving Feng Baiyu a deep bow. Previously, they were still worrying about Dugu Yan's third spirit ring, but they hadn't expected such a perfect choice to be delivered to them now. At this moment, the two became even more certain that choosing to take refuge with Feng Baiyu was truly the wisest decision. The Dugu father and son dared not delay for a moment and immediately left in a hurry with the two spirit beasts. This matter was of great importance and allowed for no carelessness. Once their figures had completely disappeared, Feng Baiyu took out an earth attribute medicinal herb from his robes and stuffed it directly into the running pheasant's mouth. The herb transformed into pure medicinal power the moment it entered its mouth, and the running pheasant's aura climbed at a visible rate, its age skyrocketing. This speed of improvement was much faster than that of the azure phoenix, which had only consumed some herb scraps before. As the two earth attribute herbs were fully ingested, the aura on the running pheasant became increasingly heavy, its age infinitely approaching 20,000 years. And the closer it got, the slower the age increased. It wasn't that Feng Baiyu had no way to help it break through this barrier, but doing so would require using the precious open black lens bracket Earth Dragon Golden Melon Close Black Lens Bracket. In his view, consuming such a supreme treasure just for a spirit beast's age was simply not worth it. It would be better to save the treasure and use it to increase the age of his spirit rings during his future god's trial. Grandfather. Feng Baiyu turned to look at his grandfather beside him and said solemnly, I'm going to begin absorbing my third spirit ring. I'll trouble you to act as my protector. Don't worry. Feng Qingluan laughed heartily, his tone full of confidence. There are no strong enemies lurking nearby. Even if 100,000-year spirit beast really came charging in, I would never let it disturb you. Feng Baiyu gave a low response, and brilliant gold-red light suddenly erupted from his eyes. The open black lens bracket Fire Phoenix Eye Close Black Lens Bracket was instantly unleashed, accurately locking onto the running pheasant. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rang out. Before the running pheasant could even let out a wail, it fell dead on the spot. Watching the pitch-black spirit ring slowly rise, Feng Baiyu immediately signaled for Xiao Haixi to begin the absorption. This 19,900-year third spirit ring would still require a significant amount of mental effort even with Feng Baiyu's physique. While he was focused on refining the power of the spirit ring, Wang Long and Feng Chengguang also woke up from their meditation one after another. Feng Yixu, who was always lively, saw the two open their eyes and immediately hopped over to Feng Chengguang's side. She chirped excitedly about how ninth great uncle had just hunted two powerful spirit beasts and acted as their protector, her tone full of excitement and admiration. Hearing this, Wang Long and Feng Chengguang were both shocked. They could never have imagined that the young lord, ninth great uncle, would, for their sake, single-handedly fight the ice-fire two-headed dragon and the dark golden terror claw bear, two great vicious beasts, and even subdue them one by one. Beyond the shock, the two almost subconsciously hurried over to Feng Baiyu's side. Watching his figure as he calmly absorbed that pitch-black spirit ring, the turmoil in their hearts became even more intense, their eyes filled with unspeakable awe and emotion. Both were from great families. With just one glance, they could tell that the age of that spirit ring likely approached 20,000 years. Even for spirit masters like them, who were backed by sects and possessed abundant resources, they would only dare to wait until their sixth spirit ring before attempting to absorb one of such an age. But who would have thought that Feng Baiyu, at the stage of obtaining only his third spirit ring, would have such courage and strength? The gap between people could actually be this large. It was simply more vast than the gap between a human and a dog. Chapter 72. The Third Trial of the Phoenix God begins. A 20,000-year spirit ring was well within the tolerance range for Feng Baiyu and Xiao Haixi. Although the absorption process took some time, it was steady throughout, without the slightest accident. Once the spirit ring was completely fused, the second trial of the open black lens bracket 9 trials of the Phoenix Close Black Lens Bracket within Feng Baiyu's body was also declared a successful conclusion. Open black lens bracket 9 trials of the Phoenix 2 Close Black Lens Bracket. Obtained 2 spirit rings within 2.5 years. Completed. The task was finished perfectly and exceeded requirements. Rewards. Spirit ring age increased by 5,000 years, 10% Phoenix Essence Blood. Extra reward. Divine rank contract open black lens bracket Phoenix Covenant close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Phoenix Covenant close black lens bracket. Form a contract with the majesty of the King of 10,000 birds. All spirit beasts belonging to the avian category can be brought under one's command. Once the contract is formed, the spirit beast will swear by its divine soul to never deviate, and can bathe in the grace of the phoenix, obtaining a growth speed 10 times that of the past, rapidly advancing toward a stronger realm. With the successful completion of the open black lens bracket 9 trials of the Phoenix second trial close black lens bracket, Feng Baiyu's 3 spirit rings all surged by 5,000 years in age. The original purple second spirit ring, which had only 7,000 years of cultivation, suddenly shed its light purple hue at this moment, transforming into a deep, ink-like 10,000-year black ring, as heavy spirit power fluctuations surged around his body. Just as the afterglow of the spirit ring's transformation had not yet dissipated, the prompt for the open black lens bracket 9 trials of the Phoenix third trial close black lens bracket already resounded in his sea of consciousness. A new round of trials had quietly arrived. Open black lens bracket 9 trials of the Phoenix 3 close black lens bracket. Independently kill a true dragon in its complete state within 2.5 years. Reward. All spirit rings will share the age of that true dragon's spirit ring, 10% Phoenix essence blood. As that, all, Feng Baiyu looked at the settlement light screen of the second trial, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Previously, when he completed the first trial in less than half the time stipulated by the divine trial, the reward he obtained was a direct doubling of his spirit ring ages. But this time, he had used less than 1/10 of the time limit to perfectly complete the second trial, yet the reward given was still just a doubling of the spirit ring ages. Feng Baiyu was clearly not very satisfied with such a result. But since the Phoenix God's rewards were already settled, even if he felt unwilling, he had no way to dispute it. Only when his gaze swept over the content of the third trial did he couldn't help but furrow his brows in deep thought. Kill a true dragon and share its spirit ring age. This short line of words sent Feng Baiyu into a consideration of the task's difficulty and timing. In the past, Feng Baiyu would have certainly set off without pause to find a true dragon to slay, striving to exceed the task requirements at the fastest speed. But now, knowing that the reward upper limit was only a doubling, he instead calmed his heart. There was no need to rush. It would be better to steadily improve his strength within the 15-month time limit, and then go hunt a more powerful true dragon to maximize the value of this reward. After absorbing the third spirit ring, Feng Baiyu's spirit power settled firmly at rank 39. Although this result was a bit lower than his previous expectation, the gap was still within a controllable range, so he could accept it calmly. He now had enough time to cultivate to rank 40 and obtain his fourth spirit ring. At that time, he could also face a stronger true dragon and share its spirit ring age. At the very least, it would have to be a true dragon of 40,000 years or more. Feng Baiyu calculated secretly in his heart, true dragons of 70,000 or even 80,000 years were his targets. As for even more powerful existences, he didn't dare to think too much about them for the time being. True dragons were not common cabbages found everywhere. Even if he advanced to Spirit King in the future, it would be absolutely impossible for him to be a match for a 100,000-year true dragon. Well, maybe, if he encountered a true dragon with weaker mechanics, there would still be a way to kill it. Feng Baiyu slowly stood up, nodded slightly toward his grandfather, and said in a clear voice, "Grandfather, I am no longer hindered." A gentle smile spread across Feng Qingluan's face, his tone full of gratification. "It's good that you've finished. It's time for us to set off and return." Everyone on this trip had gained something, except for Dugu Xin, who had not yet obtained a spirit ring. However, the Dugu family had now gained such a powerful existence as the Ice-Fire Two-Headed Dragon, whose value far exceeded Dugu Xin obtaining a single spirit ring. Once the Dugu father and son settled the two spirit beasts, they would naturally go separately to seek a suitable spirit ring for Dugu Xin. In this regard, they didn't need to worry. With Feng Qingluan and Zan Ying leading the team, the group marched grandly toward the direction of Heaven Do City. On the way, Feng Baiyu looked at Wang Long and the other two, his tone carrying a bit of concern. "How is the power of your newly acquired spirit abilities? Are they to your liking?" "Wang Long, you speak first." "Young lord, Since absorbing that spirit ring, my spirit power has broken through to rank 32. Wang Long first bowed to report his spirit power progress, then continued with an irrepressible excitement in his voice. In terms of spirit abilities, it's as I wished. I've awakened the open black lens bracket coiling dragon 7 kills staff close black lens bracket. This is a combo type power attack spirit ability, and its power far exceeds my previous expectations. Open black lens bracket coiling dragon 7 kills close black lens bracket, instantly swings 7 consecutive attacks, with each strike additionally increasing attack power by 5%. As Wang Long's voice fell, his eyes were full of excitement that he couldn't hold back. Looking at this third spirit ability alone, it was already quite an excellent combo type power attack skill. If combined with the amplification effects of his first and second spirit abilities, even a spirit ancestor level opponent might not be able to withstand this set of consecutive moves. The terrifying burst of 7 strikes in 1 second directly raised his overall strength by more than 1 level. Not bad at all. After listening, Feng Baiyu nodded slightly, a hint of praise flitting through his eyes. This spirit ability is full of the beauty of extreme numerical values. It is indeed most suitable for a power attack type spirit master like you. I also feel it's very suitable. Wang Long's face was full of excitement he couldn't suppress, but as soon as he spoke, he remembered the matter of refusing the soft bones rabbit spirit ring earlier, and the light in his eyes dimmed a bit, as a trace of guilt quietly climbed onto his brow. The young lord was clearly thinking of him everywhere, yet he had been so ungrateful as to pick and choose. But how could Wang Long know that even if he hadn't spoken up to refuse, Feng Baiyu would never have let him absorb that soft bones rabbit spirit ring? That soft bones rabbit simply could not have produced the combo type spirit ability he needed. If Wang Long had really absorbed it, it would have instead become a stain on Feng Baiyu's record. As Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over, Feng Chengguang hurriedly stepped forward and reported with a bow, "Ninth great uncle, my spirit power has broken through to rank 22. The newly awakened second spirit ability is named Open Black Lens Bracket Annihilation Sword Chi Close Black Lens Bracket. Not only is its attack power impressive, capable of making enemies fall into a brief state of weakness, but it also has a special effect. It can directly obliterate the opponents. Spirit Power Cultivation. Open Black Lens Bracket Annihilation Sword Chi Close Black Lens Bracket releases a powerful sword chi that can obliterate enemy attacks. If it hits an enemy, it puts the opponent into a weakened state. As soon as Feng Chengguang's voice fell, everyone present showed expressions of shock. This open black lens bracket annihilation sword chi close black lens bracket not only possessed both power attack and debuff capabilities but also had the rare characteristic of spirit power obliteration. From the perspective of both growth potential and practicality, it was absolutely a top-tier spirit ability that could accompany him for a lifetime. At the moment of a spirit power clash, a mere second spirit ability could actually perish together with an enemy's 10,000-year spirit ability. If it directly hit the opponent, it could even attach a troublesome debuff. It had both solid damage values and a mechanism full of functionality. It could be called a perfect all-around spirit ability. 73 Chapter 73 Phoenix Rebirth. Feng Chengguang's voice had just fallen, and even the knowledgeable Feng Qingluan and Zan Ying nearby couldn't help but show envy. Although the two were battle-hardened and possessed many powerful spirit abilities, they had never seen such a shameless skill. Just imagine, a mere second spirit ability could head-on collide with an enemy's fifth, or even sixth, spirit ability, ultimately causing both attacks to vanish into nothingness. This cost-effectiveness was simply heaven-defying. Feng Qingluan thought to himself. Even if Feng Chengguang reached the title Douluo level, this spirit ability could probably still shave off half the power of an opponent's ninth spirit ability even if it collided head-on with a spirit master of the same rank. Such a sinister and tricky skill was simply unreasonable. If it wasn't weakened, how could others even fight? Brother Chengguang's spirit ability is too powerful. Feng Yixu's eyes lit up as she listened, and she shook her body with envy, then her little face slumped, her tone tinged with a bit of grievance. But my second spirit ability open black lens bracket white rainbow sword chi close black lens bracket isn't very useful. Apart from being able to turn corners and go around obstacles, it doesn't seem to have any other special features. Sword chi that can turn. Zan Ying turned his head sharply upon hearing this, his tone full of disbelief. you're still not satisfied even though it can turn. Compared to Feng Chengguang's annihilation sword chi, which could be called a bug, Feng Yixu's white rainbow sword chi did indeed seem plain. However, this mechanism of being able to freely change direction was already extremely heaven-defying. Looking at the entire Spirit Master's world, the fourth spirit ability of an ordinary spirit ancestor might not even have such a practical characteristic. When it came to actual combat value, the fifth spirit ability of the vast majority of spirit masters would pale in comparison. The little girl is actually a schemer. Zhan Ying looked at Feng Yixu with a half-smile, his tone full of teasing. This spirit ability of yours is enough to make others green with envy. Indeed, after listening to the three's report on their spirit abilities, Feng Baiyu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the three of them with a hint of approval. One focuses on burst values, one wins with a special mechanism, and one combines the strengths of both. These three spirit abilities of yours can truly be used for a lifetime without being eliminated. It's just a pity that the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear is not very compatible with the three of you. Feng Baiyu said, his tone full of regret. That is a top-tier attack system spirit beast. If it could be absorbed, it would highly likely awaken a high-burst attack system spirit ability. Unfortunately, the spirit attributes of Feng Chengguang and Feng Yixu were completely incompatible with it. As for Wang Long, it wasn't that the attributes were wrong, but that the age of this Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear was too low. To raise it to the 10,000-year level before letting Wang Long absorb it. There was no need to waste resources. Given Wang Long's potential, if he really wanted a spirit ring from a Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, wouldn't it be better to just go and hunt a 10,000-year-old one? Feng Chengguang and the other two didn't feel much regret, they had already gained a lot from this trip. It was just a Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, its presence or absence was irrelevant. They were not greedy people, and they knew well that it was useless to force things that didn't belong to them. Compared to worrying about the ownership of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, they were more curious about what Feng Baiyu's third spirit ability was. But Feng Baiyu didn't take the initiative to mention it, and the three didn't dare to ask rashly, so they could only keep this curiosity in their hearts. It wasn't just the three of them. Who didn't dare to ask? Even Feng Qingluan didn't say a word. He knew his grandson's abilities too well. Feng Baiyu's third spirit ability would definitely not be bad. Following the pattern of the previous two times, it was highly likely a core spirit ability that could establish a foundation, similar to open black lens bracket running pheasant true body close black lens bracket. It was just that he still had a question in his heart. This time, when obtaining the third spirit ring, would Baiyu also get a compatible spirit bone like the previous two times? It was better to wait until there was no one around to ask about such things. Feng Baiyu noticed his grandfather's gaze, turned his head to look back, and a faint smile bloomed on his face. His third spirit ability was exactly open black lens bracket running pheasant true body close black lens bracket, and it was the perfect version that could increase all attributes by 400%. As for the spirit bone, he had even harvested a left leg bone with nearly 20,000 years of cultivation, which had already been absorbed and refined into his body when he was absorbing the spirit ring. Open black lens bracket running pheasant left leg bone close black lens bracket. This spirit bone possessed a powerful spirit ability called open black lens bracket phoenix nirvana close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phoenix nirvana close black lens bracket can be reborn after death. The cost is a reduction of 2.5 levels of spirit power. CD is 2.5 years, but each time a spirit ring is obtained, the time can be shortened by half. Now that Feng Baiyu already possessed 3 spirit rings, the cooldown time of that special skill had been shortened to 114 days. For him, this was equivalent to being able to reset a resurrection chance every 114 days, which meant he had one more life-saving trump card. And this secret of being able to die and be reborn was his ultimate trump card kept deep in his heart. Except for his grandfather Feng Qingluan, he would never reveal half a word to anyone. He would never place his hope on the fluke of, others will not leak the secret. Whether it was his childhood sweetheart Qian Runshui, or the few subordinates he had just subdued, they must never know about this matter. Only telling his grandfather that he possessed the ability to be reborn was just to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. He was really afraid that one day he would encounter an accident, and his grandfather would see him die, and rush up to fight the enemy desperately, eventually ending up in a situation where both perished together. Woo! Woo! While they were on their way, Xiao Haitzi suddenly opened its throat and called out twice, running away as if there were wind under its feet, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Feng Baiyu shook his head helplessly. He didn't even need to think to know that this little guy had probably set its sights on a demonic beast that looked easy to bully. However, he wasn't worried at all. Since Xiao Haitzi had successively absorbed 3 spirit rings, its strength was no longer what it used to be. If it really went wild, a open black lens bracket Kunshan Bash close black lens bracket would be enough to break the bones and tendons of even a 10,000-year spirit beast. He followed slowly behind, wanting to see what unlucky guy Xiao Haitzi had targeted this time. As the number of spirit rings steadily accumulated, Xiao Haitzi's strength grew rapidly like a rolling snowball, no longer having its initial immature appearance. Especially after successfully absorbing the 3rd spirit ring, Feng Baiyu keenly noticed that its intelligence had significantly jumped. Xiao Haitzi was no longer an ignorant beast driven only by instinct. It could not only accurately understand his instructions but also had the ability to learn and innovate. That cleverness was like 2 different beasts, compared to before. What surprised Feng Baiyu even more was that the heaven and earth treasure and whale glue medicinal materials that Xiao Haitzi had swallowed whole before had actually been refined in its body, taking advantage of the opportunity of absorbing the 3rd spirit ring this time. Most of the massive energy that had been accumulated for a long time had been converted into its own thick spirit power cultivation, and the rest had settled in its bones and bloodline, faintly solidifying its foundation. It was likely that when it absorbed spirit rings later, the accumulated and subsequently eaten things could also be turned into medicinal effects to improve itself. Even when it obtained its 4th or 5th spirit ring, Xiao Haitzi would be able to cultivate independently. By then, Feng Baiyu would even be able to be liberated from cultivating. But by then, would Xiao Haitzi still be a spirit? Stopped. Chapter 74. Emerald Magic Bird, Juju. Stepping through the familiar doors of his home, Feng Baiyu raised his hand to summon the storage spirit tool at his waist. With a gentle swipe of his fingertip across the patterns on the device, an emerald magic bird spirit beast egg, glowing with a faint green light, landed steadily in his palm. This egg was a supreme treasure that Yan's uncle had risked half his life to bring back, and Baiyu had kept it properly sealed until now. In fact, several days ago, the egg had already reached its critical hatching period, but Feng Baiyu had used his own spirit power as a lock to forcibly seal its incubation process, quietly waiting for the right moment. Now that the Phoenix contract was in hand, Feng Baiyu could finally let it see the light of day. He took a deep breath and slowly sat down cross-legged. His spirit power surged like a gurgling stream, flowing along the patterns of his fingertips and being injected drop by drop, with extreme care, into the emerald magic bird egg. The moment it came into contact with the spirit power, the once dormant egg seemed to be awakened with a slumbering vitality. The green light on the eggshell's surface flickered slightly at first. Then, ripples of pale gold patterns quietly spread out from the center of the egg. Vaguely, the faint sound of bird chirps seemed to come from inside the shell, carrying the innocence and joy of a newborn. Time passed quietly. After an unknown amount of time, a slight cracking sound suddenly came from the eggshell. Immediately after, a small emerald green figure struggled to push away the last fragment of the shell. With its wet down feathers clinging to its tiny body, it crawled out of the shell with newborn innocence and frailty. It blinked its round, black bean-like eyes, and its gaze fell upon Feng Baiyu. It then tilted its fuzzy little head, opened its tender yellow beak, and let out a few crisp, soft, ju-ju sounds, as if it were greeting him or asking for something. It looked incredibly adorable. Looking this soft and cute, who would have thought this little fellow is actually one that feeds on brain matter? Feng Baiyu's fingertip gently brushed over the emerald magic bird's fuzzy little head. Spirit power quietly circulated in his palm, and the golden patterns of the Phoenix contract were already faintly visible on his wrist. He looked down at the little fellow's round, black bean eyes and said with a hint of playful doting, "Consider yourself lucky. Follow me from now on, and I guarantee that one day, I'll let you taste the flavor of a true dragon's brain matter." The little fellow tilted its head as if it only half understood. It chirped, "Ju-ju," twice and rubbed its little head against his fingertip. The soft sensation warmed his heart. "You like to chirp, Ju-ju, that much?" Feng Baiyu chuckled. "Then from now on, your name shall be Ju-ju." Xiao Haitzi. Feng Baiyu looked at the jealous Xiao Haitzi beside him and said, "From now on, it's your younger brother. No bullying it." Xiao Haitzi glanced sideways at the emerald magic bird with a look of disdain in its small eyes. Then, it suddenly turned its head away, its neck held stiffly straight, looking exactly like a young master throwing a tantrum. HMPH, it's just not bullying a little fluffball that hasn't even grown yet. Xiao Haitzi was a dignified three-ring spirit. There was no need to lower itself to the level of a tiny thing whose wings hadn't even hardened. Xiao Haitzi arrogantly flicked its tail, turned around, and waddled outside on its short legs, looking like a little tyrant throwing a fit. It had just achieved a breakthrough not long ago, and its strength had surged significantly. Its spirit power was still restless within its meridians, making even its gait carry a bit of uncontrollable force. At this moment, Xiao Haitzi's mind was filled with the desire to find a powerful opponent to test its skills, preferably a dragon. The hatred within its bloodline made it want to kill every single creature with dragon blood. As the third strongest in the Feng manor, Feng Baiyu wasn't worried about Xiao Haitzi's safety at all. Only after the other's figure had completely disappeared from sight did Feng Baiyu raise his hand to summon his storage spirit tool. With a swipe of his finger, several jade boxes containing the brain matter of 100-year spirit beasts landed in his palm. As soon as the jade boxes were opened, a rich aura of spirit power permeated the air. The emerald magic bird was instantly captivated by the scent. Its round, black bean eyes suddenly widened, and a greedy green light flickered in its pupils. Even its wings trembled slightly with excitement. That was an instinctive craving etched into its bloodline. It stared intently at the jade boxes. At this moment, its little head probably only held the words, "Want to eat." "Good boy Tilda." Feng Baiyu gently stroked the emerald magic bird and said, "Eat, go ahead and eat. This was prepared for you." As if it understood Feng Baiyu's permission, the emerald magic bird's black bean eyes instantly brightened with incredible intensity. Flapping its soft, unhardened wings, it landed precisely on the edge of the jade box with a "Ju." It tilted its little head and observed for a moment, then opened its tender yellow beak and began to feast greedily on the slippery brain matter inside the box. Its little tongue flicked nimbly, wishing it could lick even the remaining juices at the bottom of the box clean. In just a short while, more than half of a box of 100-year spirit beast brain matter had been devoured. Having eaten its fill, the little fellow let out a burp tinged with spirit power. It buried its fuzzy head into its wings and actually fell into a doze, lying right on top of the remaining brain matter in the jade box. The fire phoenix true eye on Feng Baiyu's forehead suddenly throbbed violently. His gold-red pupils locked onto the emerald magic bird that had hatched less than an hour ago. The spirit power inside this little fellow was actually climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if years were flowing rapidly through its body. With every breath, its strength was surging in units of years. This astonishing growth trend lasted for a while until the emerald magic bird's aura stabilized at a level equivalent to 36 years of spirit beast cultivation, at which point it completely ceased. Feng Baiyu looked at the slumbering little fellow in his palm, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He then whispered to himself, "Just over half a box of 100-year spirit beast brain matter increased its cultivation by 36 years. Even if the subsequent absorption efficiency slows down, after finishing this box, it should at least reach 45 or even 50 years of cultivation. This growth speed is truly terrifying." Feng Baiyu had quite a few treasures in his storage spirit tool. He had collected dozens of portions of spirit beast brain matter alone, with ages ranging from 100 years to 10,000 years, all of which he had happened upon and gathered over these past few days. The quality of the few spirit beasts he had hunted today was quite good. He had immediately extracted the brain matter completely and carefully stored it in his spirit tool. Among these portions, the one with the best quality was undoubtedly the brain matter of that Benji. Not only was that brain matter's spirit power the most mellow and condensed, but its color also had a rare lustrous sheen. It was clearly a rare and excellent item. Feng Baiyu felt that once the emerald magic bird finished eating his stockpile, it would be able to reach the 10,000-year level. No wonder it would be attacked by groups of spirit beasts, Feng Baiyu murmured softly as he looked at the emerald magic bird sleeping soundly in the jade box. With this terrifying growth speed and its innate ability to challenge those of a higher level, if it's allowed to grow and isn't strangled in the cradle early on, I'm afraid it won't be long before this little fellow can run rampant in the spirit beast world, perhaps even dominating a region. His fingertip lightly tapped the emerald magic bird's emerald green down feathers. In the depths of his eyes, there was both amazement at its talent and a hint of expectation for the future. With such a spirit beast of infinite potential by his side, the road ahead would surely be more secure. Looking at the emerald magic bird by his side, Feng Baiyu set a small goal. First, cultivate it into a 100,000-year spirit beast. Chapter 75. The great commotion caused by the open black lens bracket flame radiance holy lotus close black lens bracket. You've been out for so long, and you didn't even think to come find me first upon returning. Qian Runshui stood in the corridor, her gaze falling upon the emerald magic bird that Feng Baiyu was carefully feeding. With a hint of imperceptible reproach in her tone, she spoke languidly, "So, you've been hiding here, enjoying yourself, playing with birds. Sister Shui, why are you here?" Feng Baiyu turned his head at the sound, a smile instantly blooming on his face, the bird feed still suspended in midair. "I was just pondering that, given Sister Shui's temper, you would surely leave me out in the cold for 5 days before agreeing to see me. I didn't expect you to come looking for me first." "Didn't expect what?" Qian Runshui shot him a sideways glance, her tone carrying a touch of exasperated reproach. "If I say 5 days, must it be exactly 5 days? If I said half a month, would you honestly wait obediently for half a month before showing your face? What choice do I have?" Feng Baiyu lowered his long eyelashes, his voice as soft as honey-soaked cotton candy. "What if I eagerly ran over, only for you to refuse to see me? If I ended up making Sister Shui unhappy, wouldn't it still be my fault?" Hiss! Qian Runshui felt a tingling sensation on her arm and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Frowning, she shoved Feng Baiyu. "Who did you learn this green tea tone from? Change it back immediately. Who could I have learned it from? Doesn't Sister Shui know?" Feng Baiyu glanced at her sideways, his tone carrying a touch of teasing disdain, his eyes clearly saying, "Learning from you." Qian Runshui's face heated up, and her earlobes instantly flushed a light red. Last time, she had used this exact tone to manipulate him, she hadn't expected the tables to turn so quickly, and now she was being retorted with his own version of it. For a moment, she was too embarrassed to speak and could only turn her face away, pretending to watch the bird. "Sister Shui," Feng Baiyu spoke up suddenly, his tone carrying a hint of imperceptible urgency. "The immortal herb I gave you, you haven't consumed it yet." "Ah, no, not yet." Qian Runshui's eyes darted to the side abruptly, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt, her voice growing a little weaker. "After I went back, I thought about it. I was just worried that this open black lens bracket flame radiance holy lotus close black lens bracket would be like that whale gel from last time, and if something went wrong, so I've been waiting for you to come. It won't. This open black lens bracket flame radiance holy lotus close black lens bracket is different from the whale gel, that kind of mishap will absolutely not happen." Feng Baiyu muttered to himself, thinking that the incident with the whale gel was clearly something she had done on purpose. How could he not see that? She was clearly just waiting for him to come to her. He suppressed the amusement in his heart and turned to look at Qian Runshui, his tone testing her. "Sister Shui, are you planning to consume it right here? Is that okay?" Qian Runshui nodded gently, her eyes carrying a hint of matter-of-factness when she looked up at him. "You were the one who found this immortal herb. If there really is any danger, you'll surely know how to save me, right?" "Fine." Feng Baiyu resigned himself to his fate. This open black lens bracket flame radiance holy lotus close black lens bracket was a top-tier immortal herb, capable of enhancing both light and fire attributes simultaneously. Given the extraordinary grade of Qian Runshui's six-winged angel martial soul, after consuming it, she might be able to directly manifest one or even two ultimate attributes. However, everything has its pros and cons. While her strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, her cultivation speed would likely slow down significantly as a result. Feng Baiyu had long anticipated this. He truly did not want to see Qian Runshui stomping her feet in frustration, wearing a mournful face, or even throwing things after learning the truth. Because when that happened, the target of her venting would only be him. He had originally decided to let her refine it on her own at the prince's residence, which would have allowed for some buffer room. But he couldn't withstand her insistence on following him, so now he could only take things one step at a time. If I don't go to hell, who will? Feng Baiyu sighed and said, Sister Shui, go ahead and consume it here. Qian Runshui responded softly, her fingertips plucking out the shimmering open black lens bracket flame radiance holy lotus close black lens bracket. Following Feng Baiyu's previous instructions, she took only the moist and plump lotus seeds and the petals glowing with rosy light, consuming them one by one, while leaving the lotus pod and residual leaves in her palm. After she had eaten all the useful parts, Feng Baiyu stepped forward, reached out to take the remaining useless remnants from her palm, and casually stored them in his storage ring. Feng Baiyu's gaze fell upon Qian Runshui, who was closing her eyes to refine the medicinal power. Seeing the rosy light circulating around her body and her breathing steady, he walked toward the two elders, Snake Lance and Porcupinefish, who were standing guard nearby. Two elders, rest assured. With Sister Shui here with me, her safety is absolutely guaranteed. He bowed slightly, saying politely, if you are idle, why not move to the room next door and help me instruct those four little ones? Snake Lance and Porcupinefish exchanged a glance. How could they not hear that this was a polite way of sending them off? Although the two had their concerns, they knew that Feng Baiyu was not an outsider, so they had no choice but to cup their hands in salute and turn to retreat silently. Feng Baiyu watched Qian Runshui, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, and sat down on the ground nearby, his fingertips gently stroking the feathers of the emerald magic bird. The little creature was stroked comfortably, occasionally letting out soft, chirp chirp sounds, nuzzling against his palm to act spoiled. Feng Baiyu waited patiently, intending to feed it some brain matter when the little thing got hungry. Xiao Haitzi, who was nearby, saw this and trotted over, circling him to beg for food. After a moment of thought, Feng Baiyu took out the leftover lotus pod and residual leaves of the flame radiance holy lotus from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Haitzi. Xiao Haitzi was not picky at all. It leaned in and, in a few bites, devoured the pile of immortal herb remnants completely. Feng Baiyu saw clearly that the remains of the flame radiance holy lotus were not digested and absorbed by it, but instead turned into a stream of pure energy, settling quietly inside its body and gathering together with the power it had stored previously. This little creature was like a walking storage bag. It could stuff anything into its stomach, but it simply refused to digest it properly, just hoarding it all up. Time flowed slowly in the silence. When the last trace of medicinal power merged into her meridians, Qian Runshui finally completely refined the open black lens bracket flame radiance holy lotus close black lens bracket. The next second, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from behind her, and her six-winged angel martial soul burst forth from her body. The holy and scorching radiance was like two scorching suns superimposed upon each other, magnificent and imposing, seemingly about to pierce through the clouds. In an instant, the wind and clouds over Heaven Do City changed color, and the spirit masters throughout the entire city were startled by this terrifying and holy aura, all looking up toward the source of the light. Oh no! Feng Baiyu's expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly, shouting in a low voice, Sister Shui, quickly put away your spirit. Qian Runshui's heart tightened, and she hurriedly calmed her mind to summon the six-winged angel martial soul back into her body. But the brilliant golden light that had just pierced the clouds had already dispersed, and the eyes of the entire Heaven Do City had likely been drawn to it. Xiao Bai, she frowned, her voice carrying a hint of frustration and worry. The commotion just now was too big. Have I been exposed? It is fine. Feng Baiyu's expression remained calm, and he reassured her with a firm tone. Just say that the phenomenon just now was caused by the eruption of the flame radiance holy lotus's medicinal power. No one will suspect you. Sister Shui, go back to your room first and change back into your Shui Qing attire. Leave the rest to me to handle. Qian Runshui responded with a nod, then turned and quickly stepped into Feng Baiyu's room. Almost at the same time, the 3 titled Douluo and 1 quasi-titled Douluo of the Feng manor arrived together, landing in the courtyard and gazing intensely toward the direction where the light had just erupted. Chapter 76. Setting the Trap. Feng Baiyu showed no sign of panic, a confident smile playing on his face. Before the others could even ask, he spoke up to reassure them, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. Everything is under control." Feng Baiyu's gaze slowly fell upon the 2 elders, Snake Lance and Porcupinefish. His tone was calm but carried an indisputable weight. "Elders, please excuse yourselves for a moment. I will handle the next part of the matter." "Understood." The 2 did not hesitate for a second. They gave a slight nod to Feng Baiyu and Feng Qingluan before turning and quickly retreating into the side hall. Not long after, several subtle oars quietly probed toward the Feng manor. A cold light flashed in Feng Baiyu's eyes, and he gave his grandfather a meaningful look without saying a word. Seeing this, Feng Qingluan suddenly let out a cold snort. The sound was by no means human. It was like an ancient vicious beast roaring from the clouds, shaking the parasol tree leaves in the courtyard into a frantic fall, and even the ground began to show faint, fine cracks. In the next second, 9 solid spirit rings suddenly emerged around him. 8 rings as deep as ink surrounded him, with a blood-red spirit ring slowly rotating at the outermost edge. Once this configuration appeared, the surrounding air instantly froze, and even the wind seemed to stop out of fear. Vile scoundrels! Feng Qingluan took a step forward. When his foot hit the ground, the entire Feng manor trembled 3 times. "Do you even know what place this is? How dare you stretch out your dog eyes to look?" He raised his hand and made a grasping motion. Spirit power surged out like a tsunami, and several muffled groans immediately came from outside the courtyard. Those spies were instantly heavily injured, no longer showing their previous arrogance. "Sister Shui." Feng Baiyu looked at Qian Runshui, who had already changed her clothes, and spoke with a smile, "If you're ready, we should set off." Before he finished, he seemed to remember something and deliberately added with a drawn-out tone, "Brother Shui." That last, "Brother Shui," carried a mischievous lilt, creating a contrast with his gentleness from a second ago, instantly adding a bit of lively fun. Qian Runshui glanced sideways at Feng Baiyu, her eyes seemingly containing a bit of reproach, but in the end, she said nothing to refute him. The 2 walked out side by side. Feng Baiyu leaned in toward Qian Runshui's side, muttering something under his breath. After hearing Feng Baiyu's plan, Qian Runshui only gave a slight nod, her tone certain. "Don't worry, just leave this matter to me." As they spoke, the 2 had already reached the market. Shui Qing lightly tapped his toes and stepped onto the carriage. Pulling the curtain back, he looked back at Feng Baiyu and said loudly, "Brother Feng, rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter perfectly for you. Brother Shui, just do your best." The corners of Feng Baiyu's lips curled slightly, his smile full of confidence. "In any case, I won't be the one losing out in the end." After saying that, he slightly cupped his hands, "Farewell." Shui Qing cupped his hands in return to bid Feng Baiyu farewell. After saying, "Until we meet again," he raised his hand to signal the driver to start. The carriage wheels began to turn, heading steadily toward the direction of the imperial palace. Watching the carriage gradually drive away, Feng Qingluan couldn't help but tug at Feng Baiyu's sleeve and asked with his head tilted up, "Can this plan of yours really succeed? If it succeeds, great. Even if it doesn't, it's no big deal." Feng Baiyu chuckled. He looked up at the approaching elders, Snake Lance and Si Shui, and instructed, "From now on, you 2 must follow Sister Shui closely. Her situation from here on will only be more dangerous than before. Your subordinates obey." Snake Lance and Si Shui responded in unison. Not daring to delay for a moment, they immediately followed after her at a quick pace. Inside the main hall of the imperial palace, the gilded candlesticks flickered with dancing flames, making the pillars carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes appear even more majestic. "Imperial Father, thanks to the immortal herb gifted by the young lord of the Feng family, Feng Baiyu, your son Swan Martial's soul has actually evolved to possess the light attribute." Inside the imperial hall, the disguised Shui Qing bowed her head, her tone unable to hide her excitement. After Emperor Shui Yi gave a signal, She slowly raised her hand. A lustrous white halo flowed out from her palm, and a phantom of a swan with wings covered in a faint golden light spread its wings behind her. A sacred aura instantly filled the hall. It was a swan martial soul with holy golden light flowing all over its body. When its wings spread, even the candlelight in the hall seemed to lose its luster. Emperor Shui Yi's eyes suddenly widened, and he lunged forward from his dragon throne, crying out in shock, "Light a tribute. It really is the radiant swan spirit." The legacy spirit of the Shui Yi family was the swan. Although it was passed down through the bloodline, there were occasional cases of mutation. These mutated spirits included, but were not limited to, the black swan, blazing swan, radiant swan, emerald swan. And this radiant swan possessed both formidable offensive capabilities and exquisite support methods, making it the pinnacle of all mutated spirits in the Shui family. Emperor Shui Yi was so shocked his dragon body trembled. He never expected that his son Shui Qing, whom he had always valued, could actually mutate such a miraculous spirit. Good, excellent. He suddenly slapped the armrest of the dragon throne, his voice booming like a bell, his wrinkled face blooming with wild joy. Qing, as expected of my good son. Shui Qing immediately put on a look of being overwhelmed by favor, hurriedly bowing her head and speaking in a respectful yet slightly flattered tone. Your son does not dare to take the credit. This is all thanks to Imperial Father's protection that your son could receive such an honor. Humble, polite, and steady. Emperor Shui Yi looked at the Shui Qing before him, the approval in his eyes almost overflowing. He felt that this son was becoming more and more to his liking. If he didn't feel that his own health was still robust and that he could still handle the major affairs of the state, he would have almost issued an imperial decree to directly appoint this child as the crown prince. However, even if those words weren't explicitly said, the current Shui Qing was already the son he valued most in his heart. As long as nothing went wrong, the position of crown prince would sooner or later be in his pocket. Qing. Emperor Shui Yi looked at Shui Qing with burning eyes, his tone unable to hide his urgency. Quickly tell me in detail about the specific process of your spirit mutation. Since my son's spirit can mutate, then don't I have this chance as well? A flicker of fervent hope suddenly ignited in Emperor Shui Yi's heart. He felt he was still in his prime. If he could mutate his spirit into the radiant swan, he might be able to strike for the spirit Douluo or even the titled Douluo realm in the future. That formidable power had long been something to covet, and the long lifespan of a titled Douluo, which could easily span hundreds of years, made him yearn for it even more. Before, it was just an unreachable extravagant dream, but now, a sliver of genuine hope quietly ignited in his heart. Perhaps there really was hope for this. Yes, Imperial Father. Shui Qing bowed and replied, her tone respectful and solemn. A few days ago, the young lord of the Feng family arrived in Heavendo City. Your son felt like an old friend upon meeting him and wanted to take the opportunity to recruit him for my use. Unexpectedly, while investigating his background, I discovered he is actually the direct grandson of the third elder of Spirit Hall. After learning that Feng Baiyu was a member of Spirit Hall, your son neither deliberately cut off contact nor dared to get too close, only quietly keeping some distance. Shui Qing lowered her eyes, appearing to be reporting truthfully with great respect. But just today, he suddenly said he obtained a supreme treasure that can evolve a spirit. After forcing me to consume it, your son's swan martial soul became the current radiant swan. Chapter 77. Radiant Swan. A single immortal herb could actually evolve a spirit into a radiant swan. Emperor Shui Yi's heart jolted violently, instinctively feeling that this matter was far too suspicious. How could such a heaven-defying treasure exist in this world? But when his gaze fell upon the radiant swan spirit, which was circulating with sacred golden light, all his doubts were forcibly suppressed. The ironclad facts were laid out before him, leaving him no choice but to believe. Shui Yi suppressed the excitement and urgency in his heart, leaning forward slightly as he looked at Shui Qing with burning eyes. Qing, does that Feng Baiyu have any remaining immortal herbs? If so, I will spare no expense to buy more. Father, Feng Baiyu still has immortal herbs in his possession. Shui Qinghei's first sentence gave Shui Yi some reassurance, but his tone then shifted to become more solemn. However, He is not lacking in gold coins and has stated that he only accepts rare and world-class treasures. This herb of mine was a meeting gift. Future transactions will be priced based on the quality of the immortal herb. Even the most ordinary among them is worth far more than a 10,000-year spirit bone. What? A 10,000-year spirit bone? Emperor Shui Yi was stunned for a moment before slamming the table and rising in a fit of imperial rage. What a Feng Baiyu! How dare he demand such an exorbitant price? He is clearly acting recklessly, relying on the backing of Spirit Hall. Spirit bones were already priceless treasures with no market supply, and a 10,000-year spirit bone was known as a blood river treasure, meaning it would likely only appear at the cost of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. A single 1,000-year spirit bone was enough to make two great duchies go to war. This Feng Baiyu was something else, opening his mouth to demand a 10,000-year spirit bone. It was simply the height of arrogance. Father, Shui Qing, looked down at Emperor Shui Yi's furious state, a fleeting trace of imperceptible disdain flashing through her eyes. She then looked up and spoke in a calm tone. Feng Baiyu also said that his immortal herbs can not only assist in spirit evolution but even creating a titled Douluo is by no means empty talk. How can a titled Douluo be so easily created? Shui Yi said dismissively, yet his tone quickly grew somber. He calculated rapidly in his mind. If this immortal herb truly had the divine effect of creating a titled Douluo, then trading a 10,000-year spirit bone for it wouldn't be a loss. Very well. Emperor Shui Yi composed himself, looked at Shui Qing, and said in a deep voice, "Go and convey my message. Have Feng Baiyu come to the palace to see me immediately. If his immortal herb truly can aid in spirit evolution, what's the harm in giving him a 10,000-year spirit bone?" As father certain about summoning Feng Baiyu to the palace, Shui Qing looked up at Shui Yi with a hint of hesitation in her gaze, warning him in a heavy tone. Feng Baiyu's grandfather, Feng Qingluan, is already a rank 97 Super Douluo, a top-tier combat power of Spirit Hall. If he truly enters the Imperial Palace, this inner court, I fear. Upon hearing the words, rank 97 Super Douluo, the agitation around Emperor Shui Yi vanished instantly. His eyes suddenly became as cold and focused as ice, his previous anxiety gone, replaced only by the cold resolve and calculation of a ruler. The Heaven Do Empire didn't have a single titled Douluo, yet a rank 97 Super Douluo had suddenly emerged. With such terrifying strength, did he really dare let the other party into the palace? One must know that a rank 97 Super Douluo was one of the top combat powers on the continent, capable of overturning seas with a wave of a hand. Ordinary armies were nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs before them. Although the Heaven Do Empire had a 1,000,000-strong army, against such a powerhouse, they would likely struggle to hold them back for even a moment. If the other party had ill intentions, the palace guards would be as useless as a mantis trying to stop a carriage. But if he refused entry, would he, the Supreme Emperor, have to go out and welcome him personally? Where would that leave the imperial face and the emperor's dignity? Emperor Shui Yi fell into a difficult dilemma, his brow furrowed as his fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of the dragon throne, each tap reflecting an indescribable internal struggle. Time passed slowly in silence, and the atmosphere in the hall became so oppressive it was almost suffocating. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion and gravity. "Let me consider it carefully. Yes, your son takes his leave. The news of Shui Qinghei's spirit evolution was like a giant boulder thrown into a quiet lake, stirring up layers of undercurrents within the Heaven Do imperial family, and many people quietly began to harbor different thoughts. Everyone in the imperial family knew exactly what the Radiant Swan spirit meant. The Radiant Swan was the pinnacle of the Heaven Do imperial spirit lineage, symbolizing powerful strength that crushed peers and, more importantly, a cultivation speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. Looking back at imperial history, the previous three princes who had awakened the Radiant Swan spirit had, without exception, eventually ascended to that dragon throne symbolizing supreme power. This had almost become an unwritten iron rule. Now that Shui Qinghei's spirit had evolved to this point, how could people not make associations and feel covetous? Some secretly calculated how to curry favor, attempting to seize the initiative in the future struggle for the succession. Others were full of worry, fearing the established order would be broken and their interests damaged. Still others, the ambitious ones, had already begun to plot in secret, wanting to obtain the secret of spirit evolution to become the next lucky one. For a time, the interior of the imperial family was filled with shifting clouds and treacherous winds. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, undercurrents were already surging. Spirit evolution. These two words exploded like thunder in the power center of the Heaven Do Empire, and the first to catch wind of this disturbance was undoubtedly the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, whose information network spanned the entire court. Because this information was something his good disciple, Shui Qing, had proactively leaked to him. Ning Fengji received the news of the spirit evolution at almost the same time as Emperor Shui Yi. In fact, Ning Fengji might have even learned of it a few minutes earlier. As his gaze swept over the contents of the letter, the blood in his body seemed to boil instantly. The steadiness and composure that were usually etched into his bones vanished without a trace, like morning mist scattered by the wind. He stood up abruptly, his hands unconsciously trembling slightly. A brilliant light burst from his usually gentle eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, and even his breathing became hurried. Spirit evolution. Ning Fengji suddenly clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, an uncontrollable light surging in his eyes. If the spirit of my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could truly evolve, then wouldn't it be able to break through the shackles and advance to the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, or even the legendary 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda? His usually gentle and peaceful face was now flushed red, and even his breathing had become rapid. That was the long-cherished wish of several generations of the entire sect. Once it became a reality, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would surely set off a terrifying wave across the Douluo continent. Ning Fengji suddenly grabbed the arm of Ji Yu Rong beside him, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. The trembling in his voice could not hide the surging wild joy. Uncle Ji Yu. My chance has come. The chance for our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has finally come. Before his voice had even faded, he grabbed Chen Shin's sleeve on the other side. His usually gentle and calm face was now flushed red, and his eyes shone like a burning fire. Uncle Sword, I want to evolve my spirit so much. I've dreamed of being able to see my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda transform into that legendary 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda with my own eyes. Chapter 78. Taking the Bait. Fengji. Chen Shin let out a low shout. A thick wave of spirit power quietly dispersed, smoothing out Ning Fengji's surging emotions like a clear spring. He pressed down on Ning Fengji's shoulder, his tone steady and solemn. This information is ultimately just a rumor, there's not a shred of evidence yet. You must not lose your composure. Chen Shin's voice was like a basin of cold water poured down, instantly waking Ning Fengji from his ecstasy. He was stunned for a moment. The eyes that had been flushed with excitement just a moment ago gradually cleared, and the loss of composure and fanaticism faded away. He smiled self-deprecatingly. It was merely an unverified piece of information sent by a disciple, yet he had been so excited that he lost his composure, completely forgetting to verify its truth. This appearance was like a different person from the calm, steady, and calculating sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School he usually was. Ning Fengji took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering agitation in his heart, and bowed to Chen Shin and Ji Yu Rong in apology. I was reckless. His tone had already regained some of its usual calmness, but deep in his eyes, a trace of indelible hope still remained. We must get to the bottom of this matter, Ji Yu Rong said in a deep voice, his tone filled with unquestionable certainty. Fengji, Chen Shin, this matter is dangerous. I will go investigate it myself. Uncle Ji Yu, absolutely not. Ning Fengji hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, his voice full of urgency. The Feng Manor is guarded by a level 97 titled Douluo. For you to go there so rashly is no different from putting yourself in danger, it is simply too risky. Then in your opinion, what should be done? Ji Yu Rong frowned slightly, his tone full of irrepressible impatience. Fengji, you just said it yourself, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Precisely because it is a unique opportunity, we must act even more cautiously. Ning Fengji took a deep breath, the fanaticism in his eyes having completely settled into steady determination. He looked at Chen Shin and Ji Yu Rong, his tone solemn. Uncle Ji Yu, Uncle Chen, I must trouble you both to accompany me to the Feng Manor. As long as the conditions they propose for the immortal herb are within reason, we must agree to them. The three of us going together. How is that any different from sending out the entire nest? Chen Xin's brows were locked in a frown, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the long sword at his waist. His tone was heavy. If the three pillars of the sect all go to the Feng Manor, in the eyes of outsiders, how is that any different from going there to provoke them? As long as we go with the utmost sincerity, I imagine they will not cause trouble without reason. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment, a flash of determination in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, let's take that 30,000-year-old spirit bone from the sect's treasury as a meeting gift. The 7 treasure-glazed tile school's treasury had a rich reserve of spirit bones, and those compatible with the attributes of Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yu Rong had long been absorbed and refined. The remaining few were either incompatible with their spirits or provided negligible benefits, making them useless to them. Yet even so, that 30,000-year-old spirit bone was still a priceless treasure. Using it as a gift for their visit not only carried sufficient weight but also fully displayed the sincerity of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school. It could definitely not be considered shabby. Since you have made up your mind, let it be so. Seeing Ning Fengji's firm gaze, Chen Xin knew that further discussion was useless, so he stopped arguing and just nodded gently. The three of them immediately went to prepare separately. Ning Fengji personally went to the treasury to retrieve the 30,000-year-old spirit bone and carefully packed it in a brocade box. Once everything was ready, the 3 figures simultaneously swept out of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school's mountain gate and sped towards the direction of the Feng Manor. They've taken the bait. After listening to Wang Long's report, Feng Baiyu curled his lips into a smile, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop. In the entire Douluo continent, there is probably no sect more eager for spirit evolution than the 7 treasure-glazed tile school. They are wealthy enough to rival a nation and have 2 titled Douluo guarding them, which is barely enough to meet my bottom line for trading. He looked up at Wang Long, his gaze filled with a certain calmness, and nodded slightly. Go, invite them to the front hall. Helping the 7 treasure-glazed tile school with spirit evolution. Feng Qingluan's brows were locked in a frown, his tone full of gravity. Baiyu, this is an act of aiding the enemy. If this gets out, I fear it will anger the high priest. Aiding the enemy. Feng Baiyu's lips curled into a playful smile, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop. As long as we turn enemies into subordinates, won't that problem disappear? Give them a taste of sweetness first, and they will naturally know how to choose. Besides, he drew out his tone, a trace of slyness flashing in his eyes, and added slowly, anyway, the one who will eventually come forward to subdue them is Sister Shui, not me. After witnessing the little angel's world-shocking and brilliant wisdom, Feng Baiyu knew that he must make foolproof preparations to support her. The Heaven Do Empire is the foundation, and the 7 treasure-glazed tile school is the arm. As long as these 2 major forces are brought under her command, her mission will be considered successfully completed. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, whether to recruit them or not depends on his mood. Firstly, this clan has always been arrogant and difficult to tame, making the cost of cooperation too high. Secondly, its strategic value is far inferior to the first 2. More importantly, that is the force that the mad woman, Bibi Dong, intends to target. Feng Baiyu is not afraid of Bibi Dong, but he is afraid of crazy people. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, if they cannot come up with a reward that satisfies him, he will not have the slightest intention of recruiting them. Grandfather, grandmother. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over Feng Qingluan and Zan Ying, and he instructed them in a calm tone, in a while, you 2 should just sit here comfortably, there is no need to appear. If there are any matters, I can discuss them with them. As long as you know what you are doing. Feng Qingluan nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a bit of doting uncertainty, and he spoke slowly, go ahead and stir things up. Even if you poke a hole in the sky in this Heaven Do city, grandfather can still cover for you. After his spirit rings changed to 8 black and 1 red, Feng Qingluan was also full of confidence. He was only 1 step away from level 98, and even that legendary level 99, which was almost a demigod, was no longer a distant dream. Looking at the entire Douluo continent, except for the few people like the high priest who stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid, Feng Qingluan no longer had anything to fear. As for Zan Ying, she was a relatively young quasi-titled Douluo in the circle. Although she had not yet taken the final step to obtain her 9th spirit ring, after absorbing a large amount of rare whale glue in the immortal herb open black lens bracket coxcomb phoenix sunflower close black lens bracket, her foundation was already extremely deep, and her strength was not inferior to an ordinary titled Douluo. At this moment, she sat quietly to the side. Although she did not say a word, her very presence clearly indicated her stance. Not long after, led by Wang Long, the 3 figures from the 7 treasure glazed tile school appeared in everyone's sight. Feng Qingluan sat upright in the main seat, his eyelids lifting slightly, his gaze sweeping lightly over the 3 people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and then he closed them slowly again. He did not say a word throughout the whole process, not only maintaining the noble air of a top expert with this aloof posture but also silently conveying a signal. Today's matters were entirely left to Feng Baiyu to decide. The moment his eyelids drooped, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to congeal, but it also perfectly gave Feng Baiyu enough space to perform, quietly handing over the initiative without anyone noticing. Seeing Feng Qingluan sitting in the main seat, Ning Fengji and the other 2 did not dare to be the least bit negligent, and hurriedly stepped forward to bow, their tones respectful. Greetings, Senior Feng. Chapter 79. Revealing Spirits. Setting aside the conflict of interests between Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Feng Qingluan was already a long-standing, renowned powerhouse in the Spirit Master's world, a legendary figure from the same era as Chen Xin's father, Chen Jianjun. The 2 had clashed many times in their youth. In their early years, Feng Qingluan's strength was superior, and he always managed to stay one step ahead of Chen Jianjun. However, after both entered the Spirit Saint realm, the tide of victory quietly reversed. Precisely because of this history, now that Chen Xin and the others were meeting this senior, even though their stances differed, they did not dare to neglect the proper etiquette in the slightest. Feng Qingluan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Chen Xin, and he nodded slightly. After all, this was the son of an old acquaintance, he still had to give him this much face. However, it was only that much. Today's meeting would ultimately boil down to the word, interests. Seniors, please sit, Feng Baiyu said with a gentle smile on his face. Turning to Wang Long and the others, he instructed, serve tea. Before long, Wang Long, Feng Chengguang, and Feng Yixu approached Ning Fengji and the other 2, carrying tea to serve them. On the other side, Du Guyan filled the teacups for Feng Qingluan's group in turn. The 4 did not hurry to leave. For today's meeting, they had to play the role of tools, standing ready to be summoned at any time. As soon as those 4 appeared, a flash of surprise simultaneously crossed the eyes of Ning Fengji and his companions. None of these 4 looked very old, yet the spirit power surging around them was so vigorous it could not be ignored. In normal times, if they encountered such a young person outside, they would surely praise them, saying, "The younger generation is to be feared, truly a genius." But with 4 such figures appearing at once, it could no longer be explained by simple talent alone. After a short while, Ning Fengji withdrew his gaze from the 4 and cupped his hands toward Feng Baiyu with a smile. There have long been rumors of young friend Feng ascending to the position of young lord of the Feng family. Seeing you today, you are indeed handsome and possess an extraordinary aura. Feng Baiyu stood up and returned the gesture with a smile, his tone humble. School Master Ning overpraises me. This junior is merely sheltered by the family, a bit of minor fame is not worth mentioning. On the contrary, School Master Ning has led the 7 treasure glazed tile school for many years, managing the sect so that it prospers more with each passing day. I have always admired you greatly in my heart. Ning Fengji held multiple identities: sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, clan chief of the Ning clan, and moreover, a merchant with unique vision. He was habitually smooth and sophisticated in his dealings. When talking with Feng Baiyu, his choice of words was perfectly measured, every sentence was pleasant to the ear, like a spring breeze. When it came to these polite formalities, Feng Baiyu was clearly no match for Ning Fengji. However, he had no intention of getting bogged down in pleasantries. After a few simple exchanges, Feng Baiyu changed the subject and got straight to the point. I understand the purpose of your visit, seniors. I imagine that my previous assistance in helping Big Brother Shui complete his spirit evolution has piqued your interest. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept across Ning Fengji's trio before landing on Dugu Yan and the other three. He spoke calmly, "Show your spirits," and asked the three seniors for some guidance. Dugu Yan and the others responded in unison, "Yes." Before the words had even faded, the four simultaneously circulated their spirit power, revealing their respective spirits and spirit rings. In an instant, light flowed through the hall as sharp, heavy, or agile spirit. Phantoms intertwined and emerged, paired with the uniform glow of spirit rings, creating a powerful aura. Wang Long held the open black lens bracket coiling dragon rod close black lens bracket, the staff surrounded by one yellow and two purple spirit rings, a symbol of breaking through limits, manifesting a spirit power foundation far exceeding his peers. Feng Chengguang and Feng Yixu each held the open black lens bracket Kingming sword close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket white rainbow sword close black lens bracket. The Kingming sword's cold glint was restrained, while the white rainbow sword's sword chi soared to the heavens. Upon both famous swords, one yellow and one black spirit ring complemented each other. And although Dugu Yan only had two yellow spirit rings, her spirit rings, originating from the ice-fire flood dragon, were the most shocking. The two-colored flow of ice and fire seemed capable of freezing the air and scorching the earth. The mere aura made one dare not underestimate her. This. Ning Fengji looked at the four spirit rings and spoke out in shock, his tone full of disbelief. These are spirit rings that exceed the limit configurations. What sharp sword-type spirits? Chen Xin's gaze instantly locked onto the open black lens bracket Kingming sword close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket white rainbow sword close black lens bracket. Though the two spirit swords were slightly inferior to his 7-kill sword, those spirit rings, which far exceeded conventional age limits, caused even this sword great grandmaster to be unable to hide his shock, a solemn look flashing in his eyes. Beside him, Ji Yurong stared fixedly at Dugu Yan's ice-fire flood dragon spirit, his brow furrowed. The opponent was clearly just a spirit grandmaster, yet the aura emitted by that spirit actually made him, a titled Douluo, feel a tremor in his heart. It seemed to be a suppression of rank. If Wang Long, Feng Chengguang, and Feng Yixu's spirit rings that broke through age shackles had made Ning Fengji's trio envious, then the top-tier beast spirit open black lens bracket ice fire flood dragon close black lens bracket awakened by Dugu Yan completely shook their souls. As soon as the phantom of the ice fire intertwined, flood dragon appeared. It carried the pressure of an ancient vicious beast. Despite being only at the spirit grandmaster realm, it made even a titled Douluo feel palpitations. Top-tier spirits capable of exerting bloodline pressure on Ji Yurong were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns in the entire Douluo continent. Its future growth potential far exceeded ordinary spirits by several times. Did Spirit Hall actually possess the ability to break through the age shackles of spirit rings? But why did they equip these people, who had such powerful spirit ring potential, with spirit rings of ordinary ages? Doubts sprouted in the minds of Ning Fengji and the others, but they figured out the key in an instant. It must be that the spirits evolved. This girl's aptitude was mediocre before, having only absorbed two conventional yellow spirit rings. Now that her spirit had undergone a complete transformation, there was clearly still time to re-adapt spirit rings for the evolved spirit. At this thought, the gaze the three directed at Feng Baiyu instantly became burning hot. One must know, being able to break the shackles of spirit ring ages and bestow rings exceeding conventional configurations was already a world-shaking feat, and being able to let a spirit undergo a transformative evolution was a divine method that could be called heaven-defying. Either of these two abilities was enough to change the existing rules of the Spirit Master's world. If both were possessed, the power hidden behind them would surely completely overturn the cultivation pattern that had lasted for thousands of years on the Douluo continent. And the one wielding these two heaven-defying abilities was actually the top power of the Douluo continent, Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji and the others' thoughts raced, instantly grasping the profound significance behind this matter. If they could not grasp this power in their own hands, or at least get a piece of the pie, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would surely be left far behind in future sect competitions, and the glory of their 1,000-year legacy would likely fade. Currently, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was honored as one of the upper 3 sects. But once these two heaven-defying methods became widespread, if their own family couldn't get a share, would they still be able to sit firmly in the seats of the upper 3 sects? This thought entangled the hearts of Ning Fengji and his companions like vines. They knew all too well what spirit evolution and spirit rings exceeding age limits meant. They were the keys that could allow countless mediocre spirit masters to undergo a transformation and let top geniuses reach the peak again. Once this trend swept the continent, countless new forces would inevitably rise, and the advantages of old-line sects would be drastically compressed. The 7-treasure glazed tile school owed its current status to the deterrence of the world's #1 auxiliary spirit, wealth that could rival a kingdom, and the presence of 2 titled Douluo, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. But if other sects could also cultivate batches of powerhouses with spirit rings exceeding age limits, or even allow their spirits to complete evolution, then the barriers of the 7-treasure glazed tile school would cease to exist. Those forces that could originally only look up to the upper 3 sects would likely use this to overtake them on a curve, shaking their status. At the thought that the glory of the sect's 1,000-year legacy might dim because of this, the hearts of the 3 sank. No matter what, they had to grasp these 2 methods in their hands, or at least ensure the 7-treasure glazed tile school became part of the first batch to benefit, so they could remain invincible in the coming changes. Chapter 80. Deterrence. At that moment, Feng Qingluan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch, having already taken in the shock and greed in the eyes of Ning Fengji's trio. HMPH. A cold snort escaped his throat. Before his voice even faded, a majestic surge of spirit power suddenly erupted. A phantom of a cyan phoenix with a wingspan of several dozen feet burst out from his body. Its cyan feathers were as brilliant as glazed tile, and its tail feathers trailed streaks of light. As soon as it appeared, it blotted out the sky, suppressing the surrounding light until it dimmed. Upon the cyan phoenix spirit, 9 spirit rings lit up in succession. 8 deep, ink-like black spirit rings paired with a vibrant, dripping red spirit ring at the very top. The interweaving of black and red emitted a pressure capable of destroying heaven and earth. Such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration was by no means comparable to an ordinary titled Douluo. It felt as if even the air had solidified under this power, causing the faces of Ning Fengji's trio to change instantly as their previous greed was replaced by fear. "Senior Feng, please forgive us." Schoolmaster Ning's expression shifted drastically. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands in a respectful salute, his tone sincere yet tinged with urgency. Junior was momentarily lost in shock upon seeing the spirits and spirit rings of these 4 young friends and lost my composure. "I harbor no ill intent whatsoever. I hope Senior can be magnanimous." Behind him, Chen Xin and Ji Yu Rong also pulled themselves together and stood up to salute. Although they didn't speak, their posture made it clear they had no intentions of coveting anything. After all, the pressure from Feng Qingluan's 8 black and 1 red spirit rings was still there. No one would dare to be insolent before this top-tier Douluo. Feng Qingluan slowly withdrew the cyan phoenix spirit back into his body, and the suffocating pressure around him receded like a tide. He closed his eyes again, returning to his previous state of resting with his eyes shut, as if the world-shaking event just now had never happened. He wasn't sitting here today to participate in negotiations. To deter Ning Fengji's trio, to make them clearly see the gap in strength between both sides, and to let them know the backing behind Feng Baiyu, that was his only purpose. As for the specific cooperation details and the division of interests, Feng Baiyu would naturally handle the maneuvering. Sometimes, a silent deterrent carries more weight than 1,000 words. I have the method for spirit evolution, and I also have the resources to obtain spirit rings by breaking through the age limit constraints. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over Ning Fengji's trio, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He spoke calmly. Both of these means can create titled Douluos in batches. Schoolmaster Ning, I presume you should be clear about their value. I naturally understand. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment, then reached out to take the 30,000-year spirit bone from his storage spirit tool. His face wore a hint of bitterness. To be honest with you, little friend Feng, when I first arrived, I intended to give this spirit bone as a gift, merely as a small token of my sincerity to witness your excellency's methods. I planned to consider the matter of the trade later. But now that I have personally witnessed your capabilities, looking at this spirit bone again makes it seem a bit embarrassing to present. A 30,000-year diamond bare left leg bone. Feng Baiyu glanced at the spirit bone in Ning Fengji's hand, then at the expression on his face. He nonchalantly tapped his fingertips on the edge of the table in a slow, steady rhythm. This spirit bone was indeed of no use to him, but it was a 10,000-year spirit bone after all. The power attack type spirit ability attached to it was already a rare boon for ordinary spirit masters. Since it was offered, he would accept it. Feng Baiyu suddenly spoke as if remembering something. I heard that School Master Ning has a daughter who will undergo spirit awakening next year. I didn't expect little friend Feng to even know about this. A flash of surprise crossed Ning Fengji's face, followed by an honest reply. My daughter Rongrong is 5 years old this year. By my calculations, she will undergo spirit awakening in 9.5 months. In 3 days, I will give School Master Ning a medicinal pill. Feng Baiyu paused for a moment before speaking with certainty. This pill can ensure that when your daughter awakens her innate spirit power will be at least level 9. Innate spirit power guaranteed at level 9. Ning Fengji snapped his head up, his face instantly filled with unbelievable shock. His voice even trembled slightly from excitement. As the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji knew the weight of innate spirit power all too well. In the spirit master's world, level 9 innate spirit power was already a talent as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Looking at the entire Douluo continent, only about 20 people with innate full spirit power had emerged in 100 years. He himself, along with Uncle Sword Chen Shen and Uncle Bone Ji Yurong, only had level 8 innate spirit power back then. If his daughter Ning Rongrong could awaken level 9 innate spirit power, she would undoubtedly become the restoration leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, leading the sect toward unprecedented glory. At this thought, Ning Fengji's breathing suddenly became rapid, and an uncontrollable, burning expectation welled up in his eyes. Using a 30,000-year spirit bone to trade for a 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda young lord with a guaranteed level 9 innate spirit power, this calculation didn't even need careful thought. Was it worth it? It was more than worth it. Although that 30,000-year spirit bone was precious, it was ultimately just an external object that could only enhance the strength of one person. However, a 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda with level 9 innate spirit power was the foundation of the sect for the next 100 years. With such an exceptionally gifted young lord in charge, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would not only firmly hold its position among the upper 3 sects but also hope to break through its bottleneck and move toward unprecedented glory. This trade was more than just a good deal, it was simply picking up a massive opportunity. Thank you, little friend Feng. Ning Fengji stood up abruptly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. He performed a solemn salute to Feng Baiyu, his attitude respectful and earnest. In his view, exchanging a 30,000-year spirit bone for his daughter's guaranteed level 9 innate spirit power was not just a fair trade, he was making a huge profit. As long as Ning Rongrong could have level 9 innate spirit power, the future of the 7 treasure glazed tile school would have its most solid support, which was 10,000 times more precious than any spirit bone or treasure. Little did Ning Fengji know in his wildest dreams that his daughter, Ning Rongrong, already possessed the talent to awaken level 9 innate spirit power. Never mind the medicinal pill Feng Baiyu gave, even if he just handed over a random steamed bun, he could easily fulfill the promise of guaranteed level 9 innate spirit power. In that sense, Feng Baiyu was essentially getting something for nothing, earning that 30,000-year spirit bone for free. I'll give you this medicinal pill in 3 days. Feng Baiyu said nonchalantly to Ning Fengji before changing the subject, his tone becoming more serious. School Master Ning, your daughter's matter is just a bonus. Now, let's talk about the main business. He gestured for Wang Long to step forward and take the spirit bone, his gaze returning to Ning Fengji as he got straight to the point. The purpose of School Master Ning's trip is for spirit evolution, isn't it? You want to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Little friend Feng truly has a wisdom eye as bright as a torch. Seeing his thoughts laid bare, Ning Fengji stopped beating around the bush. He looked at Feng Baiyu with burning eyes, his tone carrying the determination of someone burning their bridges. As long as the spirit can complete its evolution, I am willing to pay any price. Previously, Ning Fengji only had 30% confidence that Feng Baiyu could help him complete his spirit evolution. But when he personally saw Dugu Yan's ice fire flood dragon spirit, his confidence directly climbed to 70%. The dual ice and fire pressure contained within that spirit was definitely not something an ordinary spirit master could possess. It was clearly the result of a complete transformation through evolution. As long as the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda could break through the spirit saint bottleneck, he could continue to strike for a higher realm. At that time, the 9 treasure glazed tile school would surely reach its peak in his hands, truly achieving everlasting prosperity. Any price. Feng Baiyu gave a half smile, his tone light yet filled with immense pressure. Then it's simple. First, bring me a set of 100,000-year spirit bones. Chapter 81. The Price. Ning Fengji was stunned on the spot after hearing Feng Baiyu's asking price, and the color instantly drained from his face. His earlier phrase, at any cost, was merely a polite expression of determination in a moment of urgency. Who would have thought the other party would take it so literally? Asking for 600,000-year spirit bones right off the bat was simply a lion's wide-open maw. How precious were 100,000-year spirit bones? Ordinary 10,000-year spirit bones were treasures that even titled Douluo would go mad for, and there were very few in the entire continent. Not to mention 100,000-year spirit bones. Forget 6. The 7 treasure glazed tile school couldn't even produce 1. Ning Fengji groaned inwardly, feeling that his words just now had truly been a case of shooting himself in the foot. School Master Ning, I know the 7 treasure glazed tile school is the wealthiest in the world and has 2 titled Douluo presiding over it. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over the 3 men, his tone calm yet sharp. But in this world, there are still many things you desire but cannot obtain. A trace of bitterness flashed across Ning Fengji's face. He bowed slightly and said, "Little friend Feng is right to lecture me." He was filled with regret at this moment, having been so carried away earlier that he thought the wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile school could buy anything. That was a treasure that could evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into a 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda and allow the sect to completely break through a 1,000-year-old shackle. Faced with such temptation, how many people could maintain their composure? All right, the joke ends here. Feng Baiyu waved his hand, putting away his previous teasing tone, and said seriously, an immortal herb that can evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into a 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda is certainly not worth 600,000-year spirit bones, but it's definitely not something that can be easily exchanged for just 1 or 2. As he spoke, he slowly held up 3 fingers and said indifferently, 3. If School Master Ning can produce 300,000-year spirit bones, I will naturally present that immortal herb with both hands to help you fulfill your long-cherished wish of spirit evolution. Hearing this, Ning Fengji's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. He weighed it repeatedly in his mind. If he really had 300,000-year spirit bones, would he be willing to exchange them? The answer was a hesitant free, yes. While 100,000-year spirit bones were the ultimate treasures dreamed of in the Spirit Master's world, they could ultimately only improve individual strength and could not fundamentally change the destiny of the sect. But once the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, it could break the shackles inherited for 1,000 years, allowing the sect to have the possibility of cultivating titled Douluo. This was the true foundation for the 7 treasure glazed tile school's lasting prosperity. In comparison, the value of 300,000-year spirit bones seemed so insignificant in the face of the sect's long-term glory. With the strength of Uncle Jian and Uncle Jiyu, plus his support, if they encountered a lone 100,000-year spirit beast, they would fully have the ability to kill it. However, doing so would waste a 100,000-year spirit ring. Ning Fengji calculated silently in his heart, then his eyes narrowed as he completely suppressed this bit of regret. For the eternal prosperity of the sect, a mere 100,000-year spirit ring was not worth mentioning. At this thought, a burning light reignited in Ning Fengji's eyes, and his gaze toward Feng Baiyu became increasingly determined. Thank you for your generosity, little friend Feng. Ning Fengji gave Feng Baiyu a deep bow, his tone full of solemnity. This condition is reasonable. I will return to the sect immediately to make preparations. Once I have found 300,000-year spirit bones, I will personally visit you to complete the exchange. After finishing the conversation, the three of them did not stay long. Once the figures of Ning Fengji and the others had completely disappeared from view, Feng Qingluan slowly opened his half-closed eyes, looked at Feng Baiyu, and asked in a deep voice, "Baiyu, do you think the 7-treasure glazed tile school can really produce 300,000-year spirit bones?" Feng Baiyu smiled and replied calmly, "Grandfather, are you testing me? The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit has an innate shackle. Sect disciples can only cultivate to the rank of spirit saint at most. For them, hunting a 50,000-year spirit beast and obtaining a corresponding spirit bone is already a treasure that can be sought but not easily found. As for the elders cultivated by the sect, they are outsiders after all. They are nurtured, but never with full devotion. As far as I know, none of the elders of the 7-treasure glazed tile school have ever even possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. If they want to gather 300,000-year spirit bones, the only way is to go out and hunt 100,000-year spirit beasts right now. With the foundation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, plus the presence of sword Douluo and bone Douluo, hunting a lone 100,000-year spirit beast is not impossible. Feng Baiyu stated, then changed the subject. It's just that the price to be paid for this is likely not something they can easily bear. With the strength of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, gathering 100,000-year spirit bone is already as difficult as ascending to heaven. 2 would probably empty their coffers and cost half the sect's foundation. As for 3, absolutely impossible, but once they start hunting for the first spirit bone, they won't be able to stop. Feng Baiyu turned his head to look at the courtyard and said leisurely, if they only get 100,000-year spirit bone, at most it could only increase the strength of Chen Shen or Ji Yu Rong by 1 level, but the price they pay for it will be far more than that. By then, in order not to lose the huge initial investment, they can only grit their teeth and hunt the second and third 100,000-year spirit beasts. After all, no one wants to let all their previous efforts go to waste. Of course, it's also possible they might suddenly give up after going back and weighing the costs. Feng Baiyu changed his tone and proposed another scenario, but if that time really comes, they will surely cultivate Ning Rongrong, who awakens her spirit next year, at any cost. After all, a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda with innate spirit power of level 9 is the closest hope they can grasp for the sect's prosperity. For a little girl with level 9 innate spirit power being groomed as the future sect master, they will eventually come with sincerity to buy treasures for spirit rings that exceed age limits. Feng Baiyu's tone was indifferent, but a hint of calculation flashed in his eyes. At that time, I only need to bring out some ready-made whale glue combined with some other things to squeeze a lot of wealth out of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Such as mountains of gold coins, rare and precious spirit bones, or any other priceless treasures. The corner of Feng Baiyu's mouth curled into a playful smile, his tone relaxed yet filled with absolute certainty. In short, we are guaranteed to make a profit, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school is destined to pay a heavy price for it. The treasure appraisal function inherent to the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was unparalleled. Even if they couldn't see the specific use of a certain treasure, as long as it was swept by the pagoda's light, they could intuitively determine its immense value. As a result, the treasure vault of the 7-treasure glazed tile school must be piled with countless rare treasures of mysterious origins and infinite potential. Feng Baiyu had long been itching to get into that vault, wishing he could immediately break in and scavenge all the treasures inside. And he had a faint premonition that this opportunity was probably not far off. Feng Baiyu bringing out that immortal herb was bait he had thrown from the very beginning, specifically for fishing. The 1 hall, 2 empires, upper 3, and lower 4 sects, they were all his targets. Now that the 7-treasure glazed tile school has taken the bait, the Heaven Do Empire should be coming in a few days. Chapter 82. The Return of Butler Shui. It had been 2 days since Feng Baiyu obtained his spirit ring. During these 2 days, aside from the visit from Ning Fengji and his 2 companions, his life was almost entirely occupied by 2 things. Either deep seclusion to circulate spirit power and refine his newly fused spirit ring to consolidate his cultivation, or feeding those 2 little ancestors, Xiao Haitzi and the emerald magic bird. Xiao Haitzi's diet consisted of rare herbs produced by the ice and fire yin-yang well. It crunched through those leaves and stems filled with heaven and earth's spiritual qi. The Emerald Magic Bird's menu was simpler and more direct. Boxes of spirit beast brains of various ages were placed before it, and the little fellow always devoured them ravenously, its round belly seemingly a bottomless pit. The two little ones seemed to be competing for the title of Feng Manor's #1 glutton. After every meal, they would tilt their heads and stare at Feng Baiyu with their bead-like eyes, begging for more rations. However, Xiao Haizi's improvement was negligible. To it, those rare herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well were more like a gentle accumulation of energy, nourishing its muscles, bones, and bloodline without manifesting as a clear leap in strength on the surface. Feng Baiyu's strength increase depended on his own cultivation, while Xiao Haizi's growth relied more on obtaining spirit rings. In contrast, the Emerald Magic Bird's growth rate could only be described as terrifying. In just 2 days, this little fellow, who was frail when it first hatched, saw its spirit power skyrocket like a rocket. It now possessed the strength of a bird-type spirit beast with 300 years of cultivation. Its originally tender emerald down became increasingly glossy. Occasionally, when it spread its wings, it could even stir up a sharp wind blade, hinting at the ferocity and power hidden within its bloodline. The Emerald Magic Bird's speed was unparalleled. Among spirit beasts of the same age, only the needle-tailed swift, famous for its celerity, could barely surpass it. Other flying spirit beasts were left far behind. When it came to the ability to escape, even an ordinary bird-type spirit beast that had just entered the 1,000-year realm would find it impossible to catch up, even with full effort. Of course, the Emerald Magic Bird's combat power was also very formidable. Aside from a true phoenix, ordinary 1,000-year level flying spirit beasts stood almost no chance against it. Despite the Emerald Magic Bird's terrifying growth rate, Feng Baiyu knew full well that it could never be Xiao Haizi's match in this lifetime. The cultivation it had currently amassed through spirit beast brains might close the gap slightly in the short term, but in terms of true foundation and potential, the two were simply not on the same level. Feng Baiyu looked at the Emerald Magic Bird curled up and sleeping in the jade box, then glanced at Xiao Haizi frolicking outside, and shook his head gently. Each had its own path. The Emerald Magic Bird's advantage was never in frontal confrontation. Its speed and attack power would have their own uses in the future. During these 2 days, Dugu Bo had already found and hunted a suitable 6th spirit ring for Dugu Xin. After successfully absorbing the spirit ring, Dugu Xin returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well to continue guarding the 2 spirit beasts confined there. At the moment, they remained in a daze, so there was no need to worry about any trouble arising. Since yesterday, Dugu Bo had been in seclusion to regulate his breath. Once he adjusted his condition to its peak, he would begin the crucial step of condensing a spirit core. It was also with this consideration that Zhan Ying was in no hurry to find her 9th spirit ring. She was intent on first observing the process of condensing a spirit core. Once she had accumulated practical experience, she would then set about condensing her own. If this succeeded, she even planned to challenge a 100,000-year level 9th spirit ring. Feng Qingluan was naturally happy to see this happen. He was also waiting for Dugu Bo to condense a spirit core. Only after seeing the entire process with his own eyes would he be more confident in condensing his own. Young Lord. Feng Baiyu was resting with his eyes closed on a rattan chair in the courtyard when he heard a soft call. Opening his eyes, he saw Wang Long walking over quickly. Wang Long stood tall and bowed respectfully as he approached, reporting clearly, "Butler Shui has arrived with guests from Element City." Aside from young Master Feng Xiaodian, who visited last time, there are 4 others. 2 are young men similar to my age, named Yan and Huo Wushuang. There is also a slightly younger girl named Huo Wu. Finally, there is a girl named Shui Binger. Butler Shui said that Shui Binger is his niece. Oh. Upon hearing Wang Long's report, Feng Baiyu raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Butler Shui really went all out, actually bringing so many people over. He had originally thought it would be the limit for Shui Duanliu to bring Shui Binger, but he never expected the other party to bring Feng Xiaodian, Yan, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Wu altogether. This lineup truly exceeded his expectations. This Feng Xiaodian was a disciple of a branch of the Feng family and was also a possessor of innate full spirit power. With careful cultivation in time, reaching the rank 97 spirit power realm in the future would certainly be without suspense. Although Shui Binger's innate spirit power was slightly inferior, her Ice Phoenix spirit was heaven-defying. With such a foundation, her strength would definitely not be inferior to Feng Xiaotian at the same level. This girl's talent was extraordinary and had long caught Feng Baiyu's eye. She was a prime candidate he intended to recruit. Yan went without saying. He was someone Feng Baiyu had personally recognized and specially arranged to train at Blazing Academy. He had planned to find time to check on his recent situation in a few days, but he hadn't expected the boy to show up at his door first. As for the siblings Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu, Feng Baiyu had no deep acquaintance with them, but all who came were guests, so he naturally wouldn't turn them away. Moreover, he actually harbored some curiosity in his heart. He really wanted to see if the legendary martial soul fusion technique of Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu had truly been successfully cultivated by now. The spirit compatibility between the two little ones, Feng Chengguang and Yixu, was increasing day by day, but they were just missing that final step and hadn't managed to successfully unlock their martial soul fusion technique. If he could personally observe a demonstration of Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu's martial soul fusion technique, he might be able to discern the trick and find the key to a breakthrough, allowing his own martial soul fusion technique to take shape sooner. Wang Long, go and bring them in, Feng Baiyu instructed. By the way, call those three over as well. As you command, young lord. Wang Long bowed in acknowledgement and then turned to walk out quickly. According to the rules, trivial matters like relaying messages were the responsibility of specific servants, but Wang Long already saw himself as Feng Baiyu's close confidant. Whenever he saw something that could relieve the young lord's worries, he never let others do it and always handled it personally. Feng Chengguang and Yixu didn't have such leisure. Right now, they were putting all their effort into struggling with their martial soul fusion technique. The two always felt they were just missing that crucial step, but it was as if they were blocked by an invisible wall, unable to cross it no matter what, leaving them scratching their heads in frustration. As for Dugu Yan, her life was now simple and focused. Every day, besides taking whale glue at set times to strengthen her foundation, she devoted almost all her time to spirit power cultivation. Her heart was set on breaking through the rank 30 mark as soon as possible so she could attempt to absorb the third spirit ring that had already been prepared for her. Perhaps because she was already on the verge of a breakthrough before, combined with these 2 days of hard cultivation, Dugu Yan had finally entered rank 26. But even so, to reach the rank 30 mark, it was conservatively estimated that she would have to wait another year. Chapter 83. Shui Binger. Young Lord. Shui Duanliu quickly approached Feng Baiyu and gave a proper salute, his tone carrying an unmistakable certainty. Your subordinate has fortunately fulfilled the mission and brought Binger here. Besides her, Feng Xiaotian and the others are also waiting outside the door for an audience. Feng Baiyu nodded slightly upon hearing this, his gaze shifting naturally toward Shui Binger. She was a young girl barely 1.2 meters tall, with skin as white as freshly peeled bamboo shoots. Her large, dark eyes looked like black grapes dipped in clear water. Most striking was her water blue hair, which shimmered with a soft light like flowing lake water, making her look exceptionally innocent and adorable. However, as Feng Baiyu looked at her, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Shui Binger's spirit power had clearly broken through level 10 long ago, yet for some reason, she had not obtained a spirit ring even now. Shui Binger's parents were both spirit saint level experts, and her home was not far from the Ice Feng forest. By common logic, after her spirit power broke through level 10, she should have easily obtained a first spirit ring of 300 or 400 years within 7 days. But this little girl had delayed obtaining a spirit ring for so long, which truly defied the common sense of the spirit master's world. Feng Baiyu had already secretly sensed her. With Shui Binger's current spirit power foundation, once she added her first spirit ring, her cultivation would immediately jump to level 14 or even 15. Shui Binger. Feng Baiyu's gaze fell upon the young girl as he spoke calmly. It must have been quite some time since your spirit power awakening, right? Many months have passed. Why have you delayed adding your first spirit ring? Why, young lord? Shui Binger looked up at Feng Baiyu, her dark eyes instantly lighting up with tiny flickers of light. She replied softly in a crisp, sweet voice. I haven't been able to find a suitable spirit ring. Not suitable. Feng Baiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze toward Shui Binger carrying a hint of inquiry. Logically, as long as your first spirit ring comes from an ice attribute bird-type demonic beast, it should be a good fit. Such beasts are not rare in the Ice Feng forest, how could you not find a suitable one? Reporting to the young lord. Shui Binger's cheeks flushed slightly, her tone carrying a bit of embarrassment. My parents had long ago selected an ice attribute demonic beast called the open black lens bracket flash freeze bird close black lens bracket as the target for my first spirit ring. But they took me to the Ice Feng forest 4 times, and the flash freeze birds we encountered were either too old, already 500-year spirit beasts, far exceeding the limit I can currently bear, or too young, not even reaching 200 years, providing limited help for future spirit power growth. After going back and forth, the matter was just delayed like this. Flash freeze bird, that is indeed a perfect match for you. Feng Baiyu nodded in agreement, then frowned slightly. But those age requirements are indeed strict, finding the right one is truly not easy. If he were the one choosing a first spirit ring for Shui Binger, unless he had a heaven-defying opportunity to encounter an ice phoenix, his first choice would also definitely be the flash freeze bird. Looking at it this way, it was reasonable that Shui Binger couldn't find one of the exact age. However, while such a thing might be a thorny problem for others, it was not worth mentioning to him. Wasn't it just a matter of the spirit ring's age? If you can't find one of the right age, can't you nurture one yourself? Furthermore, wouldn't it be enough to just raise your own spirit ring endurance limit? Feng Baiyu looked at the little girl before him, his tone softening. Shui Binger, do you know why you followed your uncle here? Binger knows. Shui Binger nodded seriously and spoke in a clear voice. Second uncle. Said I'm here to be the young lord's maidservant. Maidservant. Hearing this, Feng Baiyu suddenly turned his head to look at Shui Duanliu beside him, his eyes full of confusion. When did he ever mention taking a maidservant? He clearly hadn't. Shui Duanliu's face was piled with a flattering smile as he quickly explained. Young lord, logically, as your butler, I should have my own daughter serve as your personal maidservant. But as you know, I'm still a bachelor and haven't even married yet. After thinking it over, I decided to let Binger come and serve you first. Feng Baiyu gave Shui Duanliu an annoyed glare. This guy really knew how to set up his own niece. His reason for having Shui Duanliu bring Shui Binger was not for some maidservant at all, but because he valued this little girl's world-shaking talent. An innate level 9 spirit power paired with an ice phoenix spirit was a rarity even across the entire continent, and she happened to be capable of practicing the open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket in his possession. However, seeing that Shui Binger didn't seem to reject the idea of being a maidservant, other matters would naturally be even less of a problem. In that case, you shall stay by my side from now on. Feng Baiyu looked at Shui Binger, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. Today, I will pass on a brand new cultivation technique to you, which will be enough to take your cultivation speed up another level. He paused and then added, over the next few days, I will help you temper your physique. When the time is ripe, I will take you to obtain a 1,000-year-old first spirit ring. Shui Binger had already heard from her second uncle that she could gain many opportunities by following the young lord, but she never expected to receive such generous benefits right after arriving. Surprised and delighted, she hurriedly bowed properly, her clear voice full of gratitude. Thank you, young lord. Thank you, young lord. Shui Duanliu was also full of gratitude. If he hadn't heard someone approaching from outside, he would have really wanted to kowtow to the young lord. It could only be said that Shui Binger was truly favored by fortune. Rare opportunities like the open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket and whale blue could fall upon her at the same time. Furthermore, she possessed a beast spirit, and her physique was naturally powerful, far beyond what a tool spirit battle spirit master could compare to. Thus, pushing her first spirit ring to a limit slightly over 1,000 years was completely within reach. And in Feng Baiyu's hands, there was also an immortal herb hidden specifically for Shui Binger, the open black lens bracket ice soul jade bone ginseng close black lens bracket that could temper bones and condense the soul. Feng Baiyu believed that Shui Binger's character would not betray him, believed in the loyalty of his butler Shui Duanliu, and even more so believed that the open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket would make it impossible for her to disobey him. The open black lens bracket ice soul jade bone ginseng close black lens bracket was a pure ice attribute immortal herb. Although it ranked lower in the catalog of immortal herbs, it was a match made in heaven for Shui Binger. Her spirit was already infinitely close to ultimate ice. Once she consumed this open black lens bracket ice soul jade bone ginseng close black lens bracket, there would be a 50% chance of her stepping directly into the ranks of ultimate ice, taking a step far beyond ordinary people on the path of an ice attribute spirit master. Yan Yan. Seeing Douluo Yan and the others walking toward them, Feng Baiyu raised his hand to signal them to pause and gave instructions. This is Shui Binger, Shui Duanliu's niece. She will be living in the Feng manor from now on. Guide her in consuming the whale glue and help her solidify her physique's foundation. Douluo Yan had already heard about this and showed no surprise. She gracefully bowed and replied, "Your subordinate obeys, young lord." Douluo Yan turned around, a gentle smile spreading across her face as she looked at Shui Binger, saying softly, "Sister Binger, come with me." "Yes." Shui Binger replied obediently, curtsied slightly, and said clearly, "Sister Douluo, please take good care of me from now on." Chapter 84. No loyalty in sight. After Douluo Yan led Shui Binger away, Feng Baiyu raised his hand, signaling Wang Long to call Feng Xiaodian and the others inside. Before long, Feng Xiaodian, Yan, Huo Wushwang, and Huo Wu filed into the room. Upon seeing Feng Baiyu, Yan immediately bowed and saluted, his tone respectful. Subordinate Yan greets the young lord. On the other side, Feng Xiaodian was not nearly as well behaved. He rushed a few steps in front of Feng Baiyu, slid to his knees with a thud, and grabbed Feng Baiyu's calf, wailing with a miserable face, "Seventh Grand Uncle, save me. That Tongshin fruit you gave me was eaten by Huo Wushwang." Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu were stunned. Their movements to bow and salute were abruptly interrupted, and the two of them looked at Feng Xiaodian in bewilderment. "Get off." Feng Baiyu looked at Feng Xiaodian, who was clinging to his leg and wouldn't let go, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "If you don't start acting properly, I'll kick you out. Let go first and explain exactly what happened." Feng Xiaodian hurriedly let go, but he still sprawled on the ground without getting up, completely disregarding his dignity as he grumbled with a bitter face. "Seventh Grand Uncle, it happened like this, first it was this and that, and then it was like so and so." Feng Xiaodian didn't dare to exaggerate and recounted the incident of Huo Wushwang accidentally consuming the Tongshin fruit exactly as it happened. By the end, his voice was trembling. "Seventh Grand Uncle, I wanted to have a martial soul fusion technique with Huo Wu, not Huo Wushwang." "You too." Feng Baiyu's brow twitched as he listened, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected their martial soul fusion technique to come about in such a dramatic fashion. Looking at Feng Chengguang and Feng Yixu nearby, the envy in their eyes was almost tangible. These two had cultivated hard for a long time for a martial soul fusion technique, and now everything was ready, lacking only that final step. But look at the two in front of him. They clearly didn't want it at all, yet they had somehow stumbled into a martial soul fusion technique. This kind of luck was truly laughable. Feng Baiyu glanced sideways at Feng Xiaodian and said indifferently, "Go stand to the side." Feng Xiaodian still wanted to act like a rascal, but Wang Long had already stepped forward and picked him up like a kitten. Now that Wang Long had already obtained his third spirit ring, his strength far surpassed Feng Xiaodian, who was stuck at level 30 without a spirit ring. Handling him was effortless. Feng Baiyu couldn't be bothered with the clown Feng Xiaodian anymore. His gaze shifted to the siblings Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. "I'm not surprised the others came, but as for you two, the relationship between Spirit Hall and Blazing Academy doesn't seem to have reached this level of closeness, has it?" Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu took a step forward and bowed together. "Huo Wushwang, Huo Wu greets young Master Feng." "Young Master Feng, we came today specifically to thank you for the spirit medicine." Huo Wushwang's tone was sincere as he explained the whole story. "If not for that spirit medicine, I wouldn't have accidentally awakened a martial soul fusion technique with Feng Xiaodian. Although he has some complaints about it, it's undeniable that my strength has indeed increased significantly because of it." Huo Wushwang will never forget this kindness. Huo Wu, on the other hand, was more direct. She looked up at Feng Baiyu, her eyes full of determination. "Young Master Feng, I want to join Spirit Hall. I want to become stronger. Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu's talents were decent. If they could cultivate steadily without dying prematurely, reaching the spirit Douluo realm in the future wouldn't be a problem. Huo Wu, in particular, possessed the potential to push for the title Douluo rank. However, they were from Blazing Academy after all, and currently, they held no loyalty toward Spirit Hall. Huo Wu. Feng Baiyu looked up at the woman who was slightly older than himself and asked calmly, "Do you intend to join Spirit Hall as an individual, or do you want to represent Blazing Academy and have the entire academy defect?" "I wouldn't dare hide it from young Master Feng. I cannot make decisions for Blazing Academy." Huo Wu spoke frankly about her situation and answered with a firm gaze, "I am applying to join Spirit Hall as an individual only." Spirit Hall had always been inclusive, never rejecting anyone who aspired to the path of a spirit master. Even an ordinary spirit grand master would be accepted as long as they joined sincerely, let alone a genius like Huo Wu who was already somewhat famous. But Huo Wu's visit this time clearly didn't involve starting from the bottom. Her goal was clear: to become stronger. She wanted Spirit Hall, or rather Feng Baiyu, to pave a path for her rapid advancement. Feng Baiyu was not surprised by this. He knew this woman too well. Proud as the blazing sun, with a spicy and domineering personality, how could she be willing to settle for a position behind others? Joining Spirit Hall is fine, and wanting to become stronger is also fine. These are only human. Not only do I not oppose it, but I actually support it. Feng Baiyu's gaze fell on Huo Wu, his tone flat, but his words suddenly took a turn. "However, what can you bring to me, or rather, to Spirit Hall?" He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp as knives as they shot straight toward Huo Wu. "Huo Wu, I don't see a shred of loyalty in you." Feng Baiyu's words were blunt and left no room for maneuver. Huo Wu abruptly lowered her head, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the hem of her skirt. It was true that she had no loyalty to speak of. At her age, it was already rare enough to have the obsession to become stronger and care about the well-being of one's parents and family. To expect her to be wholeheartedly devoted to a spirit hall she had barely interacted with. It was simply impossible. Huo Wu. Just then, Feng Baiyu looked at her and said with a faint smile, "Are you loyal to the Feng family?" Huo Wu was awakened by Feng Baiyu's words. She snapped her head up, a flash of realization crossing her eyes. She understood his underlying meaning. Being loyal to the Feng family and being loyal to Spirit Hall were two different things. Huo Wu was not surprised by Feng Baiyu's line of thinking. Spirit Hall had many elders and enshrined priests, and almost all of them had their own family forces behind them, which in turn would often absorb other smaller forces to depend on them. In the rules of Spirit Hall, as long as one was loyal to Spirit Hall in the general direction, other private attachments were not intolerable. If the Feng family's strength was great enough, it wouldn't be impossible for them to bring all 5 great families of Element City, Earth, Fire, Ice, Wind, and Thunder, under their banner. Of course, when Spirit Hall issued tasks, these families would also need to mobilize and serve Spirit Hall together. Huo Wu's throat moved. She originally wanted to blurt out, "I am willing to pledge loyalty to the Feng family," but the words were ultimately swallowed back down. She knew too well that saying those words now would be nothing but a self-deceiving lie. "I can give you time." Feng Baiyu took in the changing expressions on Huo Wu's face, his tone still indifferent. 5 years from now, at the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, I want to see you stand out. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade as he said word by word, "If you can show me a performance that catches my eye then, and you are still willing to pledge loyalty to the Feng family, then come back to me to discuss terms." After speaking, Feng Baiyu looked at Huo Wushwang. "The same goes for you." Chapter 85. Dinosaur Resisting Wolf. Yan. Feng Baiyu retracted his gaze from Huo Wu and turned to the young man standing nearby with lowered hands, his tone carrying a bit of praise. "During this period, you have not neglected your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Yan immediately bowed, bending his back very low. "As a subordinate under the young lord's command, I dare not slacken in the slightest." He still remembered the panic when he followed his uncle into the spirit beast forest and accidentally killed the spirit beast marked by the young lord. At that time, even if the young lord had taken his life on the spot, he would have had no defense. But the young lord not only didn't pursue the matter but instead accepted his and his uncle's loyalty. Initially seeking refuge with the Feng family might have been for survival, but from then on, the seed of loyalty had taken root in his heart. Now his spirit power has steadily climbed to level 28, all thanks to this day and night unceasing bitter cultivation. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, a slight slackening might lead to eternal damnation. Feng Baiyu didn't praise too much, just turned to Wang Long and instructed, "Take Yan down." "Yes, young lord." Wang Long bowed and complied. Without needing many words, he already understood Feng Baiyu's intention. After more than a year of tempering and testing, Yan had clearly obtained the young lord's initial recognition. Next, it was time to prepare whale glue for him to help him temper his physique and solidify his foundation. Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wuxuang. Feng Baiyu turned his gaze to Feng Xiaodian and the other, saying, "Go to the training field outside, I want to see your martial soul fusion technique." "Yes," Huo Wuxuang answered forcefully. This was one of the purposes of his trip. Compared to him, Feng Xiaodian was somewhat helpless. His dream girl was Huo Wu, but now he had a martial soul fusion technique with his future brother-in-law. What kind of thing is this? Before long, everyone moved to the outdoor open space. Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wuxuang stood side by side, glanced at each other, and shouted simultaneously, "Spirit possession." In an instant, a gale swirled around Feng Xiaodian as the double-headed storm wolf spirit possessed him, a pair of wolf heads looking majestic on his shoulders. Huo Wuxuang was covered in crimson flames, the one-horned fire tyrant dragon spirit covering his whole body, its ferocious dragon horns glowing with scorching light. Not far away, Xiao Haixi suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the one-horned fire tyrant dragon on Huo Wuxuang's body, his eyes carrying a bit of impatience, clearly feeling the opponent's strength was too weak, lacking even the interest to bully him, then lazily lowered his head again. On the other side, Shui Duanliu had stepped slowly to face the two, saying deeply, "Come, perform your martial soul fusion technique." "Yes," the two promised in unison, turning to look at each other, their auras merging in an instant. Huo Wuxuang, Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wuxuang, Feng Xiaodian, martial soul fusion technique, dinosaur resisting wolf. With a thunderous shout, two completely different types of spirit power suddenly collided, and a violent and strange force swept out. This was the martial soul fusion technique open black lens bracket dinosaur resisting wolf close black lens bracket. At the start of the fusion, the green gale around Feng Xiaodian and the crimson flames on Huo Wuxuang's body suddenly collided, but they didn't cancel each other out. Instead, they intertwined and merged with a mysterious rhythm. The wind aided the fire, and the fire boosted the wind's power. The two extreme attribute spirit powers condensed into a blurry light and shadow in an instant. It was a three-headed spirit beast. Within the light and shadow, the left and right sides were the agile outlines of the double-headed wolf, and in the middle was the ferocious and domineering head of a one-horned fire tyrant dragon. The wolf heads, sharp teeth glinted with the cold light of wind blades, and the tips of the dragon horns burned with the heat of flames. The characteristics of the two spirits blended perfectly, emitting a pressure far exceeding several times their individual strength. As the two continued to pour in their spirit power, the light and shadow gradually solidified, turning into a giant beast nearly 3 jong tall. It had the slender limbs and streamlined torso of a wolf but was covered in the dark red scales of a dragon, each scale glowing gold red in the flames. The double wolf heads on its shoulders spat green wind blades as they roared, and the one-horned fire tyrant dragon head on top dropped scorching sparks as it hissed. As the giant beast moved its limbs, a vortex of intertwined wind and fire would rise around it. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and the air distorted, as if even space would be torn apart by this power. Ow. With a roar, open black lens bracket dinosaur resisting wolf close black lens bracket charged towards Shui Duanliu. The attack method of open black lens bracket dinosaur resisting wolf close black lens bracket combined the swiftness of wind with the dominance of fire. It could reach the opponent in an instant like a gale, striking with wolf claws wrapped in flames, leaving burns deep enough to see bone. It could also spit a spiral beam of merged wind and fire, where everything in its path seemed to turn to dust under the cutting of wind blades and the burning of flames. However, their opponent was an 80th level quasi-spirit Douluo. Although Shui Duanliu had not yet obtained his 8th spirit ring, his strength was not something two mere spirit grandmasters could compare to. Looking at the attack of gale and flames, Shui Duanliu easily blocked it. Feng Baiyu stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze on the two in the field, watching the powerful momentum sweeping out, and couldn't help but slowly nod. One must know that they were only at the spirit grandmaster level, yet. At this moment they burst forth with a pressure comparable to a 4-ring spirit ancestor. The power of this martial soul fusion technique had already reached expectations. However, their martial soul fusion technique was only initially completed. To become stronger, they would have to improve their spirit compatibility. Of course, Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wuxuang were still very young. As their strength and spirit compatibility improved, this move open black lens bracket dinosaur resisting wolf close black lens bracket would definitely not be any weaker than the open black lens bracket hell white tiger close black lens bracket of the same level. While Feng Baiyu was observing and judging, Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight were watching without blinking. They were also spirit grandmasters and had already consumed the open black lens bracket Tongshin fruit close black lens bracket. With their advantage of having a 1000-year level for their second spirit ring, their individual combat power was already not inferior to Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wuxuang. But their martial soul fusion technique had been slow to manifest. Seeing Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wuxuang's open black lens bracket dinosaur resisting wolf close black lens bracket, their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. You two watch carefully. Feng Baiyu looked at Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight, his tone carrying a reminder. Your martial soul fusion technique has long been just one step away. You can cross over at any time. Hearing this, Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight subconsciously activated their movement techniques and revealed their spirits. A yellow and a purple spirit ring slowly rose beneath their feet, flowing with steady and powerful spirit power fluctuations. Huo Wu, not far away, saw this scene, her eyes unable to hide her envy. She had heard before that Spirit City had researched a secret method to absorb spirit rings beyond one's age limit, which was one of the reasons she was determined to join Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, they didn't accept her at all. Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight stared intently at the martial soul fusion technique in the distance, the two of them tacitly touching their long swords together, their fingertips exerting slight force, feeling the increasingly strong resonance between their spirits. The spirit power flowing on the sword blades gradually merged, as if an invisible bond tightly connected the two, every tremor of spirit power clearly perceptible. They held their breath and focused, trying to seize that fleeting opportunity to cross the final threshold obstructing their spirit fusion. Chapter 86. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, the Union of Two Swords. Feng Baiyu looked at Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight with a heavy gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and reached out, gently taking their small hands and placing them together. At the very moment their warm palms touched, invisible ripples seemed to burst forth, and the auras surrounding them began to churn in a strange manner. The auras, one as light as morning mist and the other as cool as night dew, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, intertwining and blending thread by thread until a peculiar sense of harmony gradually emerged. Immediately after, a dense, ink-colored sword intent rose around Feng Chengguang, as deep as a cold pool in the dead of night. This was the chilling aura inherent to his spirit, the Kingming Sword. At the same time, Lightweight Wheat's white rainbow sword intent also erupted suddenly, its crystalline white light as pure and sharp as the first light of dawn. The two sword intents had been distinct from one another, but now they became frantically entangled where their palms met. Black and white light twisted into a spiral pillar of energy, rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz! A clear, resonant sword chime echoed throughout the field. At the top of the energy pillar, a phantom longsword, half black and half white, condensed into being, its blade shimmering with patterns resembling a Taiji diagram. Feng Chengguang felt the spirit power within his body surge uncontrollably toward Lightweight Weight. Meanwhile, in Lightweight Wheat's consciousness, the trajectory of the Kingming Sword's techniques appeared clearly. Their souls seemed to overlap completely at that moment. Without words, each knew what the other was thinking. Rise! The two spoke in unison as the phantom longsword suddenly shot from their hands, turning into a streak of intertwined black and white light. Wherever it passed, the air was torn into minute cracks. When the sword light struck a giant boulder ahead, there was no roar as one might expect. Instead, the rock was instantly decomposed into fine dust, leaving not even a single shard behind. A look of wonder flashed in Feng Baiyu's eyes. He could feel that this was not a simple stacking of spirit power, but rather a mutual completion and resonance of their spirit origins. The neutralization of the Qingming sword and the White Rainbow sword, combined with their soul compatibility, allowed them to reach the required standard. This was what gave rise to such terrifying power that transcended their spirit power ranks. As the sword light dissipated, Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight both stumbled back a step, their spirit power nearly exhausted. But seeing the shock and joy in each other's eyes, they both understood that their martial soul fusion technique had finally taken shape. Not bad. Feng Baiyu raised his hand and clapped lightly, the sound echoing clearly across the empty training field. With your cultivation at the Spirit Grandmaster level, you were actually able to unleash an attack with the power of a spirit ancestor. This strike certainly did not disappoint me. Ninth Great Uncle. Feng Chengguang suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with the relief of a survivor and heartfelt gratitude. His gaze toward Feng Baiyu carried the characteristic fervor of a youth. Thank you, Ninth Great Uncle. Lightweight Weight added in a crisp voice. The smile on her face was like a peach blossom blooming after the rain, her eyes curving into crescents with a hint of innocent charm. The solemnity from the earlier spirit fusion had long since vanished. You must practice diligently from now on to familiarize yourselves with this move. Feng Baiyu laughed heartily, his tone full of expectation. Given the compatibility of your spirits, performing a fusion technique once a day is no problem at all. Right now, you are only at the Spirit Grandmaster level and can already face a Spirit Ancestor head-on. In the future, once you both break through to the Spirit Saint realm, you might even be able to hold your own against a titled Douluo. Hearing Ninth Great Uncle's words, the two looked at each other and nodded vigorously, their small faces filled with determination. In their hearts, they felt Ninth Great Uncle's words were actually quite conservative. With Ninth Great Uncle tempering their bodies, the spirit rings that exceeded age limits, and the day-after-day rigorous, almost harsh, polishing, once they truly entered the Spirit Saint realm, let alone joining forces to resist a titled Douluo, they might even have a chance of winning in a one-on-one fight against the weaker titled Douluo. On the other side, Huo Wu's eyes were wide with shock. Her heart was so full of envy that it was almost overflowing, and she could barely speak straight. Two little ones who were clearly several years younger than her had actually performed a martial soul fusion technique right before her eyes. That black and white sword light and its rank transcending, terrifying power hit her heart like a heavy hammer, leaving her both shocked and jealous. If Feng Xiaodian and her elder brother's martial soul fusion technique was a coincidental accident born of opportunity, then the situation of these two little ones before her couldn't be explained away as an accident. Again, could it? Huo Wu looked at the figures standing side by side on the training field, her fingertips unconsciously clenching as shock continued to churn within her heart. The success of Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushuang was due to the effect of that Tongxin fruit. If she hadn't declined it back then, would she have had the chance instead? Regret, a regret that reached into her very marrow, was now gnawing at Huo Wu's insides. She stared at the figures of Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight standing side by side, her fingernails almost digging into her palms. If time could be turned back to the moment that vermilion fruit was handed to her, she would never again put on that arrogant front. Instead, she would have snatched the fruit without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. What if she had never truly acknowledged this man who was completely obedient to her? As long as she could use his name to establish a connection with Feng Baiyu, and as long as she could receive guidance from that hidden powerhouse, why would she need to worry about her spirit power cultivation not advancing by leaps and bounds? But now, it was too late for any of that. Feng Xiaodian was still that same sycophant, but the one who shared a martial soul fusion technique with him wasn't her. She could only be thankful that her elder brother was a man, otherwise, Feng Xiaodian might have even left her for him. Huo Wu looked at the tall figure on the training field guiding the juniors, feeling as if her chest were stuffed with cotton, so stifled she could hardly breathe. She had personally pushed away a path to greatness, and now she could only watch as others ascended to the clouds. Take Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight for example. Their spirit power ranks were clearly lower than hers, yet their second spirit rings were genuine thousand-year ones. Huo Wu knew very well in her heart that if they were to actually fight, let alone winning, she wasn't even sure if she could manage a draw against these two little ones. 1,000-year spirit ring brought not just an overwhelming foundation of spirit power, but also a world of difference in the quality of spirit abilities. Although her second spirit ability was considered fierce, in the face of their 1,000-year spirit abilities, she probably wouldn't even get a chance to get close. At the thought of this, Huo Wu's face darkened, and her heart was entangled in vines of unwilling resentment. Loyalty. Can't I be loyal too? Huo Wu gripped her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her heart felt like it was stuffed with a tangled mess, bitterness, resentment, and a sliver of longing that she didn't want to admit even to herself, all entangling her until she could barely breathe. How could she not want to be like Feng Chengguang and the others, receiving the full teachings of a powerhouse? But Feng Baiyu's gaze had only ever fallen upon those who were submissive to him. She knew that to get close to that path to the heavens, loyalty was the best stepping stone. But she had been proud for so many years and was long accustomed to being looked up to. To ask her to lower herself to curry favor and show loyalty like a dog begging for pity, she couldn't do it, and she couldn't bear to lose face. Yet, seeing the light in the eyes of Feng Chengguang and lightweight weight, Huo Wu couldn't help but waver. If it could buy a leap in strength, what would it matter if she lowered her head for a while? But the words were stuck in her throat. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say anything fawning. Just what did she have to do to make Feng Baiyu see her loyalty? Huo Wu looked toward the training field, her brow furrowed into a knot. The complexity and confusion in her heart made her realize for the first time that letting go of one's pride was perhaps even harder than cultivating. Chapter 87. Traces of the Ice Phoenix. After watching the demonstration of the two martial soul fusion techniques, Feng Baiyu didn't linger. He turned and walked straight toward the main hall with steady steps. He naturally noticed the complex gaze Huo Wu cast his way, but he had no interest in exploring her thoughts. In his eyes, Huo Wu's internal conflict and resentment were merely insignificant interludes, not worth a single ounce of his energy. Yan. Feng Baiyu looked up at the youth standing to the side and said calmly, "Follow Wang Long to temper your physique. You must solidify your foundation. When you strive for your third spirit ring, set your goal at the 5,000-year level. Do you understand?" "This subordinate understands. Thank you for your cultivation, young lord." A burning light instantly ignited in Yan's eyes. He knelt on one knee and cupped his fists, his voice filled with unconcealable gratitude. To have the young lord personally plan his path and to be able to obtain a spirit ring beyond the usual age limit, this recognition and reward exhilarated him. He felt his blood boiling throughout his body, wishing he could plunge into bitter cultivation immediately. Feng Xiaodian watched Yan's retreating back as he followed Wang Long. Anxious, he rubbed his hands together and approached Feng Baiyu expectantly, his voice tinged with a fawning timidity. "Seventh Grand Uncle, Xiaodian." Feng Baiyu looked at him before he could finish, his tone calm but carrying a hint of disappointment. "Your heart isn't on cultivation at all, nor is it on the Feng family. I gave you a chance, but you failed to seize it yourself." Feng Xiaodian was stunned. He opened his mouth to explain, wanting to say he wasn't being lazy, but that his mind was just filled with Huo Wu's shadow, and that he also wanted to become stronger to catch up to her. But the words reached his lips only to be swallowed back down. No matter how he defended himself, the result would be the same. He had indeed been distracted in his cultivation and had truly failed Seventh Grand Uncle's expectations. Those pale explanations seemed so powerless in the face of the facts. Watching Feng Xiaodian's dejected appearance, the corners of Feng Baiyu's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Although this kid acted like a piece of inseparable sticky candy in front of Huo Wu, behaving like a simp, he was genuinely sincere. Unfortunately, his sincerity was misplaced. Huo Wu's heart wasn't on romance at all. Her mind was entirely focused on how to become stronger and how to stand at the peak of the Spirit Master's world. It wasn't that Feng Baiyu hadn't advised him. If he wanted to move Huo Wu, he had to adopt the posture of a strong person instead of constantly groveling to please her. But this kid just wouldn't listen, still revolving around Huo Wu and placing himself in an extremely lowly position. Ending up in this state now could only be said to be the path he chose for himself. Feng Baiyu actually wanted to cultivate Feng Shaotian from the bottom of his heart. After all, in terms of bloodline, this kid was his distant grand-nephew, the family connection was there. But the problem lay with Huo Wu. He knew Feng Shaotian's personality too well. Once he set his sights on someone, he stuck to them like a plaster, unable to hold anything else in his eyes or heart. If there was any man on the Douluo continent who could gain the recognition of the open black lens bracket yearning heartbroken red close black lens bracket, Feng Baiyu felt it would undoubtedly be Feng Shaotian. And Huo Wu was the greatest obstacle on his path of cultivation. To be a good simp, he didn't even dare to let his strength exceed hers by too much. You need to think about your own age. Hey, do you really think being on the same level as her is some kind of devoted love? Ultimately, Feng Shaotian has to overcome this hurdle himself. Either win over Huo Wu to settle this matter and cultivate in peace, or completely cut off his emotional ties and focus all his energy on improving his strength. Otherwise, no matter how much Feng Baiyu wants to cultivate him, he cannot make bricks without straw. Compared to him, Shui Binger's thoughts were much purer. Shui Binger was still young and had great plasticity. As long as you treat her sincerely and are willing to spend effort cultivating her, she will keep that kindness firmly in her heart and will never have even the slightest thought of betrayal. She wasn't ambitious like Huo Wu, nor was she entangled by emotional ties like Feng Shaotian. Her world was simple: parents and her sister. Whoever was good to her, she would repay with an even better side of herself. In her view, the gratitude for being recognized and appreciated outweighed everything else. This pure sincerity instead became the most reliable bond. Feng Baiyu was completely at ease with Shui Binger. He could temper her physique without hesitation, personally led a team deep into the spirit beast forest to find the most suitable spirit ring for her, and even take out his precious immortal herbs to help her consolidate her foundation. But as for others, Shaotian, take Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu back. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over the three of them, his tone flat but carrying an unquestionable weight. Go back and think carefully about what you really want. If you truly wish to show loyalty, then show your devotion and strength. Empty words are useless. He paused, his gaze landing on their faces, and said, 5 years from now, the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament will take place. That is your last chance. If you seize it, only then will you be qualified to stand before me and talk about the future. 7th Grand Uncle, I've noted it down. Feng Shaotian clenched his fists, light reigniting in his eyes. He had originally come for the Tongxin fruit, and though he hadn't obtained what he wanted, he had gained these 5 years. He would give it his all. He didn't believe that with his efforts he couldn't move Huo Wu, nor did he believe he couldn't seize this chance to change his destiny. Feng Shaotian performed a solemn salute, then turned and led Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu away. Feng Baiyu's gaze drifted over to Shui Duanliu, who understood immediately and nodded slightly. Without needing a word, he already knew what to do. He would immediately arrange personnel to escort them along the way, ensuring the three of them returned to Element City safely and without any mishaps during the journey. After about half an incense stick's time, Shui Duanliu quickly returned, bowed, and said, Young Lord, the escort personnel have been arranged, and the checkpoints along the way have been notified to ensure they reach Element City smoothly. Well done. A smile of approval appeared on Feng Baiyu's face. After a slight nod, he changed the subject and looked at him. By the way, Butler Shui, it's about time your 8th spirit ring was put on the agenda, isn't it? Young Lord, when you go to hunt for your 4th spirit ring, I will simply accompany you. Shui Duanliu smiled and cupped his hands, adding, Oh, young Lord, when I returned, my cousin sent a message saying there have been sightings of an ice phoenix in the far north glaciers. After your spirit power breaks through level 40, you might consider going there to try your luck. Such a top-tier ice attribute spirit beast would be the best match for your spirit. At that time, I can also benefit by association and witness the elegance of that legendary divine beast. Ice Phoenix. Feng Baiyu's eyebrows rose slightly as he repeated the words, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. It was indeed possible for an ice phoenix to appear in the far north glaciers. Once his spirit power broke through level 40, he really could venture there. With his grandfather and grandmother, 2 titled Douluos, accompanying him, as long as they didn't encounter top-tier beings like the snow. Empress or the Ice Empress, the trip would surely be safe. Thinking of the Ice Empress, Feng Baiyu's gaze unconsciously fell on Butler Shui, and he advised, Butler Shui, for your 8th spirit ring, if you can hunt an ice jade scorpion of over 70,000 years, it would be an excellent choice for you. When the time comes, we'll go together and try to get one for you. Chapter 88. At all costs. The news of Ning Fengji and the other two visiting the Feng Manor ultimately failed to escape the notice of Emperor Shui Yi. When the secret agent reported this matter, Emperor Shui Yi was staring blankly at the memorials on his royal desk. The moment he heard the news, his hand holding the vermilion brush jerked to a stop, causing ink to bloom into a small dark stain on the rice paper. He slowly set down the brush, his brows tightly knit. Waves of unrest surged within his usually steady eyes. It was clear he could no longer sit still. Emperor Shui Yi did not know exactly how many rare resources Feng Baiyu possessed, but he understood the operational styles of Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile school all too well. To make Ning Fengji personally visit with 2 titled Douluo, it had to be a supreme treasure capable of shaking the current balance of power. Resources have always been bargaining chips in the games of the strong. Emperor Shui Yi knew that such things were always scarce. The first to act would seize the initiative. Any hesitation would leave one only able to sigh in regret at an empty treasury. At this moment, he rapidly calculated his countermeasures, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the royal desk, each sound betraying his urgency and anxiety. After a painful weighing of options, Emperor Shui Yi finally made a decision and summoned his 4 princes for an audience. Before long, the 4 princes, including Shui Qing, had gathered in the royal study. Emperor Shui Yi sat behind the royal desk, his gaze sweeping over his sons lined up below. He said in a deep voice, I have summoned you today to entrust you with an important task. Set out for the Feng Manor immediately and make sure to purchase the immortal herbs from Feng Baiyu's hands. Shui Yi's gaze swept heavily over his sons, his tone carrying an indisputable solemnity. Listen well, those immortal herbs are extremely important to our Heaven Do Empire. When you go to the Feng Manor, do not offend Feng Baiyu under any circumstances. Buy them back at any cost. Emperor Shui Yi paused, his eyes like torches as they swept over his sons. Word by word, he said in a heavy voice, remember, the lives of you 3 are also included within that cost. The 3 brothers, who initially hadn't taken the exchange of immortal herbs to heart, suddenly paled upon hearing their father's words. They subconsciously swallowed, and the slight nonchalance in their eyes was instantly replaced by gravity. Emperor Shui Yi's words were like a massive boulder crashing onto their hearts. They had thought it was just an ordinary transaction, but now they realized this trip to the Feng Manor was a gamble with their lives on the line. They exchanged glances, seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes. Their previous ease vanished completely, leaving only a heavy pressure. As princes of Heaven Do, they had grown up in luxury and the spotlight since childhood, long accustomed to viewing the entire empire as their own. Just before setting out, the 3 had been privately plotting, thinking that by visiting with their status as princes, they only needed to put on airs and say a few polite words for Feng Baiyu to respectfully present the immortal herbs with both hands. They even intended to use the opportunity to flaunt their royal prestige. But Emperor Shui Yi's chilling warning was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, snapping them awake. This was no simple treasure retrieval, it was clearly a dangerous path trodden on the edge of a blade. This task would not be easy. Furthermore, Emperor Shui Yi's eyes blazed like torches as he looked at his 3 sons, his tone filled with imperial decisiveness and majesty. If you can obtain all the immortal herbs this time, whoever can use them to evolve their spirit to the strongest will be the future crown prince. His voice rang out powerfully, each word like a boulder dropped into their hearts. The previously vague position of heir was now tied to the immortal herbs, becoming a cruel gamble where victory was decided by the strength of one's spirit. Hearing the words, Crown Prince, the eyes of the 3 lit up again. They wanted to be emperor so badly, they dreamed of it. Now the situation had completely changed. Forget putting on royal airs, even if they had to kneel and kowtow, they had to get their hands on those immortal herbs. Xing, Emperor Shui Yi's gaze fell upon his eldest son, his tone as cold and hard as iron. Take your 3 younger brothers there. If they dare to clash with Feng Baiyu even slightly, You have the authority to strip them of their status on the spot. Your subject obeys the decree. Shui Qing bowed his head in response, a faint, imperceptible cold light flashing in his eyes. He understood everything perfectly. Even if those three useless brothers actually managed to bring back the immortal herbs, they wouldn't end up in their hands. His father had likely long planned to consume them himself. And he, Shui Qing, was the one who most needed to seize this opportunity. How could he waste such a heaven-defying opportunity on others? As he responded, he was already secretly plotting how to firmly grasp the immortal herb in his own hands. Just as they stepped out of the royal study, Shui Qing led his three younger brothers toward the imperial treasury. His steps hurried. To purchase immortal herbs, one must show sincerity. Standing in the treasury and looking at the dazzling array of rare treasures on the shelves and in the cabinets, the expressions of the four became solemn. Shui Qing spoke first, his tone carrying an indisputable certainty. Pick the most valuable items. Any heaven and earth treasures or rare spirit bones that catch your eye, pack them into the crates. The three nodded one after another, no longer daring to play around as they usually did. Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, had no interest in those rare treasures. Watching her three younger brothers picking items with feverish excitement in the treasury, she only nonchalantly selected two items she couldn't understand and stood aside, watching coldly. How sharp was Qian Runshui's vision? Ordinary treasures could not catch her eye. Yet, she couldn't even discern the depth of these two items. They were either peerless treasures far beyond her understanding or worthless junk. She simply put both items away, deciding in her heart, she would take them back and let her younger brother Xiao Bai identify them. With Feng Baiyu's Fire Phoenix true eye, he would surely be able to tell if they were opportunities or useless scraps. However, the three princes' demeanors were completely different. Each was searching through the piles of treasures with bloodshot eyes for the most heavyweight bargaining chips. Shui Luoquan was the first to eye a 70,000-year-old right-arm spirit bone glowing with an eerie light, and he pocketed it without hesitation. Shui Heizang held a 40,000-year-old skull spirit bone, his face full of determination. The most exaggerated was Shui Beng. He went straight to the deepest part of the treasury and took out the national treasure, the vast sea cosmic shroud. That azure triangular divine artifact flowed with water ripple patterns, reflecting the urgency and greed in his eyes. Since Emperor Shui Yi had made the decision, he even brought out these three most prized possessions at all costs. Qian Runshui stood to the side, watching her three younger brothers holding the spirit bones and the vast sea cosmic shroud with faces full of triumphant joy. A trace of icy disdain couldn't help but flash through her eyes. With just these things, they want to exchange for immortal herbs from little brother Xiao Bai. They clearly have no idea how significant these immortal herbs truly are. In her eyes, these so-called royal collections were merely unpresentable common goods compared to that immortal herb which could change one's fate against the heavens. Those three fools were still feeling smug about putting up heavy stakes, but they failed to see how laughable their chips, the entirety of their family fortune, were in the face of a true opportunity. Only after Qian Runshui had personally refined an immortal herb did she truly understand the heaven-defying power of these spiritual items of the world. Forget these three treasures, even if they were all added together, they wouldn't be worth a 10,000th of a single immortal herb. An immortal herb is a heaven-defying opportunity that reshapes one's cultivation foundation from the root, allowing a spirit master to break through shackles and undergo a complete transformation. This power to change fate is beyond comparison by any external object. Although the treasures in the royal collection are precious, they are ultimately external aids. An immortal herb, however, is a priceless gem that can push one's own potential to the absolute limit. Forget these three treasures, even if they were all added together, they wouldn't be worth a 10,000th of a single immortal herb. Chapter 89. Watching the results slowly. However, Qian Runshui had no intention of reminding them. At this moment, she only needed to play the role of Shui Qing and bring her three younger brothers to the Feng Manor. As for what they could ultimately exchange for, it all depended on how little brother Xiao Bai laid out his plans. She turned around and looked at her three younger brothers, who were still smugly satisfied with their treasures. A gentle smile appeared on her face, but her tone carried an urgency that brooked no delay. Are the items ready? Then let's set off immediately. any later, and it won't be a suitable time for a visit. With that, she took the lead and walked out. The moment her golden robes swept over the threshold, a cold light quickly flickered in her eyes. Those three fools thought they held the winning chips, unaware that they were already pieces on someone else's chessboard. This trip was merely delivering extras to little brother Xiaobai's doorstep. Shui Qing, along with my three younger brothers, pays respects to the young lord of the Feng Manor. Qian Runshui led her three brothers into the Feng Manor. After some pleasantries, she went straight to the point, her tone earnest and somewhat familiar. Brother Feng, thanks to the immortal herb you gifted me last time, I have undergone a complete transformation. My three brothers were envious upon hearing this and also wished to purchase some. They have brought heavy treasures this time, hoping to reach a deal with you. I hope you can grant their wish. Immortal herbs are priceless treasures. After hearing Qian Runshui's words, the corner of Feng Baiyu's mouth curled into a half-smile as he looked at her and said, "First Prince, do you know what price I quoted to Schoolmaster Ning?" "I do not." Qian Runshui cooperated with him in this play, her face showing just the right amount of trepidation as she cupped her hands and said, "I hope Brother Feng will speak plainly." Hearing this, Feng Baiyu slowly held up 3 fingers. His tone was casual yet carried immense weight. 300,000-year spirit bones in exchange for 1 top-tier immortal herb that can evolve the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. What? 300,000-year spirit bones? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shui Luoquan, Shui Heizang, and Shui Beng were as if struck by a thunderbolt. They cried out suddenly, the color draining from their faces instantly. 10,000-year spirit bones were treasures that even titled Douluos would go mad for. 300,000-year spirit bones were enough to cause a qualitative leap in a spirit master's strength. Yet Feng Baiyu actually said that Ning Fengji was willing to pay such an astronomical price for a single immortal herb. This was simply insane. They felt a chill run through them. The confidence they felt while holding their treasures earlier had long since vanished in their shock. Compared to 300,000-year spirit bones, the meager items they brought weren't even a drop in the bucket. Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her eyes. Although she had long known that immortal herbs were precious, she hadn't expected Ning Fengji to be willing to go to such lengths. However, considering the heaven-defying effects of the immortal herb, the surprise in Qian Runshui's heart gradually subsided, and she even began to faintly understand Ning Fengji's madness. She thought to herself, if that immortal herb fell into the hands of a powerhouse that Spirit Hall could not defeat, Spirit Hall would probably not hesitate to offer 300,000-year spirit bones as a bargaining chip to acquire it. After all, an immortal herb could fundamentally reshape a spirit and break through cultivation bottlenecks. This value had already far exceeded any external object. Impossible. Feng Baiyu raised an eyebrow at the 3 of them, his face full of an expression that said, "You're making a fuss over nothing." He then sneered, his tone carrying unabashed impatience, "Since you 3 are so skeptical, then please leave. In your eyes, exchanging 300,000-year spirit bones for an immortal herb is an unthinkable madness, but do you understand what this immortal herb means to the 7-treasure glazed tile school?" Feng Baiyu swept his gaze over the 3 with a half-smile, intentionally dropping a bombshell. Once Ning Fengji completes his spirit evolution through the immortal herb, he will have a full chance to break through his shackles and cultivate into a titled Douluo. By then, his future descendants will be born with the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The strength of the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school will be elevated by more than just 1 level. Feng Baiyu paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over Shui Luoquan and the other 2. His tone was flat but carried an indisputable weight. An immortal herb that can complete the spirit evolution of an entire family, do you really think it's not worth 300,000-year spirit bones? But Shui Heizang still wanted to argue, but he was sharply interrupted by Qian Runshui. "Shut up." Qian Runshui's gaze swept over him like an ice blade, her tone piercingly cold. "Have you forgotten Imperial Father's instructions before we left?" Shui Heizang had always been defiant toward this eldest brother, but his father's authority weighed on his heart like a mountain. Being poked in his weak spot by Qian Runshui, the words at the tip of his tongue were instantly swallowed back. He could only lower his head unwillingly, his clenched fists revealing his inner frustration, yet he dared not say another word. Brother Fang's immortal herb did indeed allow my spirit to evolve, but as for whether it can benefit future generations, it's hard to say. Qian Runshui mimicked Shui Qinghei's tone, appearing to be considering the interests of the Heaven Dou Empire, her words carrying a hint of earnestness. Please forgive us, Brother Feng. Our Shui family's ancestors once had a precedent of a spirit evolving into a radiant swan, but the evolution of those ancestors was limited to themselves and was not passed down to their descendants. Her words were half true and half false. She pointed out the effects of the immortal herb while using the family precedent as an excuse. She didn't offend Feng Baiyu and left enough room for the imperial family's subsequent bargaining, perfectly fitting the composure and thoroughness of Shui Qing as the crown prince. What's so difficult about that? Feng Baiyu chuckled, his tone as relaxed as if he were discussing a trivial matter. You've taken the immortal herb yourself. When you have children in the future, just see if their spirit has evolved, and you'll know if this immortal herb can benefit future generations. As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept over Shui Luoquan and the others, the corner of his mouth curling into a half-smile. The three of you are the same. Just wait patiently for 7 years to see the results. That nonchalant tone was like a soft knife, instantly stabbing the three princes' sore spot. 7 years. Never mind how the situation between Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile school would change, how could the struggle for the position of heir wait for 7 years? Feng Baiyu was clearly manipulating them on purpose, yet they couldn't find any fault. They could only suppress a belly full of fire, unable to vent it. Hearing Feng Baiyu's words, the knuckles of Shui Luoquan and the others cracked as they clenched their fists. Their fingertips dug deep into their palms, and they were completely unaware that their nails had pierced their skin, drawing blood. 7 years. How could they possibly afford to wait 7 years? Shui Qinghei's radiant swan martial soul was already exceptionally talented, having long since left them far behind. In these 7 years, Shui Qing would only use the advantage of the spirit evolution to pull even further ahead. Forget the position of heir, she probably wouldn't even leave them any room to stand. Even if 7 years later, Shui Qinghei's descendants were just ordinary swan martial souls, they would have already exhausted all their competitiveness in the day-after-day erosion and would completely lose the qualification to compete. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at Feng Baiyu with even more urgency and pleading. They had to get this immortal herb, there was no way back. Chapter 90. Obtaining the vast sea cosmic shroud. They were scrambling for the immortal herbs, not for the benefit of their descendants, but because the most crucial thing was to grasp the right of succession to the throne. However, the 300,000-year spirit bones that Feng Baiyu had quoted as his price were an astronomical figure that they could not produce even if they exhausted their entire family fortune. Seeing that the scene had been set well enough, Qian Runshui calmly shot a look at her 3 younger brothers. Shui Luoquan and the other 2 did not dare to delay and hurriedly took out the treasures they each brought. Shui Luoquan held a 70,000-year right arm spirit bone that emitted a faint light, Shui Heizang held a 40,000-year head spirit bone, and the most eye-catching was Shui Beng, who held the deep blue vast sea cosmic shroud in both hands. The 3 treasures were laid out on the table together. Although they did not carry as much weight as 300,000-year spirit bones, they were still the most precious treasures at the bottom of the Heaven Dou imperial family's collection. At the very end, Qian Runshui unhurriedly took out 2 pitch-black objects that looked like stubborn stones. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over the 3 treasures, but when it touched the vast sea cosmic shroud, it lingered for an imperceptible moment longer. This Heaven Dou imperial family certainly had quite the boldness to be willing to bring out such a supreme treasure. It was no wonder they dared to be so generous. Presumably, the entire imperial family had still not seen through the true value of the vast sea cosmic shroud. If they knew that this item represented the stepping stone to the sea god's god position, this single item alone would likely be enough to trade for 3 immortal herbs. One must know that the vast sea cosmic shroud was no ordinary spirit tool. It was a key token leading to a god position. Any person with outstanding talent, as long as they could successfully fuse with it, would be equivalent to holding an admission ticket to the sea god's god position, possessing the hope of reaching for the rank of divinity. But now, it was already placed before him. Feng Baiyu glanced at the 2 pitch-black stones again and knew they were brought by Qian Runshui. However, Now was not the time to discuss these things, he could only wait to look at them later. 2 spirit bones, 1 spirit tool, plus 2 unknown broken stones. Just this. Feng Baiyu lowered his eyes to sweep over the 5 items on the table, then looked up at Qian Runshui, his tone carrying a hint of playful dissatisfaction. Brother Shui is truly worthy of being the first prince of Heaven Do. I treated you as a friend and bared my heart, yet you're treating me like a sucker to be played. Feng Baiyu pointed his finger at the 5 items on the table, his tone full of mockery. You guys brought these to trade for my immortal herbs. Without waiting for them to speak, he abruptly turned around and scolded them coldly with his back turned. Please leave. Shui Qing, that immortal herb I gave you before, consider it as me having misjudged you and entrusting it to the wrong person. His voice carried undisguised disappointment and anger, and his robe swept across the floor with his turning motion, kicking up a bit of dust. He was clearly truly enraged. That resolute posture caused Shui Luoquan and the other 2 to instantly lose their composure, and even Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel her heart tighten, secretly thinking that this play was even more realistic than expected. Brother Feng. Seeing Feng Baiyu's cold and hardened expression, Qian Runshui's heart tightened, and she hurriedly took a step forward, her tone urgent and carrying a hint of grievance. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you look down on me, Shui Qing? She took a deep breath and bit her lower lip, her voice filled with earnestness. I know these things are indeed not worthy of your immortal herbs, but this is already the most valuable thing the Heaven Do imperial family can produce. I beg you to please accept these first. I will return and immediately plead with my father emperor to provide you with even more compensation. As her words fell, Qian Runshui gave Feng Baiyu a deep bow, then turned to signal her 3 younger brothers to follow, and the group walked quickly outside. Meanwhile, those several heavy gifts on the table were left untouched in the hall of the Feng Manor. It wasn't until Qian Runshui led the figures of the 3 princes to completely disappear outside the manor gates that Feng Qingluan stepped out from behind the screen in the inner hall. He looked at Feng Baiyu, his face wearing a strange expression of being between laughter and tears. You and Shui sang in harmony, clearly playing those princes for fools. The Shui Qing played by Sister Shui has recently demonstrated the prowess of the immortal herbs to the fullest, Feng Baiyu explained with a smile. Not to mention the rapid progress in strength, even the cultivation efficiency has doubled. Coupled with the astronomical price of 300,000-year spirit bones thrown out by Ning Fengji, how could Emperor Shui Yi remain still? He paused, a flash of cunning in his eyes. In the eyes of Shui Yi and those 3 princes, the spirit bones and vast sea cosmic shroud they brought out are already precious treasures capable of trading for immortal herbs. But who told that tycoon Ning Fengji to raise the price to the heavens first? Now their little things seem not even worth mentioning, don't they? If it were only the rapid progress of Shui Qing alone, it wouldn't have been enough to make Emperor Shui Yi stake everything on one throw. But Ning Fengji's entry into the game undoubtedly added a fierce fire to the popularity of this immortal herb. Who didn't know that the 7 treasure glazed tile school was as wealthy as a nation? Who didn't know that Ning Fengji never cared about spending money for the development of his sect? Once he set his heart on obtaining the immortal herbs, it was feared that everything in Feng Baiyu's hands would be swept up. Thinking of this, how could the various factions remain still? Naturally, they had to scramble to come forward, fearing they would miss the opportunity if they were a step too slow. Emperor Shui Yi sending the 4 princes to the door was merely the beginning of this scramble. Before long, the people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan should be coming, the envoys from the Star Luo Empire should be arriving, and even the spirit hull behind Qian Runshui was likely already plotting in secret, preparing to intervene in this storm. Feng Baiyu casually put the 2 spirit bones and the vast sea cosmic shroud into his storage spirit tool. These things were temporarily useless to him, but they could be kept to reward capable subordinates in the future. He suddenly had a thought. His grandfather was already over 100 years old. If he were allowed to fuse with this vast sea cosmic shroud, he wondered if he could obtain the qualification for the Sea God 9 trials. After all, the selection for the Sea God's legacy had always been strict. Age, spirit, and hard nature were all indispensable. Grandfather's strength was beyond doubt, but time had ultimately left its marks on him. No one could say for sure if at this age, he could still catch the Sea God's eye. Feng Baiyu gazed at the heavy night outside the window, a hint of expectation flitting through his eyes, mixed with a bit of uncertainty. And besides those 3 items, the 2 pitch-black, stone-like objects brought by Qian Runshui made Feng Baiyu even more curious. At first, he thought these 2 black stones were of the same kind as the strange object he had previously obtained from the Spirit Hall's treasury. He had studied that item for a long time and had still not been able to see through its details. But when he used his Fire Phoenix True Eye to perceive them, he realized he had overthought it. These 2 seemingly unremarkable black stones before him actually had a significant origin. They had undergone the baptism of who knows how many tens of thousands of years and had long since turned into ancient fossils. Sealed within the black stone on the left was actually a drop of divine blood that had lasted through tens of thousands of years. Although time had settled endless vicissitudes upon it and the majestic energy contained within that divine blood had diminished quite a bit, as long as it was absorbed, one could still obtain a massive boost. Although the energy of this divine blood was too pure and overbearing, and absorbing it was by no means an easy task, requiring a gradual process and the expenditure of a large amount of time and effort to refine it. Once successfully absorbed, it could cleanse the marrow and tendons, reshape the divine soul, and even potentially break through one's limits to obtain special abilities that only a divinity possessed. This benefit was enough to drive any spirit master into a frenzy. And the one on the right actually had a lump of fossilized dung sealed inside. Chapter 91. Tang-style Yu Yuanjun. That's right, it's a pile of feces. Don't look down on this inconspicuous, fossilized feces. Its origin is startlingly grand, as its owner was once the fire dragon king who once dominated the continent. This pile of feces has gone through tens of thousands of years and has long since solidified into stone during geological changes. Although it's a filthy thing, it is, after all, something produced by the fire dragon king. For dragon-type demonic beasts, it can be considered a great tonic. This thing had no value to Feng Baiyu, but when he saw it, he thought of a use for it. Wouldn't you say so, Gangzi? Feng Baiyu put the item away, and the things prepared for Gangzi were naturally kept separately in a storage spirit tool. Otherwise, even if it were sealed in a box, it would still make Feng Baiyu feel uncomfortable. Things went much as Feng Baiyu had predicted. That night, Yu Yuanjun, the clan chief of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, arrived in a hurry with Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin. But when Feng Baiyu quoted the price of 300,000-year spirit bones for one immortal herb, Yu Yuanjun froze entirely, the blood draining from his face in an instant, leaving only a heart full of numbness. As one of the upper 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's foundation was naturally not shallow, and the clan did indeed possess spirit bones. However, those precious spirit bones had long been absorbed by the clan's upper echelon according to their needs to enhance strength and stabilize their status. Even he, the clan chief, only had 4 10,000-year spirit bones on his person. As for a 100,000-year spirit bone, the entire family couldn't produce even one. Feng Baiyu's demand for 300,000-year spirit bones was simply driving the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan into a corner. Forget about gathering 3. Even if the entire family were dismantled and sold, they couldn't afford such an astronomical price. Looking at Feng Baiyu's calm and composed manner, Yu Yuanjun only felt a sense of powerlessness surge in his heart. His previous urgency and expectation were now replaced by a heavy despair. Little friend Feng. Yu Yuanjun glanced at Feng Qingluan, who was sitting nearby, his eyes full of helplessness. He stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is truly unable to bear the price of 300,000-year spirit bones. I wonder if you could tell us a bit about the method you mentioned earlier for improving physique and adapting to higher-year spirit rings." "It's impossible to just tell you." Feng Baiyu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "However, I can sell you the finished medicinal pills." He had already expected that these powers wouldn't be able to afford the astronomical price of the immortal herb, nor did he expect anyone to actually buy it. But medicinal pills that could improve physique and adapt to high-year spirit rings were another matter. To put it bluntly, it was just whale glue. After Feng Baiyu mixed it with other materials and refined it into medicinal pills, mass-producing it would be easy as pie. He could have as many as he wanted. With these whale glue medicinal pills, he wasn't worried that these powers wouldn't obediently bring their gold, silver, and treasures to his door to buy them. You want to improve the physical strength of Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin behind you so they can bear a higher year third spirit ring, right? Feng Baiyu glanced at Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin, then his gaze fell back on Yu Yuanzhen, his tone somewhat nonchalant as he said, "This is naturally no problem. However, what year do you hope their third spirit ring to be? 2,000 years, 3,000 years, or perhaps, directly challenge 5,000 years? Of course, the higher the year, the better." Yu Yuanzhen blurted out, and as soon as he finished, a flash of embarrassment crossed his face. How could he not know that the higher the year of the spirit ring, the more startling the price to be paid? After a moment of silence, Yu Yuanzhen gritted his teeth and took out a 10,000-year spirit bone glowing with a faint purple light from his storage spirit tool. Judging by the spirit power fluctuations, it was just over 10,000 years. Yu Yuanzhen handed the spirit bone to Feng Baiyu, his tone somewhat apprehensive. "Little friend Feng, I wonder how much this spirit bone can increase the endurance of their third spirit rings." "Just one 10,000-year spirit bone." Feng Baiyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes without concealment. If Yu Yuanzhen could produce a spirit bone of over 50,000 years, he would be happy to give enough benefits. But this right arm bone, which had only just passed 10,000 years, was truly not worth much of his effort. Feng Baiyu's fingertips lightly tapped the table as his gaze swept over the spirit bone, his tone carrying a bit of nonchalant perfunctoriness. "Clan Chief Yu, this sincerity of yours is a bit lacking. Normally, their third spirit rings would be at a level of 1,700 years at most, wouldn't they?" Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin, his tone certain. "With just this spirit bone, I can at most help them raise the endurance limit of their third spirit ring to 4,000 years. By the time they reach their fourth spirit ring, they should be able to challenge the 8 or 9,000 year mark. A 4,000 year third spirit ring and a 9,000 year fourth spirit ring." Yu Yuanzhen repeated Feng Baiyu's words, his heart pounding uncontrollably, and he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He knew all too well what the year of a spirit ring meant. Absorbing spirit rings was a matter of being one step ahead and staying ahead. If the third spirit ring could reach the level of others' fourth spirit rings, and the fourth spirit ring was infinitely close to the year of a fifth spirit ring, once this advantage was established, the subsequent path of cultivation would be much smoother. At this rate, by the time Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin cultivate to their ninth spirit ring, they would be fully qualified to attempt a 100,000-year spirit ring. At that time, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would surely gain 2 more top-tier experts. Yu Yuanzhen clenched his fists. The low mood from being unable to afford the immortal herb vanished, leaving only a heart full of excitement and anticipation. Of course, to challenge a 100,000-year ninth spirit ring, they would need to gather a few more spirit bones. But for the future twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, such an investment was well worth it. Yu Yuanzhen looked at the 2 high-spirited youths before him, his eyes full of expectation. As long as they could go further on the path of a spirit master, forget a few spirit bones, even if he had to exhaust most of the family's treasures, he would do so willingly. After all, these 2 children carried the future of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and were the hope for the sect's rise. However, little friend Feng, an almost crazy thought suddenly popped into Yu Yuanzhen's mind. His eyes instantly turned blood red, his chest heaved violently, and his fists clenched until they cracked. He stared intently at Feng Baiyu, his voice trembling with excitement. "Little friend Feng, I wonder if you have a way to make Tianeng and Tianxin's fourth spirit rings directly reach the 10,000-year level." Hearing that their grandfather was willing to pay such a high price for them, Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin's hearts pounded so hard they almost burst from their chests. Just a moment ago, they were only longing for a 4,000-year third spirit ring and a 9,000-year fourth spirit ring. That surprise had already made them uncontrollably excited. But what their grandfather was throwing out now was actually the possibility of directly challenging a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring. A 10,000-year fourth spirit ring. Aside from His Excellency Qingluan sitting over there with his 8 black and 1 red spirit rings, how many people in the world possessed such a thing? If their fourth spirit rings reached the 10,000-year level, it would certainly not be difficult to overtake the Clear Sky sect's former twin stars in the future. Chapter 92. 100,000-year spirit bone. The two looked at each other, both seeing shock and wild joy in the other's eyes, even their fingertips trembled slightly with excitement. If this could truly be achieved, they would completely rewrite the cultivation records of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Their future paths were destined to go further than all their predecessors. Your Excellency Lei Ting. Feng Baiyu looked at Yu Yuanjun's bloodshot eyes and crazed appearance, subconsciously taking a step back with a somewhat helpless tone. You should be aware that absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring is not that simple. Besides improving physical fitness to withstand the impact of spirit power, one must have sufficiently strong mental force to resist the residual soul pressure of the spirit beast. Their current mental force simply cannot withstand the baptism of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Just a mere 10,000-year spirit bone. Feng Baiyu glanced sideways at the right arm bone glowing with a faint purple light, his tone filled with undisguised disdain. Not enough. This is far from enough. Yu Yuanjun, however, acted as if he hadn't heard him. His eyes shone with startling brightness as he urgently followed up, "So, little friend Feng has a way. As long as there is a way, it's fine. As long as there is a way." At this moment, his mind was entirely filled with the thought of letting Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin charge for a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring. As for the cost, he had long since pushed it to the back of his mind. Hearing this, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a trace of surprise flickering in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't expected this old dragon, Yu Yuanjun, to actually be hiding some top-tier treasures. Then again, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was one of the upper three sects after all, possessing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon legacy known as the #1 beast spirit in the world. It would be strange if they didn't have some ancestral treasures tucked away. Feng Baiyu stroked his chin, his curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of chips this Your Excellency Lei Ting could bring out to trade for the opportunity to charge for a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring. Little friend Feng. Yu Yuanjun looked at Feng Baiyu, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible tension. He clenched his fists and finally asked, I wonder what price must be paid to allow Tianeng and Tianxin to attempt the 10,000-year fourth spirit ring." His tone carried a hint of probing, his eyes full of expectation for the result mixed with a trace of unease. He both hoped Feng Baiyu would provide a feasible plan and feared the cost would be a weight the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could not bear. "You've really made up your mind." Feng Baiyu looked at Yu Yuanjun's serious expression, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Improving physical fitness isn't that difficult. But if you want them to withstand the soul impact of a 10,000-year spirit beast at the fourth spirit ring stage, you either need a mental attribute head spirit bone of over 20,000 years, or a supreme treasure that can drastically increase mental force. This item, will you provide it, or will I?" Feng Baiyu paused, his gaze sweeping over the grandfather and two grandsons. The corners of his mouth curled into a half-smile. "If you can provide that spirit bone, then just supplement it with another 30,000-year spirit bone for me. But if I have to find a way, I will use spirit medicine that boosts mental force for them. In that case, you'll have to trade a 100,000-year spirit bone for it to ensure everything is foolproof." 100,000-year spirit bone. Before Yu Yuanjun could even speak, Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin both gasped, unable to hide their amazement. 100,000-year spirit bone was a supreme treasure that even a titled Douluo would go mad for. Even if the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan searched their entire treasury, they couldn't produce one. The two looked at each other, seeing despair in each other's eyes. Their family simply could not afford this price. But Yu Yuanjun, hearing this price, actually seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders slowly relaxing. Seeing Yu Yuanjun's expression, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This guy actually really has a 100,000-year spirit bone. It seemed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's foundation was quite deep. Feng Baiyu wanted to see just how many good things he could squeeze out of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in the end. Feng Baiyu did not know that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan hid a 100,000-year white-headed griffin leg spirit bone. That was a secret of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Back then, just after Yu Yuanjun's father had obtained the 9th spirit ring for Yu Yuanjun, they encountered a white-headed griffin undergoing tribulation for its 100,000-year heavenly tribulation on their return journey. The unexpected appearance of two titled Douluo undoubtedly added chaos to the already extremely dangerous heavenly tribulation. The white-headed griffin was distracted by the aura of the strange experts while undergoing tribulation, ultimately failing at the last step. The power of the heavenly tribulation backfired on its body, and it perished on the spot. Yu Yuanjun already had a compatible leg spirit bone at the time, so this 100,000-year leg spirit bone dropped by the griffin was absorbed by his father. 20 years ago, when his father passed away, this spirit bone was quietly taken and sealed away by Yu Yuanjun. Originally, he intended to wait until Yu Tianeng grew strong enough before giving him this spirit bone, which carried the family's secret and the expectations of their ancestors, as the most precious gift. But now, to allow his two grandsons to have 5,000-year third spirit rings and even attempt 10,000-year fourth spirit rings, Yu Yuanjun no longer hesitated. He decided to bring out this 100,000-year spirit bone. A 100,000-year spirit bone could create a powerful titled Douluo. But if the two children were strengthened now, as long as they didn't falter, it would allow the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to have two powerful titled Douluo who surpassed him. It might even result in two titled Douluo with 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones. Little friend Feng, I want Tianeng and Tianxin's fourth spirit rings to directly attempt the 10,000-year level. Yu Yuanjun gritted his teeth hard, as if having made a firm resolution, then added with some trepidation, however, could I propose a condition? After the two of them successfully absorb the 10,000-year fourth spirit rings, I will then deliver the 100,000-year spirit bone to you. His voice carried an imperceptible tremor, containing both the determination of gambling the family's secret treasure for his grandsons and the unease regarding the outcome. After all, a 100,000-year spirit bone was too precious. He had to ensure the two children could truly obtain this opportunity before he dared to bring out this ultimate trump card. That's fine. Feng Baiyu naturally understood Yu Yuanjun's caution and knew what he was worried about. After all, a 100,000-year spirit bone was too precious. Anyone would keep a card up their sleeve. However, he wasn't worried about the other party playing tricks. With his grandfather Feng Qingluan's strength, wiping out the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was just a matter of waving a hand. But certain rules had to be followed. Feng Baiyu's gaze calmly swept over Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin, his tone peaceful yet carrying an unquestionable weight. In that case, before the matter is concluded, you must leave one person here as a guest. This, Tianxin. Yu Yuanjun's brow furrowed. After a moment of internal struggle, his gaze fell on Yu Tianxin, his tone carrying an imperceptible hint of guilt. For this period of time, you shall temporarily stay by young Master Feng's side. Great-grandfather, Yu Tianxin's heart sank suddenly. Looking at Yu Yuanjun's calculated appearance, his heart pounded wildly, and the words at the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. I understand. He lowered his eyes and accepted, a trace of gloom flickering in his gaze. He wasn't the biological grandson after all. In a moment of choosing between two, the clan chief grandfather's favoritism would always lie with his direct grandson, Yu Tianeng. This difference hidden in bloodline was like a fine needle, gently pricking his heart with pain. Chapter 93, Scorpion Douluo. Wang Long. Feng Baiyu looked up at Wang Long, who was standing by, and instructed, "Take Yan with you and help Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin improve their physical fitness." Understood, subordinate. Wang Long cupped his hands and complied, then turned to Yu Tianeng and the other, his voice steady, "Gentlemen, please follow me." "Thank you. Much obliged." Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin did not dare to hesitate, quickly cupping their hands in thanks before following Wang Long. They knew this step was the key to breaking through their limits, and their eyes were filled with uncontrollable anticipation. After the others left, Feng Baiyu and Yu Yuanjun chatted for a bit longer. The two chatted casually while Yu Yuanjun waited for his two grandsons to complete their physical enhancement. Perhaps worried he couldn't afford the price, Yu Yuanjun never once mentioned asking Feng Baiyu for help in solving Yu Xiaoging's problem. In his eyes, Yu Xiaoging was just a piece of trash who was stuck at rank 29 even at 50 years old. Mentioning him was embarrassing. Even if Feng Baiyu really had a way to make him break through the bottleneck, so what? Even with a breakthrough, he'd just be a rank 30-something piece of trash. Rather than wasting resources on such rotten wood, it was better to invest in rank 80-something spirit Douluos. Perhaps he could create a few more titled Douluos to add some confidence to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Feng Baiyu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. It seemed that lump of Fire Dragon King Dung fossil couldn't be sold to Yu Yuanjun after all. However, he wasn't in a hurry. That fellow Gangzi didn't just have Yu Yuanjun as his biological father, he also had Bibi Dong as his ex-girlfriend. He had made such a big stir, he didn't believe Bibi Dong would just sit by and watch. When the time came, whether it was to help Yu Shaogang break through his bottleneck or to pave the way for Hu Liena, if Bibi Dong wanted benefits from him, she would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, a cunning smile curled on Feng Baiyu's lips, as he waited for Spirit Hall's female Supreme Pontiff to take the initiative and come to him. Young Lord, just as Feng Baiyu and Yu Yuanjun were deep in conversation, Shui Duanliu's voice rang out at the right time. The High Priest of the Star Luo Empire has arrived. The High Priest of the Star Luo Empire. Hearing this, a flash of understanding crossed Feng Baiyu's eyes, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Please invite him in." He had long expected the Star Luo Empire to move upon hearing the news, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Feng Baiyu took a sip of tea and calmly adjusted his posture, preparing to meet this top expert from Star Luo. "Your Excellency Lei Ting." Feng Baiyu looked at Yu Yuanjun and gestured with a smile. "Since Tianeng and Tianxin will still be a while, why don't you sit down, have a cup of tea, and rest for a bit?" As he spoke, he naturally refilled the tea for Feng Qingluan, who was sitting nearby. Feng Qingluan hadn't spoken from beginning to end, just sitting there quietly, his aura as steady as a mountain. His purpose in coming wasn't to socialize, but to silently guard his grandson, ensuring no one could harm him in the slightest. "Ha ha." Devil Bear Douluo let out a dry laugh, a few polite smiles appearing on his face as he cupped his hands to Feng Baiyu. "Since little friend Feng has invited me so warmly, then I shall respectfully obey." Before long, a burly man with a sharp chin and thick beard strode in, his body carrying the fierce aura of a veteran of many battles. One could tell at a glance that he was a powerhouse who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Perhaps some people thought the enshrinement hall was a setting that only appeared 10,000 years later, but in reality, long before Tang San's era, the Star Luo Empire had already established an enshrinement hall. It was just that the well-known stories of the Douluo continent always unfolded from Tang San's perspective. His life's trajectory mostly wandered between the Heaven Do Empire, Spirit Hall, and Sea God Island. He had never had deep contact with the core forces of the Star Luo Empire, so naturally, the hidden experts in its enshrinement hall were never mentioned. However, at this time, the enshrinement hall had not yet reached its peak. Most of the priests in the hall remained at the Spirit Douluo level. Only this high priest was a genuine titled Douluo, practically the cornerstone of the Star Luo Empire's military. This high priest's title was Scorpion, and he was a rank 93 attack system battle spirit master. His spirit was the rare jade-veined scorpion. When driven by spirit power, the emerald-green scorpion markings would emit a poisonous luster, and his pair of pincers could easily tear through the defenses of spirit masters of the same rank. In terms of combat power, he was on par with Spirit Hall's Devil Bear Douluo, both being renowned ruthless characters on the continent. When Scorpion Douluo first stepped into the hall, he still maintained the air of a high priest, intending to use his seniority to pressure people. But when he looked up and saw the people seated in the hall, that thought vanished instantly, and the arrogance on his face froze in place. He was several years older than Yu Yuanjun, but his spirit power was a full 2 ranks lower. What shocked him even more was that this continent-renowned Lei Ting Douluo was actually only sitting in a lower seat, while an old man with an unfathomable aura sat in the main seat. Scorpion Douluo reacted instantly. That old man must be Feng Baiyu's grandfather, the Green Phoenix Douluo, Feng Qingluan. In terms of strength, Feng Qingluan was already an old-school titled Douluo above rank 96, few knew Feng Qingluan was rank 97. In terms of status, the man was the third elder of Spirit Hall and the host here. His own seniority and strength were really nothing before these two top powerhouses. He quickly composed himself, stepped forward to cup his hands in greeting, and didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Scorpion Douluo instantly retracted all his arrogance, bowing his waist and greeting respectfully. his tone carrying a hint of caution. Scorpion pays respects to Your Excellency Qingluan, Your Excellency Lei Ting, and greetings to little friend Feng. Your Excellency Scorpion is too polite. Feng Baiyu smiled and gestured for him to sit, then looked at Yu Yuanjun and added, Your Excellency Lei Ting is also here to discuss a deal with me. Today, all matters in this hall will be presided over by me. Truly, a hero emerges from the youth. Scorpion Douluo looked at Feng Baiyu and sighed with sincere emotion, then stated his purpose. His Majesty Star Luo heard that little friend Feng has rare immortal herbs in his possession and specially sent me to inquire if there are any types suitable for the white tiger spirit. If there are, please inform me of the price so I can report back to His Majesty. As for immortal herbs suitable for the white tiger spirit, I indeed have some here. Feng Baiyu looked at Scorpion Douluo, his tone unhurried, but I assume Your Excellency Scorpion has also heard the price I quoted to Schoolmaster Ning. He paused, his gaze falling on the other's slightly changing face, and asked with a half-smile, 3 10,000-year spirit bones. I wonder if His Majesty Star Luo is truly willing to pay such a price. Unlike the Heaven Do imperial family, which had no record of 10,000-year spirit bones, the history books of the Star Luo Empire clearly recorded the feat of hunting a 100,000-year white tiger over 1,800 years ago. The 100,000-year white tiger right arm bone obtained back then had always served as the imperial family's highest secret treasure, personally fused and passed down by successive Star Luo emperors. In other words, if they wanted to produce this spirit bone, they would have to cut off the current Star Luo emperor's right arm. And even then, it would only be one of the 300,000-year spirit bones required. Chapter 94, A New Scheme. These harsh conditions undoubtedly presented a massive problem for the Star Luo Empire. That right arm bone had long since fused with the emperor's body. It was a symbol of power and the foundation of the imperial family, making it impossible to give up easily. Little friend Feng, to be honest, the Star Luo Empire really cannot produce 300,000-year spirit bones. Scorpion Douluo shook his head helplessly, then his tone shifted, becoming solemn. However, His Majesty said beforehand that if this immortal herb can truly enhance the potential of the white tiger spirit as rumored, the Star Luo Empire is willing to exchange the Kingdom of Hadrian for it. The Kingdom of Hadrian was originally an affiliated kingdom under the Star Luo Empire. Because it was adjacent to Spirit City, it had been infiltrated by the forces of Spirit Hall for years, and the Star Luo imperial family had long found it difficult to maintain effective control over it. Now, the Star Luo Empire appeared generous by offering a kingdom as a bargaining chip, but in reality, they wanted to hand off this troublesome burden. Not only would they no longer have to worry about maintaining a rule that existed in name only, but they could also use it to obtain the immortal herb to upgrade their spirit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although Feng Baiyu wasn't sure exactly which kingdoms and duchies were annexed when the Spirit Empire rose in the future, looking at the distance between the Kingdom of Hadrian and Spirit City, it would surely be one of the first territories incorporated into the Spirit Empire's map. Hearing the Star Luo Dai family offer a kingdom right off the bat, he was genuinely surprised. He never expected the other party to be willing to use such a grand gift for the trade. Listening to Scorpion Douluo's words, Feng Baiyu suddenly recalled an anecdote from the history books of his previous life. Back then, King Zhaoshang of Qin wrote to King Huiwen of Zhao, claiming he was willing to exchange 15 cities for the Zhao treasure, the Heshibi. Zhao sent Lin Shangru as an envoy to Qin, who eventually saw through the king of Qin's lack of sincerity in ceding the cities and relied on his wisdom and courage to return the jade intact to Zhao. The current situation was somewhat similar to that piece of history. The Star Luo Empire threw out the Kingdom of Hadrian as a chip to trade for the immortal herb in his hand, but could this so-called kingdom really be handed over as smoothly as they claimed? The Kingdom of Hadrian was merely a bit disobedient to the Star Luo Empire's discipline, but once it belonged to Spirit Hall, could it really be peacefully incorporated so easily? Would the commoners in the city be willing? Would the nobles in the city be happy? Would those officials agree? A hint of amusement flickered in the depths of Feng Baiyu's eyes, and a half-smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The Star Luo Empire's calculations were loud and clear, but the entanglements of interests and the leanings of people's hearts involved here were far more complex than the dispute over the Heshibi that Lin Shangru faced. This transaction was likely not that simple from the very beginning. But then again Feng Baiyu just needed to accept it. As for how to handle the cities, couldn't he just leave that to Bibi Dong? He had originally come to Heaven Do for experience. Now that he had gained a kingdom from the Star Luo Empire for nothing, even if Bibi Dong, the Supreme Pontiff, was muddled, she would have no reason to jump out and criticize him, right? After all, the Star Luo Empire had offered this voluntarily, he hadn't robbed or stolen it. When the time came, he would push the mess of the Kingdom of Hadrian onto Spirit Hall. This would both do Bibi Dong a favor and allow him to reap the benefits. Why not? The more Feng Baiyu thought about it, the more he felt the deal was worth it, and the smile in his eyes deepened. The Star Luo Empire truly has boldness. Feng Baiyu exclaimed with feigned amazement, his face full of smiles. Since the Star Luo Emperor is willing to exchange the Kingdom of Hadrian, I naturally cannot let His Majesty suffer a loss. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Scorpion Douluo, his tone carrying a bit of understanding. Presumably, the great Emperor of Star Luo intends to use this immortal herb to break through his own bottleneck. I just don't know if he wants to increase his spirit power rank or have the White Tiger spirit undergo a positive mutation. He can only choose one of the two. Does he have a preference? Can he only choose one? Hearing this, a flash of undeniable disappointment passed through Scorpion Douluo's eyes, but he quickly composed himself and said seriously, His Majesty's meaning is to choose the positive evolution of the spirit. The great Emperor of Star Luo was clear in his heart, increasing spirit power rank was only a temporary benefit. But once the spirit completed a positive evolution, not only would his own potential take a qualitative leap, but subsequent spirit power breakthroughs would also be much smoother. Rather than staring at a one-rank increase in spirit power, it was better to pave a wider road for future generations. After all, the evolution of the White Tiger spirit concerned the future foundation of the entire Star Luo imperial family. If it were just a simple increase in spirit power rank, the great Emperor of Star Luo could completely force a breakthrough by filling the gaps in the spirit bones on his body. High-age spirit bones of over 80,000 years might be scarce, but the Star Luo imperial family would never lack spirit bones of 10 or 20,000 years. After all, the Star Luo Empire practiced a harsh system of succession. Those who could sit on the throne were always powerful experts who had fought their way out of brutal competition. Through the accumulation of generations of experts, a few 10,000-year spirit bones were merely ordinary reserves in the imperial collection. Those things were better than nothing for a titled Douluo, but for spirit bones of too low quality, it was better to save the slots and try one's luck later. To evolve the White Tiger spirit. A flash of calculation quickly crossed Feng Baiyu's eyes, but he remained calm on the surface, responding in a steady tone, I can do that. Go back and report to the great Emperor of Star Luo, I agree. By the way, ask him clearly where he intends to complete the handover. Thank you, little friend Feng. Hearing this, Scorpion Douluo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was just a messenger. He wouldn't get any benefits even if the deal was successful. But staying in front of these two top-tier titled Douluo, he felt the surrounding pressure was terrifyingly low, making every second feel like sitting on pins and needles. Now that he had finally completed the task to perfection, he only wanted to leave this perilous place quickly and return to report to the great Emperor of Star Luo. Once Scorpion Douluo's figure had completely disappeared outside the door, Feng Baiyu looked up at the heavy twilight outside the window, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop as he murmured softly, It's already this late. Presumably, those who were meant to come have all arrived. There shouldn't be any more guests coming to the door, right? Is there anything that can't be discussed during the day? I didn't expect the great Emperor of Star Luo to be so willing. Yu Yuanjun looked at Scorpion Douluo's departing back and couldn't help but remark, exchanging a kingdom for an immortal herb, this is likely the most shocking transaction on the Douluo continent in nearly 100 years. His voice was full of admiration. The Star Luo imperial family was truly ruthless and decisive, not hesitating to cede a fertile land for the sake of spirit evolution. This boldness made even him, who held the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon legacy, feel inferior. After all, a kingdom meant a continuous stream of wealth, population, and strategic resources. Even if an ordinary power exhausted its entire family fortune, they might not be able to trade for one. Yet the Star Luo Empire gave it up easily for an immortal herb. This level of handiwork was enough to shake the entire continent. Hee, who knows tilde. Feng Baiyu turned to Yu Yuanjun, a meaningful smile on his lips. If your excellency Lei Ting suddenly obtained an immortal herb that could turn 9 spirit rings into 8 black and 1 red, and could also clear all the hurdles to reach rank 99 directly, would you be willing to exchange a kingdom for it? Chapter 95. Plotting against Star Luo. Yu Yuanjun was about to speak up and refute this as being too far-fetched, but the words suddenly caught in his throat. He suddenly caught sight of Green Phoenix Douluo sitting nearby. The spirit rings swirling around him were precisely the configuration of 8 blacks and 1 red. That represented an ultimate foundation of spirit power, clearly indicating that he had long since broken through the barriers of high-level cultivation. Yu Yuanjun's heart jolted, and the way he looked at Feng Baiyu changed instantly. It turned out the other party wasn't lying. If such an immortal herb truly fell into his hands, he would probably be willing to exchange anything for it, wouldn't he? As Feng Baiyu finished speaking, he then said, I suppose the matters to be handled today are mostly done. Your Excellency Lei Ting, I shall have Shui Duanliu arrange a place for you to rest, what do you think? Then this old man shall accept your kind offer. Yu Yuanjun cupped his fists toward Feng Baiyu and Feng Qingluan, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. His Excellency Qingluan, little friend Feng, this old man shall take his leave first. Having said that, he bowed slightly, turned, and steadily exited the hall. Shui Duanliu naturally followed him to arrange a room for him. Once the two had left, Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson, his tone probing. Baiyu, do you truly intend to give the great emperor of Star Luo an immortal herb capable of evolving a spirit? Hearing this, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Grandfather, of course it's a lie. The immortal herb he had given his grandfather was originally the top-tier variety from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, perfectly matching the characteristics of the Green Phoenix spirit. Although he had other immortal herbs in his possession, very few could rival its efficacy, let alone drive the evolution of the White Tiger spirit. He had only gone along with Scorpion Douluo's words just now, while already having other plans in mind. The White Tiger spirit was already a top-tier beast spirit on the continent. In terms of foundation and potential, ordinary immortal herbs simply couldn't budge it. Even the wondrous Velvet Sky Chrysanthemum, which could significantly strengthen beast spirits, would only be a minor enhancement for it, far from reaching the level of evolution. But as it happened, that wondrous Velvet Sky Chrysanthemum had already been absorbed by him, and among the remaining immortal herbs, there wasn't a single one capable of driving spirit evolution. However, Feng Baiyu had thought of another way. An immortal herb that could evolve the great emperor of Star Luo's White Tiger spirit was indeed hard to find, but Feng Baiyu did have a few toxic herbs on hand that could cause the first Prince Dai Weisi's spirit to mutate. This kind of toxic herb could forcibly trigger a spirit mutation, causing Dai Weisi's strength to skyrocket in a short period. Moreover, no matter the method of investigation, it would only appear that his spirit power and spirit had received a genuine boost, with no abnormalities detectable. But this seemingly heaven-defying opportunity was actually like drinking poison to quench thirst. Once he consumed this toxic herb, although Dai Weisi's spirit would mutate and become stronger, his cultivation limit would be completely locked, halting at rank 79 for the rest of his life, never again able to touch the threshold of a spirit Douluo. For someone with mediocre talent, this would already be an unattainable treasure. After all, looking across the entire Douluo continent, how many people could cultivate to the Spirit Saint realm and even become a standout among Spirit Saints? Most Spirit Masters spend their whole lives perhaps stuck at ranks below Spirit Douluo. Being able to touch the threshold of a Spirit Saint is already a stroke of immense luck. Let alone standing out among Spirit Saints and possessing strength far exceeding those of the same rank. This requires not only decades of bitter cultivation but is also inseparable from the support of resources and opportunities. Seen this way, this toxic herb that could forcibly increase strength was undoubtedly a light in the dark for those eager to break through but limited by talent. Even if the price was a locked limit, it was enough to make one seize it willingly. But for someone like Dai Weisi, who dreamed of ascending the throne, this toxic herb was life-taking arsenic. Once consumed and his cultivation limit locked at rank 79, he could forget about ever laying a hand on the throne of the Star Luo Empire. The rules of the Star Luo imperial family were clear. With only a spirit saint cultivation, one was not qualified to sit on that dragon throne. Unless he could slaughter all his competitors, his strength as a mere spirit saint would be insufficient to suppress the covetous members of the imperial family. Feng Baiyu rubbed his chin with his fingertips, a hint of craftiness flashing in his eyes. Now what he had to figure out was how to package this toxic herb as a peerless opportunity, enticing Dai Wuxi to intercept it and willingly swallow this sugar-coated poison. Time flowed quietly in the silence. Following Wang Long's instructions, Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin had consumed several lustrous, whale glue pills in succession. The physical qualities of the two were transforming rapidly at a visible rate. When they finished their tempering and stepped out of the room, Yu Yuanjun immediately stepped forward, condensing spirit power at his fingertips to meticulously examine their meridians and vital energy. Upon sensing a foundation and physical toughness that far exceeded their peers, the eyes of this habitually steady clan chief of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan instantly erupted with undisguisable joy. At this moment, the physical strength of Tianeng and Tianxin was not inferior in the slightest to that of a rank 30 quasi-spirit elder. Improving one's physique should be done step by step. Feng Baiyu's tone was light. He glanced up at Yu Yuanjun, unconsciously rubbing the jade pendant at his waist, and added, "Look at those in my Feng manner. They improve their physical qualities every few days. This matter cannot be rushed." Understood. Yu Yuanjun nodded repeatedly in haste, cupping his fists with a slight bow, his tone full of solemnity. "Little friend Feng, this great kindness is something my Yu family will never forget. It's just doing business for money." Feng Baiyu's tone was indifferent as he waved his hand casually. "Your Excellency Lei Ting, it's getting late, you should take them back. Remember to come again in 3 days, and I'll have them continue strengthening their physiques." As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Yuanjun, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Also, have them focus entirely on pushing their spirit power ranks during this time. I am waiting for that 100,000-year spirit bone. It wouldn't be good to wait too long." Of course. Yu Yuanjun responded repeatedly, though his hand hanging at his side unconsciously tightened. That 100,000-year spirit bone was a family treasure. Even if his heart was filled with immense reluctance, he knew that an agreement had already been made, and there was no reason to change his mind halfway. He certainly understood the stakes. By obediently handing over the spirit bone, he could at least maintain a reputation for keeping his word. But if he dared to delay or make excuses, with His Excellency Qingluan's methods, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would likely be wiped out completely. Yu Yuanjun turned to leave with his 2 grandsons, his mind still preoccupied with what kind of treasure it was that could improve one's physique. If a formula could be researched, perhaps other clan members could also bear higher-year spirit rings. And the strength of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could reach a new level. But this little scheme of his had already been anticipated by Feng Baiyu. Back when refining the whale glue pills, Feng Baiyu had taken precautions against anyone prying into the details, specifically adding many common seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. These additives not only didn't ruin the medicinal effects but also cleverly altered the taste. Want to investigate it? Unless you are a high-level food system spirit master with a Grand Master Chef certification.